Good evening, and welcome to the Quiet Nightmare. This is a space where silence speaks, and shadows tell stories. Every story you hear is completely uninterrupted, no ads, no distractions. If you enjoy this experience, you're always welcome to stay. Before we begin, tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is. Now, get comfortable. The quiet isn't as empty as it seems. In January 1989, right in the middle of an Australian summer, I was working as a supervisor for a large telephone company in Sydney's northern suburbs. I had around 30 maintenance technicians under me, and our job was to keep people's phone services working. We were the ones who got sent out when a customer's line went dead, when calls dropped out, when voices crackled on the line, or when the phone simply refused to give that familiar dial tone. To do that work well, you had to think in a very particular way. You had to stay calm. You had to gather facts, not feelings. You had to look at the situation like a puzzle, step by step, and follow it to the most logical answer. You learned quickly that guessing wastes time. You learned that most mysteries had ordinary causes: a loose connection, a corroded joint, water in a pit, a damaged cable, an old socket that had been bumped one too many times. We were trained to be skeptical, and most of us were proud of it. If someone mentioned ghosts, we usually rolled our eyes. Not because we thought people were stupid, but because in our line of work, almost everything had a physical explanation. That is why I still remember the day my thinking started to shift, even if only a little. It began with a call from one of my technicians. I'll call him Gary. Gary wasn't the type to waste time, and he definitely wasn't the type to spin stories. He was steady, reliable, and usually calm on the phone. That day, though, his voice sounded different. Not panicked, not dramatic, but serious in a way that made me pause. He told me he was at a customer's house, and the complaint was the usual one: the line kept going dead. The strange thing was that he could not find any clear fault. He had checked what he could check, tested what he could test, and everything looked normal. Yet the customer insisted the problem was real and kept happening. Then Gary hesitated, and said something that made me almost laugh out of habit. He said the customer believed it was a ghost. If Gary had been joking, I would have told him to get back to work and stop messing around. But he wasn't joking. His tone was controlled, almost uncomfortable, like he didn't want to repeat the words out loud. He said the woman in the house talked about the ghost as if it was a normal part of living there. He also said that while he was working, he kept getting a strong feeling that someone was standing behind him, peering over his shoulder while he checked the connections. He didn't claim to see anything. He didn't claim anything dramatic. He just kept feeling watched. Normally, I would have dismissed it as nerves in an unfamiliar house, or even just the awkwardness of working while a customer hovered nearby. But Gary said the woman wasn't hovering. She wasn't anxious or frantic either. She was calm, polite, almost amused by the whole situation. And Gary, for his part, sounded like he wanted someone else there. Not because he was afraid, exactly, but because he couldn't square what he felt with what he knew. Instead of laughing, I found myself telling him I'd come out and meet him. Part of it was responsibility. If a job was dragging on without a solution, a supervisor stepping in was normal. But if I'm honest, part of it was curiosity too. Gary sounded too sincere to ignore. I wanted to see what kind of customer this was, what kind of house, what kind of problem. I wanted to confirm whether this was simply a case of a person reporting faults that weren't real, or whether something in the environment was being missed. When I arrived, the first thing I noticed was the house itself. It was an old two-story home in the historic part of Fairlight, a suburb on Sydney's northern beaches. Fairlight has that particular mix of quiet streets, older homes, and sea air that seems to settle on everything. The house looked well kept, but older homes often hide older wiring and older connections. From a technician's perspective, old doesn't automatically mean bad, but it does mean you pay attention. Old materials can become brittle. Old joints can corrode. Old cabling can behave strangely when temperature shifts, moisture creeps in, or something gets disturbed. Gary met me outside and gave me the quick summary again. He said he couldn't find a fault in the line that explained why it kept going dead. He said the woman had told him, in a casual voice, not to worry because the ghost was always on his best behavior when visitors were around. Gary said the line had tested fine while he was there, but the customer insisted that during the night, or at random moments, it would go dead. It would stay dead for a while and then, just as mysteriously, come back on. We went inside, and I introduced myself to the customer. For privacy, I'll keep calling her Mrs. Smith. She was exactly as Gary described, well-spoken, witty, and sharp. Nothing about her suggested confusion. She didn't seem desperate for attention, and she didn't come across as someone building drama. If anything, she seemed almost entertained by the situation, as though she had made peace with it a long time ago. She had tea ready for us, already poured into cups, like she had been expecting company. We sat down, and she explained the pattern of the fault. It wasn't constant. It was unpredictable. She'd lift the handset and hear nothing. No dial tone. Just dead silence. Sometimes it would last a few minutes, sometimes longer, sometimes overnight. Other times it would behave perfectly, as if nothing had happened. While she talked, I did what technicians do even during a conversation. I watched for consistency. I listened for contradictions. I tried to notice whether the story changed as she spoke. It didn't. Her story stayed steady, and the details matched the type of fault we usually chased: intermittent, hard to capture, and cruelly timed. Then she said something that would have sounded ridiculous anywhere else, but in her living room it landed with strange calm. She said the ghost's name was Arthur. Not a ghost, not something, but Arthur, like a neighbor or an old family friend. She told us that Arthur seemed interested in phone and power lines. That, she said, was where most of her trouble lived. And she pointed out that the one device that gave her the most grief was the cordless phone upstairs, the kind that needed a phone line connection and a power supply to operate properly. That detail, finally, gave me something practical to focus on. Cordless phones can fail in ways that confuse customers. Power supplies can weaken. Base units can be sensitive. A faulty device can sometimes affect the line itself. It wasn't the most common cause, but it wasn't impossible. It was also a simple first step: swap the equipment and remove that variable. So I replaced the upstairs cordless phone. I didn't make a big show of it. I just told her we'd start there, and I asked her to keep an eye on it overnight. I also told her I would return the next day. She agreed easily, as if this were not the first time she had watched a technician come and go. Gary seemed relieved that I had taken the job seriously. Back at the depot later, I decided to dig deeper. If a fault had been reported repeatedly at the same address, the history usually showed patterns. I sat down with a strong cup of coffee and pulled up the records. The screen filled with years of fault reports from that one house. It went back 5 years in the electronic system. It might have gone back even further in paper records, but those weren't always entered into the database. Still, 5 years was enough to show the truth of one thing: this customer had been dealing with the same problem for a long time. What shocked me wasn't just the number of entries. It was the outcome printed on nearly every one. No fault found. Again and again. Different technicians. Different dates. Same outcome. Only once did a technician ever find a fault that could be proven, and that fault had been found out in the street the year before and already repaired. Everything else was a dead end. Either the line behaved normally while the technician was there, or the fault disappeared before it could be captured. Anyone who has done this kind of work knows that can happen. Intermittent faults are the hardest ones. They make people look foolish, both the customer and the technician, because either can prove what they know they experienced. I also checked the notes, written by 2 other technicians who had attended the place most recently. Both had also written no fault found. One of them was my own depot boss, the most experienced technician we had, a man who had seen everything from simple line breaks to bizarre faults caused by water, insects, human error, and weird electrical interactions. His note wasn't technical at all. It simply said something like, "The bloody house is haunted." The other technician was new and had only been in the job for a few months. His note dismissed the customer, calling her a nutcase. I didn't like that note. It didn't feel professional, and it didn't match my impression of Mrs. Smith. She might believe in ghosts, but that didn't mean she was mentally unsound. Plenty of people believe strange things and still report real problems. A technician's job isn't to judge beliefs. It's to fix faults. The next day I drove back to Fairlight. Gary didn't come with me. We had too much work stacked up and he was needed elsewhere, and I felt confident I could handle the next steps alone. Mrs. Smith told me that during the night the line had gone dead again, and then, at some point, it had returned. It was working when I arrived. I asked a question that seemed simple but mattered a lot. When the fault happened, did it affect both phones or only the cordless upstairs? She admitted she had only checked the cordless phone upstairs. She hadn't gone downstairs to test the other phone during the outage. I felt a quiet frustration at that. If we had known both phones were dead at the same time, that would strongly point away from a single handset and toward wiring or line issues. If only the cordless was dead, we might be dealing with a faulty device or power problem. Without that information, we were still half blind. Still, I didn't blame her. Customers aren't trained to think like technicians. They just want the phone to work. To remove doubt, I replaced the downstairs phone as well, just to be safe. Then I began asking her more about frequency. How often did the line go dead? Did she report it every time? Was there a certain time of day it happened, or certain weather, or anything consistent? She admitted the truth in a way that made me feel both sympathetic and determined. She didn't report it every time. The fault happened so often that sometimes she felt embarrassed calling us again. She would wait and hope it came back. Often it did. That told me the fault was real and frequent enough to disrupt her life, and it told me she wasn't doing this for attention. If anything, she wanted to avoid attention. I also realized something important. Unless the fault happened while I was standing there with my tools, I might spend days guessing. I needed a way to catch it in the act, or at least gather evidence while it happened. So I gave her clear instructions for the next outage, but I explained it in simple, careful terms. I told her, when you discover the line is dead, check the upstairs cordless first, and see if there is a dial tone. If it's dead, unplug it from the phone line. Then go downstairs and check the other phone. If that one is dead too, unplug it as well. Then go back upstairs, plug the cordless back in, and check again to see if the dial tone returns. I told her the goal wasn't to fix it herself, but to learn whether one phone could be triggering the issue. If the fault changed depending on what was plugged in, that would tell us something. She agreed, taking the instructions seriously. The next day I returned, and she told me she followed the steps. The result wasn't what I hoped. It didn't seem to matter which phone was unplugged. The line stayed dead for her while she tried, and then it returned later during the night, without any clear trigger. At that point, I started to suspect the fault was outside the house, out in the street cable or the main connection point. Those faults can be sneaky. They can appear under certain conditions and vanish under others. Sometimes just touching a connection or moving wires slightly can temporarily fix it, which makes the fault disappear right as you start testing. That is one of the most maddening things about the job. So I took a more decisive step. I isolated the house wiring from the street cable by disconnecting the wires at the main connection point where the street line joined the house. This allowed us to test the line coming from the street separately from the wiring inside the house. I had my testers back at the depot check the line. They reported that the street line tested okay. That was frustrating, but it also narrowed the field. If the street side looked fine when disconnected, then why did the line keep failing when connected? So I reconnected the house wiring to the street line. And the moment I did, the line went dead. Now we were getting somewhere. I tested again and found the line was open, which is what you see when a circuit is broken somewhere. It can indicate a cut line, a broken conductor, or a connection that has failed completely. It wasn't a vague result. It was clear. The fault was showing itself right there, right then, under my hands. I felt the kind of relief technicians feel when a problem finally stops hiding. At least now it was real in front of me, measurable and traceable. I told Mrs. Smith I had identified where the fault seemed to be. She smiled, calm as ever, and said something like, "Arthur must be getting used to you, this being your third visit." I didn't laugh. I didn't argue either. At that point, I was too focused on the fault. But I did notice that she spoke with such certainty, as if she had no doubt in her own mind about what was happening. The most reasonable explanation was that the main connection point itself was intermittently faulty. It might have been corroded, loose, or simply worn out. It might have been making and breaking contact depending on tiny movements, temperature, or moisture. These boxes can fail in ways that don't show up until a specific moment, and then they suddenly behave normally again. So I replaced the termination box, the point where the street line joined into the house wiring. After replacing it, I had the line tested again. This time it was working. Mrs. Smith laughed out loud, pleased, and said, "Arthur really does like you." I looked at her sharply at first, but then I realized she wasn't mocking me. She wasn't trying to embarrass me or make me feel foolish. She genuinely believed what she was saying. To her, the repair wasn't just a repair. It was proof that Arthur approved of me, or at least tolerated me. I told her I would leave it for now and call her again in a few days, confident that I had solved the problem. The fix made technical sense. It matched the symptoms. It also explained why so many technicians had found no fault. If the termination point was intermittent, it could behave perfectly while they were there and fail later when no one could see it. 3 days later, I rang her. She told me there had been no further problems. Her voice sounded a little stunned, as if she had grown used to the phone failing and wasn't sure she trusted the silence of a working line. I told her if it happened again, she should report it, and I would come back. 2 months passed and I heard nothing. Like most work problems, it began to fade into the pile of other jobs, other addresses, other faults. But then, during morning tea at work, I was talking to another technician when he casually mentioned a haunted house in Fairlight. I nearly choked on my coffee. I said, without even thinking, "Let me guess, you didn't find any fault there." He stared at me for a moment, surprised, like I had read his mind. That's when I realized the calls hadn't stopped. Faults were still being reported. The work was still going out. But the programmers had been assigning it to other technicians, not to me. I didn't know whether to feel annoyed or amused. Maybe someone thought I'd done my time there. Maybe they thought it was a waste. Or maybe it was simply chance. Either way, I never went back. In July of that same year, the entire company went through a massive restructure. We went from being a government organization to a private corporation. People were moved, relocated, reassigned. I was redeployed too. My team changed, my routines changed, and that outhouse in Fairlight became just another story told over tea breaks. About 10 years later, I told my wife about what had happened. I didn't tell it like a ghost story. I told it like a stubborn fault that refused to behave and a customer who happened to believe in something I didn't. But my wife, being my wife, insisted on driving out to Fairlight just to see the house for herself. When we arrived, she looked at its position on the street and immediately pointed out something I had never noticed during my visits, even though I had stood there multiple times. The house sat at a crossroads. And for a moment, standing there in the light, with traffic passing and the world feeling normal, I remembered Mrs. Smith's calm smile, Gary's uneasy feeling of being watched, my boss's note, the endless no-fault found reports, and the way the line had died the instant I reconnected the wiring. I still don't claim it was a ghost. I still believe in wires and connections and logical causes. But I also learned something that summer. Even when you live by facts and tests, some situations leave a strange echo behind them, like a question you can't fully close, even after the line starts working again. Ringwood Lake was a well-known park in the Melbourne suburb of Ringwood. Anyone who spent time there during the 80s or 90s would probably remember it, especially if they visited often. And if they visited often enough, chances were high they also knew about the black swan. No one ever seemed to know exactly where the swan came from. It wasn't part of a pair, and it wasn't part of a flock. It was just there. My parents always suspected someone had dumped it at the lake, but I never fully believed that. There was something about the way it carried itself, something about how long it stayed, that made it feel like it belonged. That swan lived at Ringwood Lake for years. I don't know exactly how long, but it was there for at least 10 years while I was growing up, and probably longer. The park itself was huge. The lake was wide and open, and the grounds stretched far in every direction. I haven't been back there in over 25 years, so I can only describe it as it was back then, and I really hope it hasn't changed. It always felt natural, like it took care of itself without needing too much help from people. It wasn't overly manicured or forced. It just existed, quietly and beautifully. My family visited Ringwood Lake a lot. Then, in 1990, we moved to Ringwood, and suddenly the lake wasn't a special trip anymore. It was right there. Days at the lake became part of everyday life, and somehow the novelty never wore off. One side of the lake had a large playground tucked among the trees. There were barbecue areas scattered around, picnic tables, benches, and a few undercover shelters where families gathered on hot days. In front of that area was a small pier that reached out into the lake. Not far from there was a more formal lawn with neat grass and tall trees, which I think were maples and conifers. That side backed onto a local pub. If you kept walking, the landscape slowly shifted into bushland, with a trail that led to another playground further along. The other side of the lake felt completely different. That side belonged to the weeping willows. Their long branches dipped into the water, creating shadows and quiet spaces beneath them. Beyond the willows were tall, old trees, overgrown and twisted, full of character. This side of the lake felt wild and untouched. It was where most of the wildlife lived, and it was left mostly alone. We only lived in Ringwood for about a year, but during that year the lake became a second home to me. Playgrounds were fun for a few minutes, but even as a child, I felt more drawn to the natural parts of the world. I spent most of my time wandering around the lake, watching birds, climbing near the trees, and imagining stories in my head. During summer, people would swim in the lake. There was a shallow section near the pier where most people entered the water. Despite all the time I spent there, I had never swum in the lake. Not once. But one summer day, something was different. I had developed a strange obsession with the black swan. I was determined to tame it, or at least get close enough to pat it. That day, the swan was on the far side of the lake near the willows, away from the crowds and noise. I stood at the edge of the water watching it for a long time. I remember thinking that if I got into the water, I could coax it over. My mother, for context, has always been unconventional. She loves animals, sometimes a bit too much, and our home often felt like something between a zoo and a sanctuary. So when I asked her if I could get into the lake to pat the swan, her response was surprisingly casual. She just said yes, but told me not to go in too deep. That was all the permission I needed. I kicked off my shoes and walked straight into the water, fully clothed. Swimming gear didn't even cross my mind. That was just how things were in our family. Looking back, I realize how unusual that was, but at the time it felt completely normal. I was 9 years old, and somehow, I felt confident. I felt certain that I could get the swan to come over. The water reached my chest fairly quickly, probably about 15 to 20 feet from the bank, and that was as far as I was comfortable going. Mum stayed on dry land, watching calmly. It was a hot day, and there were other people in the water nearby. I started beckoning to the swan, lightly slapping the surface of the water and calling out to it, the way you might call a dog. It sounds ridiculous now, but at 9 years old, it made perfect sense to me. The swan watched me. It didn't rush over. It didn't move away either. It just observed me quietly for a long time. Some older kids made sarcastic comments, laughing and calling out remarks, but I ignored them. Eventually, after what felt like forever, the swan started swimming toward me. The distance between us slowly closed. The lake was wide, maybe 70 feet across at that point, and it took time for the swan to reach me. As it got closer, I became aware of the reaction around me. Parents began pulling their children back. People moved away from the water. Panic rippled through the crowd, while my mother remained completely calm. It was only then that I realized I hadn't thought this through properly. The water was lapping at my collarbone, and up close, the swan was much taller than I was. Its presence was powerful. I had ducks at home and knew they could be aggressive, but the swan showed no signs of hostility. Still, its red and white bill looked far more dangerous up close than it ever had from a distance. I slowly extended my hand. The swan leaned in, clearly expecting food. I had none. For a moment, neither of us quite knew what to do next. People were gathering on the banks and even on a nearby bridge, watching and taking photos. I honestly don't remember if I ever actually patted the swan. What I do remember is swimming alongside it for a short time, feeling oddly comfortable. But the swan followed me closely, matching every movement I made. I realized that if I suddenly tried to escape, it might chase me even faster. After a couple of minutes, I decided to swim toward the pier. My plan was to go underneath it, confuse the swan, and reach the other side. As I got closer, I noticed someone standing on the pier. I only saw shoes and trouser legs. They were dry and fully clothed, unlike most people around. I assumed it was a park ranger coming to tell me off. But when I looked up properly, there was no one there. It happened quickly, between glances back at the swan, but when I scanned the pier, it was empty. Then some older kids jumped back into the water, splashing loudly as they approached the swan. That was enough for it. After a brief, awkward moment, the swan turned and swam back toward the willows, leaving us all behind. Satisfied that my mission was complete, I made my way back to shore. My clothes were soaked and heavy. Water poured out of them as I climbed out of the lake. Some parents shot my mother disapproving looks, and the atmosphere in the playground was tense. But that was just part of my upbringing. I never felt like a misfit. I always thought everyone else just hadn't caught up yet. In a strange way, that black swan felt symbolic. Different. Independent. Unbothered by rules. I hadn't thought about that day in years. Then, just last night, I dreamed about it. In the dream, I was in the water near the end of the pier. I looked up, and standing there was my guardian. He doesn't show much expression, but he looked calm. Steady. Watching. I understood instantly. It was him that day. The figure on the pier. The quiet presence. It made sense. There was no swan in the dream. No people. The park was empty. The sky was dark and overcast, and it felt like early morning. I didn't question it. I woke up with a sense of clarity. Recently, life has been heavy. Family issues, emotional strain, the kind of things that wear you down over time. I hadn't had a visitation dream from him in years, so this one felt important. It felt like a reminder. A quiet message telling me to remember who I am, where I come from, and why I move through the world the way I do. It felt like reassurance. Like being told that I'm not alone, even during the quiet stretches. That someone is still watching, even when I don't hear from them. That dream led me back to that day at Ringwood Lake. A day where the physical world was far more dramatic than the paranormal, yet somehow deeply connected to it. Getting that confirmation, decades later, felt incredible. Grounding. Comforting. And honestly, kind of awesome. I live in Ipswich, Queensland, a town that used to feel small but has slowly grown over the years. Back in the early 2000s, Ipswich still felt quiet in many places, especially late at night. It sits just outside Brisbane, and to reach the city the fastest way, you pass through a suburb called Wackle. Anyone who grew up around Ipswich knows Wackle for one main reason. It is home to Woolston Park Mental Asylum. The place has gone by many names over the years. I believe today it's called the Park Centre for Mental Health, or something similar. But back then, everyone just called it Woolston Park, and it had a reputation that went far beyond the fences that surrounded it. Stories about that place were everywhere. Escaped patients, shadow figures, strange noises, spirits wandering the grounds at night. Whether any of it was true or not, Woolston Park had a heavy feeling to it. Even during the day, it felt unsettling. At night, it was something else entirely. This happened in 2002, when I was 18 years old. I was still living at home at the time, and although I'm no longer a practicing member of the church, back then I still attended events with my family. My cousins and I are Samoan, and our families were deeply involved in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. In our households, anything paranormal was quickly dismissed. If someone mentioned ghosts or spirits, the conversation would be laughed off or shut down almost immediately. Fear of the unknown simply wasn't entertained. That night, my cousins came to pick me up around 6 in the evening. They were brother and sister, and they had borrowed their parents' old Mitsubishi van. It was one of those vans that felt like it had lived a long life already, reliable but tired. We were heading to a Mormon church dance for young adults. These dances were held fairly often, and people came from different areas to attend. It was a big social thing at the time. Before heading to the dance, we picked up 3 other girls, friends of ours from church. By the time we were all in the van, there were 6 of us. My male cousin was driving. 2 of the girls sat up front with him in the 3-seater front row. I sat in the middle row with my female cousin, and the last girl sat alone in the very back seat. The dance was held in a northern suburb, about 45 minutes away. We arrived, mingled, caught up with friends we hadn't seen in a while, laughed, danced, and enjoyed the night. By around 11:30, we were tired and ready to leave. None of us wanted to stay much longer, so we made our way back to the van. Instead of heading straight home, we decided to drive into Brisbane City. The chapel was already close to the city, and it was a warm Saturday night. We parked the van and walked around for a bit, passing nightclubs and chatting to security guards we recognized. We didn't want to go inside anywhere, especially not dressed in our church clothes, so we grabbed ice cream instead. It felt harmless and fun, just walking and talking together before heading home. Eventually, we got back into the van and began the drive toward Ipswich. We each had McDonald's chocolate sundaes in our hands, the plastic cups cold against our palms. The roads were quieter now, the city slowly fading behind us. As expected, the road took us toward Wackle. If you lived in Ipswich back then, you couldn't avoid passing the turnoff to Woolston Park if you wanted the quickest route home. As we approached it, my male cousin casually asked, "Do you guys want to check out Woolston?" It was almost 2 in the morning. The 2 girls sitting in the front immediately reacted with fear, but even then, they still said yes in shaky voices. My female cousin, sitting beside me, rolled her eyes and completely dismissed the idea. She kept talking about her boyfriend, clearly not interested. The girl in the back seat didn't say anything at all. She didn't seem bothered either way. As for me, I felt indifferent. I had been to Woolston Park plenty of times before with friends, like many teenagers in the area. People went there hoping to see something scary. I never had. The only unusual thing I'd ever seen was a naked patient being escorted back into the grounds by security, shouting curses at no one in particular. Security there was usually tight. White hatchback cars with bright headlights patrolled the area constantly, and they were quick to kick people out. That night, though, something was different. As we turned into the grounds, there were no security cars. No patrols. No lights moving through the darkness. Back then, the place was still old and poorly lit. The newer buildings didn't exist yet. Where they stand now, there were only thick bushes and overgrown shrubs. The darkness felt heavy, almost solid. My cousin turned off the headlights for a moment, just to show us how dark it really was. It was pitch black. My cousin yelled at him to stop being stupid, and he turned the lights back on. We drove deeper into the grounds, chatting, laughing, the tension easing slightly. At some point, the girl in the back seat lay down and fell asleep. Then suddenly, my cousin shouted, "Did you guys see that?" The van filled with panic instantly. The 2 girls in the front were shaking, clutching each other, shouting that someone had been standing by the bushes, just staring at the van as we passed. I turned quickly and looked out the back window. In the faint moonlight, I could make out a figure behind us, walking slowly, following the road. He appeared to be limping. My female cousin laughed it off, insisting it was nothing. But when my cousin offered to turn the van around, the reactions were split. The girls in the front screamed no, while my cousin and I shouted yes. We wanted to see what it was. When we turned around, there was no one there. For a moment, my cousin felt validated. But I spoke up and said I had seen someone behind us. Her expression changed instantly. We kept driving, scanning the darkness, confused by how someone we had just seen could disappear so quickly. Then the headlights caught him again. A lone figure walking along the grass beside the road, his back turned to us. Somehow, impossibly, he was far ahead of where we should have encountered him. Especially considering his limp. He didn't react to the sound of the van at all. He didn't turn around. It was as if we didn't exist. Something about him felt deeply wrong. His clothes were torn, dirty, and old-fashioned. Light-colored jeans, a flannelette shirt hanging loosely on his thin frame. A worn quarter-a backpack hung from his shoulders. His hair was blonde, shoulder-length, tangled and matted, some tied loosely back, the rest falling around his face. He looked young, maybe early to mid-20s. We slowed down and pulled up beside him. My female cousin slid the van window open and leaned out, asking if he was all right. She didn't finish her sentence. The moment he turned around, everything changed. I have never seen a living person look like that. His skin was an unnatural white, with a bluish-purple tinge, as if all warmth had been drained from him. His eyes were horrifying. The whites were glazed over, cloudy, lifeless. The rims around them were raw and red. His face was marked with scratches, pink and deep, like wounds that had been washed but not healed. He opened his mouth and made a low groaning sound, reaching toward the van with a pale hand. My cousin slammed the window shut and screamed. The girls in the front screamed too. My cousin froze at the wheel, staring, unable to move. I couldn't scream because my cousin was pushing back into me in terror, crushing me against the side of the van. Then the van sped off. We didn't stop until we reached a brightly lit petrol station. Only then did the girl in the back seat finally sit up, trembling, asking quietly for a chocolate bar. Even though she hadn't seen him, she felt the fear. To this day, I don't know what we saw. I think about that young man often. I wonder who he was, what happened to him, and how he ended up there. Whether he was human, or something else entirely. Woolston Park has a dark history, and I believe some places hold on to pain long after the living have moved on. That night has never left me. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. One morning, about a year ago, sometime in 2015, I woke up much later than most people would consider normal. I've always been like that. I don't remember the exact date, only that it was one of those slow mornings where the house felt quiet and still. I checked the time on my phone and saw it was already around 10:30 in the morning. Nothing unusual for me. I got out of bed, went through my usual lazy morning routine, washed my face, brushed my teeth, and eventually made my way into the kitchen. I had my phone in my hand, and without really thinking about it, I decided to put some music on while I did the dishes. More specifically, I needed to unstack the dishwasher, which is one of those chores I absolutely cannot do in silence. I have always loved music. Singing, dancing, moving around, even if no one is watching. Especially if no one is watching. When I'm alone, music becomes part of whatever I'm doing. I sing along without caring if I hit the notes, and I dance like an idiot because it feels good. Unstacking the dishwasher in silence feels wrong to me. I've tried it before, and I can never finish. I get bored, distracted, and irritated. Music makes it feel lighter, easier, almost enjoyable. So I pressed play on my phone and set it on the kitchen bench. I don't remember which song was playing at the time, only that it was one of those songs that makes you want to move. One of those songs that doesn't care if you look ridiculous. As the music filled the room, I started unstacking plates, glasses, and cutlery, singing along under my breath at first. Before I knew it, I was fully into it. I started dancing around the kitchen, swaying my hips, nodding my head, letting the rhythm take over. At some point, I started headbanging lightly and jumping up and down in place, laughing at myself, just being silly for the sake of it. It felt freeing, like one of those moments where you forget about everything else and just exist. And then, without warning, everything changed. Out of nowhere, the unmistakable sound of laughter filled the room. It wasn't coming from my phone. It wasn't part of the song. It wasn't muffled or distant. It was clear, loud, and very close. I froze instantly. The laughter was deep, male, and full of amusement. Not mocking, not angry, just genuinely amused, like someone had seen something funny and couldn't help reacting to it. It echoed slightly in the open space of the kitchen and dining area, lingering just long enough to make my stomach drop. The first thing I did was turn the music down. I stood there, one plate still in my hand, heart suddenly pounding, listening to the silence that followed. The house was quiet. Too quiet. The laughter had stopped as suddenly as it had started. At that moment, I knew something wasn't right. I was home alone. Completely alone. My mom and stepdad were at work. My brother was at school. No one else was supposed to be in the house. The television wasn't on. There were no other devices playing sound. The laughter hadn't come from outside either. It had been inside the house, inside the room with me. Our home has an open-plan layout. The kitchen flows directly into the dining area and living space. The dining table sits close to the pantry cupboard, with chairs arranged neatly around it. When I heard the laughter, I instinctively looked toward the dining table, because that was exactly where the sound seemed to come from. More specifically, it sounded like it came from one particular chair. The chair closest to the wall, slightly angled away from the table, was not pushed in. I remembered that clearly because it had been left that way the night before. We hadn't bothered to fix it. That was the spot the laughter seemed to come from, as if someone had been sitting there, watching. As I stared at that chair, I noticed something else. The room felt colder. Not dramatically colder, not like a sudden chill, but enough for me to notice. Enough for my skin to prickle slightly. It felt like the temperature had dropped just a bit, the way it does when a cloud covers the sun unexpectedly. I stopped moving completely. I didn't dance. I didn't sing. I didn't even breathe properly for a few seconds. I just stood there, staring at the dining table, my mind racing through possible explanations, even though none of them made sense. For a brief moment, I tried to convince myself it had been the neighbors. We used to have neighbors next door with kids, and sometimes you could hear them through the walls. Laughter, running, talking. It wasn't unusual. But that explanation fell apart almost immediately. I remembered clearly that they were all out that day. You could always hear them in the mornings, the kids leaving for kinder or school, the parents heading to work. That morning, there had been nothing. Their house had been silent. There was no one home there either. The laughter I heard should not have been possible. It wasn't faint. It wasn't distorted. It wasn't something I could dismiss easily. It had been clear, deep, and very much present in the room with me. A single voice. Male. Disembodied. I stood there for what felt like a long time, even though it was probably only a minute or two. My heart slowly started to calm, but my unease didn't go away. I didn't feel threatened, exactly. There was no sense of danger. Just shock. Confusion. And a strange feeling of being observed. Not watched in a hostile way. Watched in a curious, almost amused way. I didn't know what to say or do. Calling out felt pointless. Asking, "Hello?" into empty space seemed ridiculous. At the same time, pretending nothing had happened felt wrong too. Eventually, I reached into my pocket and pulled out my headphones. My hands were shaking slightly as I plugged them into my phone and put them on. I turned the music back up, louder this time, sealing myself off from the room. I finished unstacking the dishwasher quickly, without dancing, without singing, my movements stiff and careful. Every sound made me tense. Every creak of the house caught my attention. But nothing else happened. The rest of the day passed without incident. No more laughter. No strange sensations. No unexplained sounds. Still, the memory stayed with me. Even now, when I think about it, it sends a shiver through me. The laughter had been real. I know that. It wasn't imagined. It wasn't a trick of my mind. I was fully awake, fully aware, and completely sober. I didn't feel tired or groggy. It had been a normal morning until that moment. I still don't know who or what laughed. Sometimes, I try to look at it with humor. The idea that something on the other side found my ridiculous dancing entertaining is oddly flattering. But most of the time, it just feels strange. Unsettling. Like a reminder that there are things happening around us that we don't understand, things we can't see but occasionally hear. Whatever it was, it laughed with clear amusement. And that, somehow, makes it harder to explain than if it had been something frightening. My brothers burst into laughter, louder than before. And I suddenly realized what was happening. Bro P was doing it. He was using the board to mess with me, to twist the story and make me feel stupid and powerless, just for fun. It was a prank. A cruel one, but still a prank. I stormed out of my own bedroom, my face burning with embarrassment and anger, while my brothers laughed behind me like it was the funniest thing in the world. I went out into the backyard to cool off, because that's what you did back then. You escaped to the yard. You walked it off. You tried to calm down away from the noise of the house. My dad was out there raking up grass clippings and dumping them into the old furnace we used to burn garden waste. The furnace was a simple thing, a metal container that could take a hot fire and keep it contained. Dad was doing his usual work, steady and focused. When he saw me, he paused and asked what was wrong. I told him, still annoyed, that there was another version of my fight with the school bully going around, like someone had been spreading a story that wasn't true. Dad's next question sounded innocent enough. When did you hear this? I answered without thinking. Oh, just then. The change in him was immediate. His face tightened, and he stopped raking. He didn't yell. He didn't swear. But he walked back toward the house with the kind of controlled anger that made you feel small even from a distance. I stayed in the backyard, suddenly uneasy. I realized I might have just caused trouble for my brothers, and even though I was angry at them, there's a strange fear that hits you when you know your father is angry and you're about to hear what happens next. I expected shouting. I expected doors slamming. I expected the kind of chaos that sometimes happened when Dad reached his limit. In my child's mind, if Dad got angry enough, it felt like the house itself could break. Tiles flying off roofs, bricks dropping out of walls, that kind of dramatic feeling. But none of that happened. Instead, the house went quiet. It was quiet for a long time. That silence was worse than yelling. Dinner that night was strange. The air felt heavy. Nobody joked. Nobody laughed. Mom moved around the kitchen with that firm, controlled energy she had when something serious was happening. The end of dinner came quickly, and then Mom told us boys to go play in the bedroom while she had a talk with Dad. That instruction made my stomach drop. If Mom and Dad were having a private talk, it meant the situation wasn't small. It meant it had crossed into adult territory. I trudged into the bedroom and found my brothers already waiting. The Ouija board was laid out again, just like before, but this time they made me sit on the outside edge of the circle. I didn't like that. It felt like I was being placed where I couldn't interfere. It felt like they were using me again. Then the door opened. Dad stepped in. He sat down next to me on the floor, close enough that I could feel his solid presence. And I immediately felt safer, even though I knew he was angry. A child can fear a parent and still feel protected by them at the same time. I'm joining in this time, he said. I looked around the room. Bro P's face went pale. He looked stunned, like he hadn't believed Dad would actually take this seriously. Broy was smiling, but his smile looked nervous now, like he wasn't sure whether he made a terrible mistake by turning this into a game. Dad looked at Broe and grinned in a way that didn't feel friendly. It felt like the grin you see right before someone teaches a lesson. Dad's attention then turned to Bro P. "Read the instructions out loud," Dad said. "And don't miss anything." Bro P complied, sullenly, like a teenager being forced to read in class. He picked up the paper and began reading. I remember hearing the words but not really understanding them. It sounded like a bunch of warnings and rules, and the kind of language that felt dramatic and old. I learned one new word from it. The heart-shaped pointer was called a planchette, but the rest sounded like hocus pocus to me. I started to lose interest as he read. The room was warm. The day had been long. The serious tone made my eyes heavy. I drifted toward boredom and then toward sleep, half listening, half fading. And then the planchette moved. The movement jolted me fully awake. It moved differently than before. Before it had felt like a prank, a slow story my brothers were forcing into shape. This time the planchette moved faster, and it felt lighter under my finger, like it barely touched the board. It didn't scrape or drag. It glided with a smoothness that made my skin crawl. Dad and Broe had their fingers on it too, and they began calling out letters, building words, building sentences. The story that came through wasn't about me this time. It was about a girl Bro P had known before she died in a car accident. The atmosphere changed completely. The board wasn't playful now. It wasn't teasing. It was heavy, like the room had filled with something sad and angry at the same time. The planchette moved insistently, as if whoever, or whatever, was spelling this out had waited a long time to speak and wasn't going to waste the chance. It became clear, in the way the words formed, that the girl wanted her story told. And it became clear that Bro P had not treated her well. I didn't understand the details fully as an 11-year-old. I only understood the feeling of it. It felt like being forced to watch someone be confronted with something they didn't want to face. It felt like punishment. It felt like the board had turned on Bro P, the prankster, and was now doing something he couldn't laugh off. I remember watching Bro P's face. The amusement was gone. The smugness was gone. He looked shaken in a way I had never seen before. He didn't look like an older brother teasing a kid. He looked like a boy who suddenly realized he had stepped too close to something that could bite. Eventually, the planchette moved back toward the spot where it had started, like it was coming to an ending. Dad mumbled something under his breath, something like, "I release you from this world," though I don't know if those were the exact words. The point was clear. He was closing it. Ending it. Cutting it off. Then Dad stood up. He ordered the board and everything that came with it to be put back into the box immediately. No arguing. No discussion. Bro P and Broe obeyed at once. Dad took the box from them like it was dangerous, like it was no longer a toy. He moved toward the door, then stopped and looked back at me. "Well," he said, "come on. We've got things to do." I was on my feet instantly, relieved to be leaving the room. I followed him through the house. We passed Mom, and she asked, "Is everything fixed now?" Dad answered that we'd have to see the Reverend on Sunday, but that it would be okay. The way he said it was calm, but it carried weight. In my mind, the Reverend became a figure like a judge or a soldier, someone powerful enough to deal with whatever Dad had just confronted. It sounded serious. It sounded like this wasn't just a family issue anymore. It was something spiritual, something that belonged to another world adults understood better than kids. We went out into the backyard. It was dark now, but we could see by the orange glow of the furnace. Dad must have lit the grass clippings earlier. The fire was burning steadily, the kind of fire that pulls your eyes toward it and makes the night feel less empty. Dad didn't hesitate. He dropped the box straight into the flames. The fire took it immediately, licking at the cardboard, curling the edges, swallowing the whole thing. I watched, fascinated and uneasy, as the flames devoured the board. The heat rose toward us, and the smell of burning paper filled the air. That was the end of the Ouija board. But it wasn't the end of what I learned that night. As we stood there, Dad explained what he dared. He told me that the first story, the one about my fight with the school bully, had been Bro P messing around. He had changed the details on purpose just to get a laugh at my expense. Dad said the prank had been planned and carried out through the board, and that my brothers had thought it was harmless. But tonight was different. Tonight, Dad said, whatever had moved the planchette wasn't Bro P anymore. Whatever had control of it had wanted to punish him, and it had succeeded. Dad asked me what I thought of the spook that had come through the board. I told him the truth. I said it made me sad. I said I hoped she was at peace now. Dad looked at me for a long time, longer than I liked. There was something in his eyes that I didn't understand then. Not just anger, but caution. Like he knew things he didn't want to explain to an 11-year-old. Then he told me the moral of the whole night, in a voice that was quiet but absolute. Don't go fooling around with things that can be bigger, meaner, and more powerful than you could possibly imagine. Those words stayed with me. He also told me that on Sunday I could go down to the beach with Bro A while he took Bro P to see the Reverend. And even in that moment, even while I was still scared, a part of my young mind thought something almost funny. I imagined the Reverend as someone big and serious, someone my prankster brother couldn't charm or tease. Someone who could handle what my father was worried about. Two powerful forces, I thought. Dad, and the Reverend. Times two. And as the last pieces of the box crumbled into ash in the furnace, I understood one thing clearly, even as an 11-year-old. Some games are not games at all. When I was 10 years old, my younger sister was born. That year should have been one of the happiest of my childhood. I had waited a long time for her, and when she finally came home from the hospital, the house felt different in a way I couldn't explain at first. At the time, I thought it was just excitement, the change of routine, the way a new baby shifts everything around them. Looking back now, I know it was more than that. Not long after she came home, strange things started happening. At first, it was shadows. They didn't behave like normal shadows. They didn't stretch or move when the lights changed, and they didn't belong to any object in the room. They would glide along walls, pass through doorways, and sometimes gather in corners of rooms. They were most active at night, when the house was quiet and everyone was supposed to be asleep. I saw them, but my older sister saw them far more often than I did. She was 12 at the time, and she would come into my room late at night, whispering that something had just moved past her door, or that she'd seen a shape standing near the hallway. She described them as tall, thin shadows that didn't quite touch the floor. Sometimes there were several of them at once, moving slowly, like they were searching for something. There were many of them. One night stands out more clearly than the others. My baby sister started crying uncontrollably. It wasn't normal crying. It was desperate, shrill, and constant, the kind that makes your skin crawl because nothing seems to soothe it. My mum tried everything. Feeding her, rocking her, walking her around the room. Nothing worked. Everyone was exhausted. Eventually, my mum handed my sister to my dad and went to lie down, hoping a change of arms might calm her. As soon as my dad carried her out of the bedroom, she stopped crying. Completely. Like someone had flipped a switch. She settled in his arms and fell asleep almost instantly. At the time, we didn't think much of it. The next morning, though, my dad told my mum something that made her go quiet. He said that when he left the bedroom with the baby, he felt a sudden shift in the air. Then he saw something move behind him. Not a solid figure, but a shadow slipping out of the room, like smoke pulling itself through the doorway. It moved with intention, not randomly. He couldn't explain it properly, only that it felt wrong. After that, things escalated. My older sister began seeing a tall man standing inside my mum's bedroom. He wore a top hat, the kind you don't see people wear anymore. He was always silent, always watching. She never saw him move, only standing there, as if he'd always been there, and she just happened to notice him. The room itself started to feel wrong. Mum's bedroom became a place none of us wanted to be in. Even during the day, there was a heaviness in the air, a pressure that made your chest feel tight. At night, it was unbearable. I remember standing in the hallway, staring at that door, feeling pure fear without knowing why. I would close the door tightly whenever I passed it, not because I was told to, but because every instinct in my body told me not to leave it open. Sometimes, my older sister would see something else. She described a figure in a white dress walking slowly across the living room. Not floating, not rushing, just walking calmly, as if she belonged there. She never spoke. She never looked at anyone. She simply crossed the room and disappeared. I didn't want to believe it at first, until I saw the tall man myself. One evening, I was taking the rubbish out. Our bins were located near the stairs that led up into the house. The garage was down there too, along with the washing line. Next to the washing line was a narrow rock path that ran beside a green fence. It wasn't a place I liked at night, but it was close enough to the house that I usually didn't think twice about it. I carried the rubbish down the stairs, dropped it into the bin, and turned my head toward the rock path. That's when I saw him. The tall man in the top hat was standing there, right beside the fence, watching me. He wasn't transparent. He wasn't blurry. He wasn't fading in and out. He looked solid. Real. Like an actual person standing in my backyard. I could see his shape clearly, his posture, the outline of his coat, the hat sitting firmly on his head. For a few seconds, my mind tried to rationalize it. I thought maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. Maybe it was the dark. Maybe it was a shadow cast strangely by the fence or the bins. But I kept looking. 5 seconds passed. He didn't move. He didn't blink. He didn't speak. He just stood there, watching. That was when fear finally caught up to me. I don't remember deciding to run. My body simply did it. I bolted up those stairs faster than I ever had in my life. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might burst. I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I was inside, slamming the door behind me. After that night, I avoided that area completely after dark. My family has always been strong believers in the paranormal. None of this was brushed off as imagination or coincidence. That same night, my mom called her parents and told them everything that had been happening. The shadows. The baby. The man. The woman in white. When I finally told my mom about the man I had seen near the bins, she wasn't surprised. She already knew who he was. She asked me why I hadn't told her sooner. My older sister told her about everything she had seen too. My grandparents listened carefully. When my mom finished, there was a long pause on the phone. They told us that the tall man in the top hat was my great-grandfather. The woman in the white dress, they said, was another grandparent from my dad's side of the family. They couldn't explain the other shadows. They believed that our ancestors had come to protect us. Whatever had arrived with my baby sister had drawn them in. Something unwanted. Something dangerous. The shadows, they believed, were not there to harm us, but to shield us, to drive whatever it was away. For about 2 months, the activity continued. The shadows moved through the house. The air stayed heavy. My mum's bedroom remained uneasy. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. Everything went quiet. No more shadows. No more figures. No more fear. That was 4 years ago. Nothing like that has happened since. We still don't know why it happened. We've talked about it many times over the years. We wonder if my sister brought something back from the hospital. We wonder if the shadows were spirits of our ancestors guarding us, forcing whatever it was to leave. My younger brother was born in the same hospital later on, and nothing happened when he came home. We don't know why it happened with her, and not with him. 3 years after everything stopped, we moved out of that house. Even now, sometimes my sister cries at night and refuses to go into my mom's room. She's older now, and she doesn't talk about it much, but we suspect she still sees things. Whatever it is, she seems okay with it. Like it's familiar to her. Still, the question remains. We don't know what came after her birth. We don't know what drew our ancestors back. All we know is that something happened, something powerful enough to call the dead home, and whatever it was, never returned. We moved into the house in August of 1998. From the very beginning, something about it felt wrong. I didn't have words for it at the time, but the feeling settled into me almost immediately. The house felt cold in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. It felt unwelcoming, as though it did not want us there. Even now, my strongest first memory is of dead pine trees standing out the front of the house after our inspection. In reality, those trees were green and alive, but in my mind, they were lifeless, brittle, and dying. That was my first impression, and it never fully left me. I was in my early teens when we moved in, and my bedroom was set up in the basement. The downstairs area was separated from the rest of the house by a staircase, which already made it feel isolated. The basement itself was large, about the size of a single-car garage, and it hadn't been updated since the 1970s. The walls were bare brown brick. The carpet was an unpleasant green, threaded with dull brown patches that made it look permanently dirty no matter how much it was cleaned. In one corner of the room was a toilet cubicle. It had been painted an aggressive, almost grotesque shade of orange. The paint was chipped in places, and the whole thing felt out of place and uncomfortable. The bathroom sink was outside the cubicle, exposed against the brick wall. When we first moved in, there was a faint smell of old cigarette smoke lingering in the room, like it had soaked into the walls and carpet and never quite left. It was not a welcoming room. Almost immediately, I started complaining about the atmosphere downstairs. I didn't use words like haunted back then, but I told my parents it felt wrong. I felt uneasy all the time. Sleeping was difficult. I constantly felt like something was watching me, like I was not alone even when I clearly was. At the same time, I was going through a typical teenage phase. I was changing schools, struggling to fit in, pushing boundaries, and acting out in small, mostly harmless ways. Because of that, I think my parents assumed my discomfort was emotional rather than something else. The first truly strange thing happened not long after we moved in. One night, around 9 o'clock, I was in my room when I heard heavy breathing coming from the toilet cubicle. It was slow, deep, and rhythmic. It sounded exactly like a person standing in that tiny space, breathing through their mouth. I froze. I listened carefully, hoping it would stop, but it didn't. I called out to my dad, my voice shaking more than I wanted to admit. He came downstairs and listened for a moment. He walked into the cubicle, checked the taps, and tightened them. Then he told me it was just the pipes. As soon as he said that, the breathing stopped. I felt embarrassed but relieved. I wanted to believe him. The breathing came back. It became the most common occurrence in that room. Sometimes it happened once a week, sometimes more. It would start without warning, usually at night, sometimes when I was trying to sleep, sometimes when I was just lying in bed listening to music. Eventually, I tried to ignore it. Sometimes I joked about it. Once, when my cousin and my best friend were sleeping over, we made up a joke about it being the ghost of someone we called Old Humphrey. We could all hear it clearly, and although it was strange, we weren't overly scared. It became a bizarre feature of sleepovers, like an uninvited guest with serious breathing problems. Other things happened too. One night during a storm, I woke up to the sound of something being dragged across the carpet. At the same time, I felt a cold wind moving through the room. It took me a long time to gather the courage to turn on the light. When I did, I saw that the second door to my room had been forced open. This door led into the garage and was always locked and sealed. A couch had been pushed across the room and pressed up against the door. That was the dragging sound I had heard. This was not a breeze. I was 14 years old. I shut the door again and moved the couch back into place. I don't remember crying. I don't remember screaming. I just dealt with it, and went back to bed, even though I don't think I slept much that night. There were footsteps upstairs when nobody was home. My father's bookcases fell over in his study while he and my mum were out, and I was alone in the house. Once, a friend and I gathered pieces of wood for a treehouse and stacked them neatly under the house, only to find them scattered everywhere the next day. A music box in my sister's room began playing on its own. My television turned itself on in the middle of the night more than once. There were many things like that over the 2 years we lived there. I'm sure there were more that I've forgotten. It has been almost 2 decades now, and time blurs details even when the fear stays sharp. The simplest way to describe it is this: the house felt haunted. I talked openly about it. I didn't hide it. I told friends, family, anyone who would listen. It didn't feel like a massive crisis at first. In hindsight, the heavy breathing, footsteps, and sleepless nights didn't bother me as much as you'd expect. My friends were fascinated by it. Sleepovers often involved jokes about the breathing and speculation about what might be living downstairs with me. Everything changed at the start of 2000. That summer, I went to a Christian camp. I had always believed in God. My mother was, and still is, a deeply committed charismatic Christian. My father came from a strong Catholic background, more stoic and reserved. Faith had always been present in our household, but it had never been something I thought deeply about. That camp changed that. I came home fired up. Faith was suddenly central to everything. God, Jesus, service, prayer. It was all I thought about. One afternoon, while driving home from school with a family friend, I casually mentioned the strange things that had been happening in our house. She listened quietly, then suggested something simple. She told me to ask God to show me if there was something in the house that was not of Him. So I did. Standing in my bedroom, I said a short prayer. I asked God to show me if there was anything present that did not belong. I opened my eyes and waited. Nothing happened. Satisfied, I went on with my life. Over the next 2 weeks, I began to have dreams. They mostly involved my room and the toilet cubicle. In one dream, I moved all the furniture from my room into the cubicle, cramming everything inside. I don't remember the others clearly, but the feeling was consistent. The atmosphere in my room began to feel thicker, heavier. The night before everything reached its breaking point, I spent hours on the phone with a friend, talking about how uncomfortable and creepy my room felt. 2 weeks after I said that prayer, I woke up on a Thursday morning to screaming. It was coming from the toilet cubicle. It was loud, clear, and unmistakably real. For 30 seconds, maybe a full minute, I lay frozen in my bed, drenched in sweat. The fear was overwhelming. My room felt hostile, like it had turned against me. Finally, I shouted for it to leave in the name of Jesus Christ. The screaming stopped instantly. I didn't move for a long time. By pure coincidence, I had my cordless phone, my Bible, and a list of contact numbers next to my bed. I called my youth leader. She answered and listened calmly, as though this were not the strangest call she'd ever received. Eventually, I ran upstairs and told my mom. She believed me immediately. That mattered more than I can express. I went to school that day, but everything felt unreal, like I was moving through a dream. That night, I lay in bed with every light on, staring at the toilet cubicle. I was terrified to close my eyes. I could feel something nearby, even if it wasn't in the room itself. At around 3 in the morning, I prayed for angels. And they came. I didn't see them with my eyes, but I knew they were there. 2 of them. Tall, armored, holding swords. I could tell exactly where they stood in the room. The atmosphere changed instantly. The fear disappeared. I turned over and slept deeply, peacefully. That peace didn't last. My mother bought me Christian music, which I played constantly. I slept with the door open and a light on. It felt like a temporary truce. Then my mother asked a minister from our Anglican church to come and pray over the house. The dreams returned. One involved a massive foot crushing a tiny black creature. Another involved the minister blessing the sink instead of the toilet, while the toilet leapt out and bit him. When the minister arrived, he and his companions dismissed my experiences. They took my books on the unexplained and destroyed them. Their prayers felt empty. That night was worse than ever. I ran from my room in terror, convinced I was being chased. The house was no longer ours. After that, everything escalated. Noises, movements, fear. The phone slid across my mother's bedside table. We didn't sleep. Daylight felt like salvation. Eventually, help came. A woman named Lynette prayed over the house for hours. When it was over, the presence was gone. The house felt like ours again. It took 8 months before I slept in my room. The experience changed me. For years, I felt half in this world and half somewhere else. I never lived in a house like that again. And I hope I never do. I can't remember the exact year it started. I believe it was sometime in the early 1990s, but the truth is that the experience itself blurs time for me. What I do know is that it lasted for several months, long enough for it to become something I almost accepted as part of my life, even though it never felt normal. The first time it happened, I was asleep in bed, lying on my back. The house was quiet in the way it usually is late at night, when everything feels settled and still. At some point during the night, I woke up, but not fully. I was aware, but my body didn't respond the way it should have. That was when I heard it. There was the sound of heavy breathing coming from the bottom of the stairs. It was slow and deep, almost labored, as though whoever it belonged to had been climbing for a while. The sound grew closer, step by step, until it felt like it was right outside the bedroom. At the same time, there was a roaring noise inside my head. It wasn't a sound coming from the room. It felt internal, like pressure, like something vibrating inside my skull. I tried to move. I tried to speak. I couldn't do either. Then I saw the shadow. It stood in the doorway of my bedroom, blocking out part of the darkness behind it. It was the shape of a man, tall and solid. He wore an old-fashioned farmer's hat, tilted back on his head. Even in the shadow, I could make out a tear in the brim, on the lower left side. The rip was small, but clear, like it had been worn that way for years. I was frozen. Completely paralyzed. I couldn't scream. I couldn't reach out. I couldn't even turn my head. All I could do was stare as the figure remained there, unmoving, silent except for the feeling of presence that filled the room. Then, just as slowly as it had appeared, the image faded away. The roaring in my head stopped. The pressure lifted. I could move again. I could breathe normally. What surprised me most was that I didn't feel afraid afterward. I wasn't shaking or crying. I wasn't distressed. I simply lay there, wide awake, confused but strangely calm. That should have been the end of it. But it wasn't. The visits started happening regularly after that. Sometimes once a week, sometimes twice. There was no pattern I could recognize. Some nights passed quietly. Other nights, I woke up with that same familiar feeling, the weight in my body, the inability to move. On some nights, I felt a hand pressing down on my shoulder. It wasn't painful, but it was firm, like someone trying to get my attention. Other times, especially when my husband was away on country trips for work, I felt the mattress dip beside me. It felt exactly like someone crawling into bed, the sheets shifting, the weight settling near my legs or my side. Those nights were harder. I would scream and swear, but only in my mind. My body wouldn't let me do anything else. Inside my head, I was shouting, telling it to go away, demanding to be left alone. The fear grew during those moments, not because the figure seemed threatening, but because I had no control. Eventually, something in me changed. One night, when it happened again, instead of fighting it, I focused on calming myself. I slowed my breathing. I forced my thoughts to steady, even though my heart felt like it was trying to escape my chest. In my mind, I spoke to whatever was there. I apologized. I don't know why I did that. It wasn't planned. It just felt right in the moment. I said I was sorry for yelling, sorry for being afraid, and then I asked it to show itself properly. Almost instantly, the darkness shifted. Instead of a shadow, I saw an image appear in full color, clear and detailed, as if someone had placed a photograph in front of my eyes. Standing there was a young man, no older than his early 20s. He was short and slight, with narrow shoulders and a thin frame. He wore a tan suit that didn't fit him properly, as though it had been made for someone else or bought second-hand. The sleeves were too short. The trousers sat awkwardly on his legs. On his head was the same wide-brimmed farmer's hat, the tear in the brim exactly where I had seen it before. His most striking feature was his eyes. They were a bright, clear blue, unusually large, and full of emotion. They didn't feel threatening. If anything, they felt sad, almost gentle. Beside him stood another man. This man appeared to be either Chinese or Japanese. Given that I live in Australia and know our history, I immediately thought of the early days when convicts were brought over from England, and others were brought in as laborers. He wore what looked like old convict clothing, plain and worn. He stood slightly behind and to the side of the young man, his body angled toward him. His posture was submissive, his head slightly lowered, as if he was there to serve or follow. The dynamic between them was clear without words. The young man was the one who mattered. The other man was secondary, present but not equal. Then, just as before, the image disappeared. My body released. I could move again. After that night, the visits continued for a while, but they felt different. Less aggressive. Less confusing. I still experienced the paralysis sometimes, the sensation of someone nearby, but I no longer reacted with panic. During this time, my daughter wasn't living at home. She had moved out and was living her own life. One day, when she came to visit, I decided to tell her what had been happening to me. I barely got a few sentences in before she stopped me. She told me she had been experiencing the same things ever since she started living in the house. She described the paralysis, the presence, the fear of being unable to move or speak, hearing someone enter the room when no one was there, feeling watched. Hearing her say those things sent a chill through me in a way the experiences themselves never had. It confirmed that whatever was happening wasn't just in my head. Eventually, my daughter moved back home. Before settling in, she decided to paint her bedroom. While the paint dried and the smell faded, she slept in a different room down the hall. Around the same time, my husband's nephew came to stay with us for the night. He was intellectually impaired and easily frightened, so we tried to make his stay as comfortable as possible. That night, my daughter chose to sleep in her newly painted room, and the nephew slept in the room she had been using temporarily. The next morning, he came to me looking pale and shaken. He told me that during the night, someone had opened his bedroom door. He said he felt terrified. He tried to call out, but he couldn't speak. He tried to move, but his body wouldn't respond. He was sure someone had been standing there, watching him. I didn't want to scare him further. I told him it was probably my daughter getting up in the middle of the night and forgetting which room she was in. He seemed unsure, but he accepted the explanation. What happened next was unexpected. After that night, the visits stopped. Completely. Neither my daughter nor I experienced anything else. No more paralysis. No more shadows. No more sensations of someone in the room. It was as if whatever had been there had finally finished what it came to do. Even now, I don't fully understand why it ended so suddenly, or why it began in the first place. I don't know who the young man was, or why he attached himself to our home, or to us. I don't know why he brought the other man with him, or why he chose to appear the way he did. All I know is that for several months, our lives overlapped with something that didn't belong to the world we understand. And then, just as quietly as it arrived, it left. To this day, when I think back on it, I don't feel fear. I feel curiosity, confusion, and a strange sense of calm. Whatever it was, it never meant to harm us. It simply wanted to be seen. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. When I was 11 years old, I went through a phase where I became completely obsessed with ghost hunting shows. I watched them with my parents at first, partly because it felt exciting and partly because I wanted to prove to them, and to myself, that I wasn't scared. I wanted to be brave. I wanted to sit there unfazed while the adults talked about spirits, hauntings, and unexplained events. So I watched them constantly. After school, on weekends, whenever they were on. I filled my head with stories of dark hallways, cold spots, shadow figures, and things that moved when no one was looking. Eventually, it backfired. Instead of feeling brave, I became terrified. Nighttime became unbearable. I couldn't sleep properly, and every small noise made my heart race. A creak in the house, a sudden chill, even my own shadow could send fear straight through me. I was constantly on edge, convinced something was watching or waiting. Around this same time, my family was in the middle of moving house. There were 5 of us kids altogether, plus my parents. We were moving out of an older house, one where the previous owner had died, and into a fairly new place. Logically, that should have made me feel better. But it didn't. Because of the state of mind I was in, I was convinced the new house was haunted too. I had felt the same way about the old one, but as I got older, I slowly told myself I was being unrealistic. That phase faded. I grew out of it. Or at least, I thought I had. Years later, last year, for reasons I still don't fully understand, I fell back into that same obsession. I started watching and reading about paranormal things again. I don't know if it was stress, curiosity, or something else entirely, but once it started, it pulled me in fast. And then things started happening. At first, it was easy to explain them away. My bedroom door would close on its own. My light would turn on when I was sure I had switched it off. I told myself there must be a draft. Maybe I was tired. Maybe I just didn't remember flicking the switch. But it kept happening. Almost every night. That's when I started paying closer attention. I checked for open windows. I stood in the doorway to see if the door would move. I tested the airflow. Nothing explained it. The door didn't swing shut on its own. The air was still. And I knew deep down that I had turned the light off. Sometimes I had even double-checked before leaving the room. Eventually, I stopped trying to rationalize it so hard. I became used to the idea that maybe something was there. Something attached to me, or at least to my room. That idea bothered me, but what bothered me more was the fact that no one else experienced anything. When I told my parents or my siblings, they all said the same thing. Nothing strange was happening to them. No doors. No lights. No noises. Just me. So I stopped talking about it. I shrugged it off. I told myself I was paranoid. I tried not to dwell on it. Then late November, early December last year, everything intensified. At the beginning of November, my granddad committed suicide. It shattered my family. He was loved deeply, and his death hit everyone hard. The house felt heavy with grief. Everything felt off, like the air itself had changed. Around that time, the strange events escalated. It wasn't just doors and lights anymore. I started seeing shadow figures in my room. Dark shapes that didn't belong to the light or the furniture. Sometimes they looked like people. Sometimes they were just masses of darkness that seemed thicker than the shadows around them. I began hearing things too. Faint whispers that I couldn't understand. My name being called quietly when no one was there. These moments scared me, but strangely, I also became accustomed to them. I learned how to ignore them, how to push the fear down and keep going. I told myself that thinking about it would only make it worse. At the beginning of this year, my anxiety got bad. Really bad. I was constantly on edge, waiting for something to happen. That's when I learned about cleansing a space with sage. I was told it could help clear negative energy and also calm anxiety. So I tried it. I burned white sage in my room. I focused on breathing, on feeling safe. And for a while, it worked. The anxiety eased. The shadows stopped appearing. The strange events seemed to fade away. For the first time in months, I felt some peace. That lasted until a few weeks ago. It was exam break, and it was around 1 in the morning. I had gone to bed about an hour earlier, but I've never been someone who falls asleep quickly. I was lying there, half awake, half asleep, drifting in that strange in-between state. Then I heard my brother laughing. His room is right next to mine, and he sleeps with his door open. At first, it didn't scare me. He started with quiet giggling, and I assumed he was laughing in his sleep. He doesn't usually wake up in the middle of the night, so it made sense. But then the laughter changed. It became loud. Hysterical. full-bodied laughter, like he was wide awake and finding something absolutely hilarious. I got out of bed and walked into his room. It was dark, darker than it should have been, especially around his pillow where his head rested. I stood beside his bed and waited for my eyes to adjust. I asked him gently if he was awake. He giggled and said, yeah," and then laughed again. I wasn't scared yet. I thought maybe he had just woken up from a funny dream. I asked him what he was laughing at. He laughed harder. Then he pointed at his door and said, "That." I turned and looked. There was nothing there. Just a faint strip of light coming through the bathroom window and falling across the door. That's when fear hit me. He kept laughing. A few seconds later, my dad came in, annoyed, asking what was going on. I tried to explain, but he brushed it off. He put my brother back to bed and told me to go back to mine. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, I asked my brother what he had been laughing at. He looked confused. He didn't remember laughing. He didn't remember being awake. He didn't remember pointing at the door. That terrified me. Because I remember waiting for my eyes to adjust. I remember seeing his eyes open. I remember him looking around the room. After that night, nothing happened to him again. I stopped cleansing my room. I became afraid that whatever was attached to me might wander if I disturbed it again. I didn't want my siblings involved. I didn't want them affected. Now, things are quieter. I still see shadows sometimes. My light still turns on occasionally. But nothing as intense as before. Nothing like that night. I'm convinced something is attached to me or my room. My mum believes it could be my granddad, but I don't have the heart to tell her that these things started long before he died. I've also had strange experiences at my grandma's house, where lights flicker and appliances like the kettle or toaster turn on by themselves, things my granddad used often. Whatever this is, it hasn't hurt me. It hasn't become aggressive. I've learned to live with it. I just hope it never turns its attention to my siblings again. And that fear stays exactly where it is now. Quiet. Controlled. And at a distance. When I was 5 years old, my family moved interstate. At first, we didn't go straight into our own place. We stayed with my grandma for a while, which felt safe and familiar. Then, when I was 6, almost 7, we finally moved into our own house. It was a big house. Bigger than anything we had lived in before. It sat on a decent-sized block of land and backed onto bushland, thick and quiet. The street itself was a cul-de-sac, the kind of place where cars barely passed through and kids could ride bikes freely without parents worrying too much. Mum and Dad loved it. They thought it was perfect for raising 3 children. Safe, peaceful, tucked away from the world. And honestly, at first, it was. There were other kids on the street, a handful of them, all around our ages. They used to ride past on their bikes while my brother and I played out the front yard. Sometimes they would slow down, look at our house, and yell out that it was haunted. They'd laugh and pedal off before we could respond. We didn't take it seriously. We had just moved in. They were clearly just trying to scare the new kids. We had watched enough TV to know better. Haunted houses were things you saw in movies, not real life. So we laughed it off and forgot about it. Even though the house was already quite spacious, Mum and Dad quickly decided they wanted to renovate and extend it. They had plans. My sister ended up getting her own bedroom, which made sense since she was the oldest. My brother and I shared a room, which also made sense at the time. We were still young. I was 6, he was 9. Sharing didn't bother us then. But as we got older, it became clear that we'd eventually need our own space. So Mum and Dad decided to convert the double garage at the end of the hallway into a bedroom. The idea was to turn it into 2 smaller rooms with a dividing wall, one for my brother and one for me. Like most renovations, it took far longer than planned. Walls were knocked through. The hallway stretched out into this new space. But the dividing wall never came. Instead, my brother and I ended up sharing one huge room. A room the size of a double garage, right at the very end of the house. On paper, It didn't sound bad. Two brothers, close in age, sharing a massive room. Plenty of space. Plenty of air. But the moment we moved into that room, something felt wrong. By then, I must have been around 8 years old. Too old, really, to suddenly be scared of the dark. Too old to start having nightmares out of nowhere. Before that, I had never been particularly afraid. I was the youngest in the family, the baby, and I played that role well. I could be a little sooky when it suited me. I was imaginative. I liked attention. But deep down, I always felt safe. I had my faith. I had my big brother beside me. I had my even bigger sister and my parents. Monsters were just stories. There was nothing under my bed. Nightmares were just bad dreams that faded when you woke up. That certainty ended when I started sleeping in that room. From the beginning, going to bed in that space filled me with dread. It wasn't just fear. It was deeper than that. A heavy, sinking feeling in my chest. I didn't like being alone in there, even during the day. At night, it was worse. Then the nightmares started. They weren't ordinary nightmares. They were intense, vivid, and deeply disturbing. Demonic, for lack of a better word. I would wake up screaming, heart racing, drenched in fear. But waking up didn't always mean the experience ended. Sometimes it continued. I would see things. Hear things. Feel things that shouldn't have been there. Shapes in the room. Voices that didn't belong. A presence that pressed down on me, filling me with dread and discomfort. It felt real. Too real. There were stretches of time, weeks and even months, where I outright refused to sleep in that room. I would drag my pillow and blanket into the living room and sleep there instead. And the strange thing was, when I slept in the living room, I slept just fine. No nightmares. No fear. No shadows. Mom and Dad would pray in the room. They would reassure me. Slowly, gently, they would coax me back into sleeping there. For a while, it would seem better. Then it would start again. This pattern continued for years, well into my mid-teens. Looking back now, I don't know how my brother put up with it. He shared that room with me through all of it. Through the nights I woke screaming. Through the fear. Through the constant unease. He never mocked me. Never lost patience. He just endured it. One of the strangest things about those years was that the fear didn't always feel like it came from the same source. It wasn't one consistent presence. It felt like there were multiple things occupying that space, overlapping, coming and going. Two encounters, in particular, stand out. They still do. One night, I woke from a nightmare where I was being dragged from my bedroom, down the hallway, and into hell itself. In the dream, I screamed for my family, but they couldn't see me or hear me. I was completely alone. When I woke up, I didn't scream straight away. Instead, everything felt strange and unreal, like I hadn't fully returned to myself yet. My room felt quiet, heavy. I looked down toward the end of my bed and saw a figure crouched in front of my wardrobe. At first, my mind tried to make sense of it. I thought it was my mom. She often did laundry late at night, folding clothes and putting them away after we'd gone to sleep. I assumed she was putting socks into the drawer. But something didn't sit right. Why was she doing laundry so late? Why hadn't I heard her come in? I called out softly. "Mom?" The figure stood up. It turned around and walked toward the end of my bed. When it looked at me, my stomach dropped. Its face had no features. No eyes. No mouth. Nothing. Then it turned away and walked straight through the door. Some time later, closer to when the experiences finally began to ease, I had another encounter that felt connected to the first. I was around 14 then. I woke up for no clear reason. I was lying on my back, staring at the ceiling. The room was still. Quiet. Then I saw it. A figure floating above me. Its head hovered above my chest. Its body stretched out sideways, at a perfect right angle to the bed. It wasn't facing me. It was facing the ceiling, arms raised, slowly waving in front of itself as if feeling around in the air. I didn't think. I didn't scream. I exploded out of bed. The moment I did, the figure vanished. My parents never fully indulged these experiences. They didn't want to feed my imagination or make things worse. My brother didn't either. They listened, but they stayed grounded. They stayed practical. The neighborhood kids, once we got to know them better, never denied that something was strange about our house. Even adults in the area had heard stories. Friends my parents made mention things they'd been told. A house painter who had quit because his equipment kept moving on its own. Odd stories that people repeated quietly, never too seriously, but never dismissing them either. Eventually, as I grew older, the experiences faded. They didn't end suddenly. They thinned out, like a storm slowly losing strength. The room stopped feeling so heavy. Sleep became easier. But even now, looking back, I know something wasn't right in that space. And I know that whatever it was never just my imagination. For 6 years, from 1989 to 1995, I lived in a housing commission unit in Liverpool, Sydney. At the time, I was a single mother, raising my daughter on my own. She was only 2 years old when we moved in, and 8 by the time we left. Those years should have been ordinary years, full of the everyday struggles and small joys that come with raising a child alone. But they weren't ordinary at all. During those 6 years, many strange things happened in that unit. Things that, even now, I struggle to explain in a logical way. At the time, I didn't really have the language for it. I didn't rush to label it as paranormal or supernatural. It was just odd. Persistent. Familiar in a way that never felt threatening, just confusing and sometimes oddly helpful. One of the first patterns I noticed was things disappearing. Small things at first. Everyday items. Things I knew I had just put down. My keys. My cigarette lighter. A pen. A hairbrush. I would look where they should have been, where I always left them, and they simply wouldn't be there. I would search the unit, checking benches, drawers, bags, pockets, floors. Nothing. Then, usually the next day, the missing item would turn up somewhere strange. Somewhere obvious. Somewhere I knew I had already checked. Sitting out in the open, as if it had always been there. At first, I blamed myself. I assumed I was tired. Distracted. A stressed single mom juggling work, a child, and life. But it kept happening. Too often to ignore. Eventually, half joking and half serious, I started to wonder if there was something else in the unit with us. One day, the cigarette lighter went missing again. I needed it. I was irritated and tired and had already searched everywhere. Standing in the kitchen, frustration finally boiling over, I spoke out loud. "Come on," I said. "This isn't funny. I need this now, please." I turned around. There it was. Sitting on the kitchen bench, right behind me. In plain view. Not tucked away. Not hidden. Just sitting there, exactly where it should have been all along. I knew, without a doubt, it had not been there before. I had already checked that bench. I didn't feel scared. I didn't scream. I just stood there, staring at it, feeling a strange mix of disbelief and calm. Something about it felt intentional. Almost polite. Months later, another incident happened, this time involving my neighbors. We lived in top-floor units. My front door was directly opposite theirs, and the only reason anyone would ever come up those stairs was to visit either my unit or theirs. It was a quiet little landing, usually empty. One afternoon, I was at my neighbor's place, sitting in their lounge room having coffee. Both front doors were open. After a while, they needed to head out. One of them and I went to the front door, while the other went back into the bedroom to grab her bag. The neighbor standing next to me had her front door key in her hand. As she turned, she dropped it. We heard it fall. We both saw it leave her hand. But when we looked down, it was nowhere to be seen. We searched the floor. We got down on our hands and knees. The second neighbor came out and joined us. We checked corners, skirting boards, under shoes, near the door frame. Nothing. The key had vanished. As we were searching, I suddenly had a very clear thought pop into my head, completely unprompted. It didn't feel like guessing or imagining. It felt more like remembering. It's on my kitchen bench. Without really thinking about how strange that thought was, I stood up and said, "Come with me." They followed me into my unit, straight into the kitchen. I walked over to the bench and pointed. There was a single key sitting there. I picked it up and asked, "Is this your key?" It was. They stared at it. Then at me. Then at each other. None of us knew what to say. Later on, they told me things I hadn't known before. They said that several times, while sitting on their lounge watching TV at night, a photo frame on the same table would suddenly fly off and land in the middle of the floor. Not slide. Not tip over. Fly. It terrified them. I told them honestly that I had never been scared of whatever was in my unit. That I didn't think they should be either. It didn't feel malicious to me. They also told me about the woman who lived on the ground floor. Apparently, one day while she was home alone, she had been seriously slapped on the back. Hard enough to leave her shaken and upset. I remember thinking, oddly calmly, that maybe whatever it was just didn't like her. One evening, I was home alone and very unwell. I had severe stomach cramps and could barely move. I lay on my side on the lounge, curled up in pain, watching the television without really seeing it. Suddenly, I felt two hands grab me hard around my hips, squeezing firmly. The sensation came from underneath me, through the lounge. It was strong and unmistakable. I jumped straight up, absolutely shocked. Then, almost immediately, I realized something else. The pain was gone. Completely gone. The cramps had vanished as if they had never been there. I stood there, stunned, trying to process what had just happened. After a moment, I spoke out loud. "Thank you?" It felt right to say it. Another night, a Saturday, I left my daughter with my parents and went out to a nightclub with a girlfriend. She ended up staying over at my place afterward. We were sitting in the lounge room, chatting, with the radio playing at the other end of the room. After a while, the music felt too loud. Half joking, and half curious, I decided to test something. I looked toward the radio and said out loud, "Could you please turn that down for me?" Immediately, the volume dropped. Not a little. A lot. My girlfriend froze. Her face drained of color. Trying to calm her, and honestly not feeling worried myself, I said, "Please turn it up again." The radio volume increased. She completely freaked out. She left the next morning and never stayed over again. Throughout those 6 years, I never felt afraid in that unit. Not once. Whatever was there never felt threatening. It didn't feel angry or dark. If anything, it felt aware. Present. Almost companionable, in a strange, quiet way. It helped when I asked. It responded when spoken to. It didn't interfere with my daughter. It never harmed us. When we finally moved out in 1995, the strange occurrences stopped. Nothing followed us. Nothing lingered. It was as if whatever had been there belonged to that place, and once we left, it stayed behind. Even now, when I look back on those years, I don't feel fear. I feel curiosity. And a quiet gratitude for something I never fully understood, but which never once made me feel alone. Around 1980, when I was about 17 years old, I lived with my grandparents for roughly 6 months. It wasn't an unusual arrangement for me, and it didn't feel like moving into a stranger's home. In many ways, it felt like going back to a place that had always been part of me. For the first 8 years of my life, my family had lived right next door to my grandparents. Our houses were separated by a fence, but there was a gate built into the back side fence so we could move freely between the 2 yards. That gate was almost always open. I spent more time at my grandparents' house than I did at my own. If I wasn't at school or asleep, chances were I was next door with Grandma and Grandpa. I ate there, played there, watched television there, and sat at the table listening to stories from long before I was born. Their house felt safe in a way that no other place ever really did. It smelled like old furniture, polished wood, and cooking that had been done the same way for decades. It was steady, predictable, full of warmth. So when I was 17 and circumstances led to me moving in with them, it didn't feel strange at all. It felt natural, like I was exactly where I was meant to be. At that point, my grandparents had lived in that house for about 53 years. The walls had absorbed their lives. Every mark, every creak, every worn patch of floor had a story behind it. Nothing in that house was new. Nothing had been rushed. It was the kind of home that felt settled, like it had stopped changing a long time ago. Their bedroom was right at the front of the house, facing the street. Just beside their room was another bedroom belonging to Auntie Dot. She wasn't a real auntie by blood, but she might as well have been. She had been part of the family for as long as I could remember, and everyone called her auntie without thinking twice about it. From the front bedrooms, the house stretched back in a long, straight line. A hallway ran from the front of the house, through the lounge room, then into the dining room, past my bedroom door, and finally out into the kitchen at the back. The hallway was covered, from one end to the other, with a plastic runner. It was practical and easy to clean, but it had one very distinctive feature. You could hear everything on it. Any footsteps, no matter how light, made a soft but unmistakable sound as shoes or slippers moved along it. You always knew when someone was walking through the house. There were no surprises. My bedroom was closer to the back of the house, just off the hallway, before the kitchen. At night, once everyone else had gone to bed, the house would settle into its usual quiet rhythm. The front of the house would go dark first. Grandma and Grandpa went to bed early. Auntie Dot wasn't far behind them. By 10 o'clock most nights, the house was still and calm. One night, around 10 in the evening, I was still awake in my room. My door was closed. I had the television on, turned down low, and I was reading, half paying attention to both. The house was quiet in that familiar way that old houses get at night, where every small sound seems louder because there's nothing else competing with it. That's when I heard footsteps. They were coming from the front of the house, moving down the hallway toward the back. The sound of them on the plastic runner was clear and steady. There was nothing strange about it at first. In fact, it felt completely normal. Auntie Dot often got up during the night. Sometimes she couldn't sleep. Sometimes she wanted a drink or a small snack from the kitchen. It wasn't unusual at all for her to walk down the hallway late at night. Being 17 and thinking I was hilarious, I decided this was my chance to give her a fright. I turned the TV down even lower and moved quietly to my door. I pressed my ear against it, listening carefully as the footsteps got closer. They were slow and measured, just like I expected from someone her age. Step by step, they came closer, the sound growing louder as they reached the part of the hallway outside my room. I waited. As soon as the footsteps sounded like they were right outside my door, I grabbed the handle, yanked the door open, and jumped forward with a loud "Rah!" There was no one there. The hallway was empty. The light was low, but I could see clearly enough to know that no one was standing there. No shadow. No movement. Nothing. I closed the door again, feeling suddenly very foolish. I remember standing there for a moment, embarrassed with myself, wondering how I could have misjudged it so badly. Then it hit me. The footsteps. They had been real. I had heard them clearly. There was no mistaking that sound on the plastic runner. I hadn't imagined it. I hadn't been half asleep. I was wide awake. Before I could think too much about it, I heard the footsteps again. This time, they were moving away from my room, heading back toward the front of the house. The same slow, steady pace. The same unmistakable sound. I stood there, heart beating faster now, listening as they passed my door again, going back the way they had come. As soon as they sounded far enough away, I cracked my door open slightly and peeked out into the hallway. It was empty. There was no one there. I waited until the footsteps faded completely, until the house returned to silence. I didn't open my door again that night. I went back to my bed, confused more than scared, replaying the moment over and over in my mind. I knew it couldn't have been my grandparents or Auntie Dot moving quickly and quietly past me. They were elderly. They moved slowly. If one of them had been there, I would have seen them. The next morning, over a cup of tea at the kitchen table, I decided to tell my grandmother what had happened. Grandma was the kind of person you could tell anything to. She was calm, kind, and never dismissed your feelings. She listened, properly listened, in a way that made you feel safe. I told her about the footsteps. About how I thought it was Auntie Dot. About how I jumped out to scare her and found no one there. About hearing the footsteps walk back up the hallway. She didn't look surprised. Not even a little. She just nodded and said, very casually, "Oh, that's just the ghost. She's been here since we moved in. I've seen her often." I remember staring at her, waiting for a smile or a laugh that would tell me she was joking. It never came. I told her I hadn't seen anyone, only heard the footsteps. Grandma nodded again and said she had seen her many times over the years. She described her without hesitation, as if she were talking about a neighbor. She said the ghost was a young girl, about 14 years old. She had dark skin, possibly Aboriginal. She wore a long white nightgown, and she carried a lit candle on a holder or plate. Grandma said she would often see her walking along the hallway, moving quietly through the house. That was all she said. There was no fear in her voice. No drama. No warning. Just a simple statement of fact, as if she were explaining something that had always been there and always would be. We didn't talk about it again after that. Not because it was forbidden or frightening, but because it didn't seem necessary. It wasn't a big deal. It wasn't something to dwell on. It simply was. There were no bad feelings in the house. No fear. No sense of danger. Nothing negative ever happened. The girl never interacted with anyone directly. She never caused trouble. She never made her presence known beyond being seen or heard occasionally. She was just there. Living in that house after knowing that felt no different. If anything, it made the place feel even more layered, as if the house held more history than I had realized. It never felt threatening. It never felt wrong. She walked the hallway. She existed alongside us. And that was that. Sometimes, the strangest things are the ones that feel the most ordinary. We had only just moved into the house, and everything still felt unfamiliar. The room smelled faintly of cardboard, dust, and that strange emptiness that always follows a move. It was early evening, around 7 o'clock, the kind of time when the sun has dipped just below the horizon but the sky still holds a fading blue glow. The house was quiet, almost too quiet, and I had been sitting in my room on my laptop, scrolling aimlessly, when I suddenly realized how hungry I was. The kind of hunger that creeps up on you without warning and makes you restless. I shut the laptop and stepped out of my bedroom, already thinking about what I might find in the kitchen. As soon as I entered the hallway, I noticed how still the house felt. There were no voices, no footsteps, no sounds of cupboards opening or dishes clinking. Normally, my mom would have been unpacking boxes or calling out instructions to my sister, but there was nothing. The silence made me pause. I assumed she was probably outside, maybe checking the backyard or organizing things in the garage, but I still felt uneasy. I walked through the living room, then into the kitchen, glancing into each room as I passed, calling out softly for her. There was no answer. I checked the backyard next, stepping out through the back door and scanning the space. The yard was dim, shadows stretching across the grass as daylight faded. There was no sign of her. That was when I decided to check the garage. The garage was detached from the house, sitting slightly off to the side, and to get there I had to walk through the side door that led around to the front of it. As I opened the side door and stepped outside, I noticed a light spilling out from underneath the garage door. The door wasn't fully open, just lifted to about knee height, but the glow from inside was bright enough to catch my attention immediately. I walked closer, my footsteps slowing without me even realizing it. Something about the scene felt wrong, like my instincts were warning me before my mind could catch up. Then I saw them. A pair of legs, standing inside the garage. They were clearly a man's legs. Beige long pants, slightly creased, and sneakers that looked worn but clean. The shoes were large, far too large to belong to my mom. My heart began to race. I knew immediately that those legs did not belong to anyone who should have been there. A surge of fear shot through me. My first thought was that someone had broken into our garage. We had just moved in, the house was new to us, and the idea that a stranger could already be inside made my stomach twist. I froze for a moment, staring at those legs, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. They didn't move. Whoever it was just stood there, perfectly still, as if unaware that I was watching. Panic took over. I turned and ran, my feet carrying me back around the house toward the backyard. My thoughts were racing. I didn't have a mobile phone. I had no way to call the police. My mum was nowhere in sight, and I didn't know where my sister was either. I felt trapped, vulnerable, like I was the only person standing between my family and a potential danger. I paced the yard, my heart pounding, trying to decide what to do. Every second felt longer than the last. After what felt like forever but was probably only a couple of minutes, I forced myself to act. Fear or not, I couldn't just leave someone in our garage. I took a deep breath, squared my shoulders, and walked back toward the side door. My hands were shaking as I approached the garage again. I stopped just outside the door, gathered what little courage I had, and shouted as loudly as I could for the person to leave immediately. I told them the police had been called, even though it was a lie. My voice cracked, but I tried to sound strong, prepared to defend myself if I had to. The garage door suddenly opened wider, and I braced myself for a confrontation. But instead of a stranger, it was my mum standing there, looking completely confused. She stared at me as if she had no idea why I was yelling at her. For a moment, my brain couldn't process what I was seeing. Relief flooded me, but it was quickly replaced by confusion and disbelief. I rushed forward and asked her, almost shouting, if there was someone else in the garage with her. She shook her head slowly and told me she had been alone the entire time. I looked past her into the garage, my eyes scanning every corner. There was no one there. Just boxes stacked against the walls, some furniture wrapped in plastic, and the familiar clutter of a recent move. The space was completely empty. I tried to explain what I had seen, my words tumbling out in a rush. I told her about the legs, the pants, the shoes, how real it all looked. As I spoke, I watched the color drain from her face. She went pale, her expression tightening in a way I had never seen before. That was when she admitted something that made my blood run cold. She told me she had been in the garage for nearly an hour, sorting through boxes, and the entire time she had felt like something was watching her. She said it wasn't just the feeling of being observed, but a heavy presence, like someone standing just behind her, close enough to feel. She confessed that she had been too afraid to turn around, terrified that if she did, she would see something she couldn't explain. Hearing her say that made my own fear feel suddenly justified. Whatever I had seen, she had felt it too. Over the next few days, she opened up more. She told me she had been experiencing strange things since we moved in. Fleeting glimpses of a young man, always at the edge of her vision. The feeling of someone standing in doorways or lingering in rooms. She described him the same way I had seen the legs. A young man, tall, solid, unmistakably real. Knowing that she had seen him too made it impossible to dismiss what had happened as imagination or panic. Not long after that incident, my mum needed to visit the owners of the house. It was privately rented, and there were some details to sort out regarding paperwork. When she came back, she was quiet, thoughtful, almost shaken. Eventually, she told me what had happened while she was there. Inside the owner's home, she had noticed a photograph on display. It was of a young man. The moment she saw it, her heart sank. He looked exactly like the figure she had been seeing. Exactly like the one I had unknowingly encountered in the garage. The owners explained that the man in the photo was their son. He had died of cancer at the age of 19. Hearing that sent a chill through me. Suddenly, the image of the legs in the garage took on a deeper meaning. The stillness. The silence. The sense of being watched. It all seemed connected. We never told the owners about what we had seen. It didn't feel right to bring it up, especially knowing what they had lost. We kept the experiences to ourselves, speaking about them only in quiet moments, when the house felt especially heavy or still. Over time, the sightings became less frequent, but the memory of that first encounter never left me. Even now, I sometimes think about that garage, about the way the light spilled onto the concrete, about the man who stood there without moving. I wonder why he was drawn to that house. Was it because it was once his home? Was he simply lingering, unable or unwilling to leave a place filled with memories? Or was there something else keeping him there, something unfinished or unresolved? We never found answers. The house eventually became quieter, or maybe we just learned to live with the feeling that we were not entirely alone. But that moment, standing frozen as I stared at a pair of unfamiliar legs in a place that should have been safe, stayed with me. It was the moment I realized that sometimes the past does not stay buried, and that some presences linger quietly, watching, unseen, waiting to be noticed. And even now, when I think back to that night, I still remember how real it all felt. Not like a dream. Not like fear playing tricks on my mind. But like a moment where two worlds brushed against each other, if only for a second, and left a mark that time has never quite erased. When I was 10 years old, we moved into a house where I first encountered what I later came to think of as the dancer. The name came much later. At the time, he was just a man who walked past our house. Nothing more, nothing less. We moved there in late 1991, and my mum stayed in that house until 2007. For all those years, across nearly 2 decades, he passed by as regularly as the seasons changed. At first, there was nothing strange about it. People walked past houses all the time. This was a normal street in a normal town. We would see him sometimes once a week, sometimes a few times a week, sometimes not for a month at all. It depended entirely on whether you happened to be looking out the window at the right time. But over the years, it became clear that he followed a routine. We always saw him in the afternoon or early evening. I never wrote the times down, but it was usually somewhere between 5 and 7 o'clock, that quiet stretch of the day when people are heading home and the light starts to soften. He always looked the same. Always. He wore a black suit, or maybe it was charcoal, with a white shirt underneath. He carried a briefcase in one hand. I think he wore glasses, though I can't swear to it. He was short, maybe around 5'4", with thick sandy blonde hair that never seemed to move out of place. What stood out most wasn't how he looked, though. It was how he walked. He walked fast. Brisk. Purposeful. His pace never changed. Ever. Whether it was hot, cold, raining, or blazing sunshine, he moved at the exact same speed. Once you noticed it, you couldn't unsee it. That steady, unbroken rhythm of his steps became the most distinctive thing about him. For years, he was just part of the background of our lives. Something familiar you didn't really question. But the first time something felt off was on a scorching summer day in about 1996. I was around 15 at the time. The heat was unbearable, one of those days where the air feels thick and heavy and even standing still makes you sweat. It was early evening, and I was inside messing around with the budgie when I happened to glance out the window and saw him walk past. At first, I barely registered it. Then a few seconds later, it hit me how hot it was. And how he was wearing a full suit. Jacket still on. Shirt crisp. Briefcase swinging at his side. Walking fast, as always. I remember thinking how stupid he must be, not even taking his jacket off in that heat. I wondered how anyone could keep up such a quick pace without slowing down, or at least showing some discomfort. He didn't wipe his brow. He didn't adjust his clothes. He didn't change his stride. He just kept going. Over time, we noticed we saw him in different parts of town too. Always around the same time. Always on the same route. His route clearly came from the train station. That was something we worked out slowly, just from repeated sightings. What made it strange was that our house wasn't anywhere near the station. There were buses that ran straight from there into our neighborhood. No real reason to walk all that way. We figured he must have chosen to walk for exercise. It seemed logical enough. Still, seeing him in that suit on such a hot day stuck with me more than it should have. Then came the night in about 1999 that shifted something in my mind. Mum and I were standing on the street a few doors up from our house, looking up at the stars. Mum loved astronomy and often dragged me outside to look at something she'd read about or noticed. Usually we did that from the backyard or the driveway. Standing out on the street was unusual. It was late, around 11 at night, and the neighborhood was quiet. That was when we saw him again. Walking home. Late. From where we were standing, we watched him turn down a street that branched off from ours. Mum commented that after all these years, she had never known where he went beyond our place. She also said she worried about him walking from the station so late, because the station attracted yahoos after dark. I remember thinking about how strange it was that we had never seen him in any other context. Never shopping. Never talking to anyone. Never waiting for a bus. Just walking. Apart from the late hour, nothing seemed especially strange that night. And after that, we continued to see him walk past our house at his usual time, as if nothing had changed. About a year later, something happened that I still can't explain. I was standing at the letterbox when he rounded the corner. This was the first and only time I ever saw him up close. Our letterbox was only about 5 steps from the corner, so he was suddenly right there. I looked up and said, "Hi," or something casual like that. He replied with a quiet hi, and glanced at me briefly as he passed. There was something deeply strange about that moment. I can't explain what it was. There was no obvious threat. No sudden fear. Just a sense that something wasn't quite right. But I was distracted by a fashion catalog or some other teenage nonsense, and didn't really stop to think about it. As he passed me, I turned to walk up the driveway. That meant I was directly behind him on the footpath. I looked up from the catalog to see where I was going. And he was gone. Only a second had passed. He should have been right in front of me. My first thought was simply, where did he go? That thought quickly turned into something heavier. Where does he go? The embankment beside our house was steep and thick with plants. No one could have climbed into it that fast. The neighbor's embankment was just as steep. Across the road, the houses had open front yards. There was nowhere he could have gone in the space of a heartbeat. I stood there looking around, confused but strangely calm. I didn't panic. I didn't run. I just thought, cool, I wonder if anyone else just saw that. After that day, we continued to see him. Same route. Same time. Same clothes. Same walk. As the years passed, I became aware of something else. He never aged. His fashion never changed. His hair stayed the same. His briefcase stayed the same. But even then, that alone didn't convince me he was a ghost. Plenty of people get stuck in habits. Oddly enough, I remember the very first time I ever saw him, back in 1991, quite clearly. It was shortly after we moved in. I remember stopping whatever I was doing when I noticed some guy walk past our house, then watching him walk up the road until he was out of sight. Nothing dramatic happened. Nothing at all. And yet that ordinary moment stayed with me. Ever since that first sighting, I had quiet questions floating around in my mind. What is he doing? Where is he going? I think those questions became sharper after the letterbox moment, when he vanished so completely. That was when I really started to wonder if he wasn't entirely real. If he was a ghost, what was his motive? Why walk the same route over and over? Was he residual, just replaying some old routine? If so, how did he respond to me when I spoke to him? And if he was residual, surely he would have walked into traffic at some point. His route crossed main intersections. Then I realized something else. I had never actually seen him cross a road. Not once. Every time he passed our house, he appeared on one side of the road, disappeared briefly near our embankment, and then reappeared further up on the other side. That part of the footpath was hidden by a dense cluster of lily-pilly trees growing up the embankment, like a small forest. If he crossed anywhere, it had to be there. But I never saw it happen. A few years before the letterbox incident, I had seen him walk through the station car park, heading away from the station. That was the closest I ever saw him get to it. That day, a group of us teenagers were hanging around outside the Masonic Lodge across from the station, peering through the gates and making up ridiculous conspiracy theories, just killing time and talking about paranormal stuff. We were facing away from the station, and looking back on it now, the whole moment feels almost comedic. Like something out of a pantomime. He was behind us. Seeing him walk through the car park seemed normal at the time. His suit and his early evening routine made it easy to assume he was just walking home from work. And I never saw him anywhere before the station on his route. But then again, that doesn't really prove anything. Even now, all these years later, the dancer remains one of the hardest things for me to accept as a ghost. I don't know why. Maybe because he felt too ordinary. Too solid. Too routine. And yet I still don't know where he went that day at the letterbox. I still don't know why he never aged. And I still don't know why he walked that same path, at the same pace, at the same time, for nearly 20 years. He was just there. Passing through our lives again and again. And then, one day, he wasn't. And that, somehow, is the part that bothers me the most. My parents have been friends with this couple since the early 1970s. They have always been a little strange, a little eccentric, the kind of people who are interesting without trying to be. All of these events center around their home, a place that feels less like a house and more like a world that exists slightly outside of time. Their home sits deep in a forested area. The house itself was built sometime between the late 1800s and the early 1920s. No one seems completely sure of the exact year. A couple of years ago I went there with the intention of finally digging into the history of the place. They have records, old documents, photographs from the early years. I was excited to finally put some facts to the strange feelings I had carried since childhood. But they were deep into one of their collecting phases at the time, completely obsessed with a new batch of trinkets they had recently acquired. When they collect, it becomes their whole personality for a while. Conversations become impossible. One day, I'll get the history of that house. For now, all I have is what I already know, and a bit of guesswork. Before going any further, it's probably important to say this. Some of what I'm about to describe might sound alarming to some people. Please understand that none of us kids were ever put in harm's way. At no point did anyone feel threatened or unsafe. Strange, yes. Unsettling at times, definitely. But never dangerous. These events stretch from the early 1980s right through to the present day. There's a lot to get through, so mentally, at least, put the kettle on. The land itself is about 2 acres, spread over multiple tiers, laid out as a manicured Victorian garden. Gothic in style. At least, it has always felt Gothic to me. Dark, damp, overflowing with plants and trees. Ferns, moss, thick leaf litter, twisting paths. I loved it. Still do. Even the roof feels alive. The guttering is shaped like a long, multi-headed dragon. After heavy rain, water pours from its open mouths. As a child, I used to follow the dragon's body, which was really just the guttering, tracing it around the edge of the roof to find each of its heads. The rest of the roof is dotted with gargoyles of various sizes, frozen mid-gesture, doing different strange things. You can't see them all at once. Some are only visible from very specific angles. You have to know where to stand. One day, when I was about 4 or 5 years old, I was in their front garden searching for gargoyles. The front gates open into what I always thought of as a small forest. Maples, magnolias, birches, and other trees grow thickly together. There's no lawn at all. Just leaves, moss, and soil. 3 concrete pathways wind up toward the house, crossing steps here and there as the ground rises. When you're standing in the forested part, most of the gargoyles are hidden by the angle of the hill and the house. From there, the only thing you can really see is the length of the dragon's body along the roof. I was standing near the center pathway, trying to decide whether the dragon was meant to be crawling on the roof or flying around it, when I heard leaves crunch behind me, off to the right. It sounded like footsteps, about 6 meters away, near the right-hand gate. I turned to look toward the gate, and just as I did, I heard a single, sharp tap on one of the old cast-iron lanterns that lined the paths. The lantern that made the sound was the one closest to me, right at the start of the middle path. I remember deciding very quickly that hiding behind a tree was a good idea, and I waited there until the strange feeling of not being alone faded. On its own, that moment doesn't amount to much. It could have been a mouse in the leaves, a bird landing on the lantern. But I include it here because later events made me wonder if it was part of something larger. Around the same time, their eldest daughter and I were both about 4 years old. We spent a lot of time riding around in pedal cars. Her father had either restored antique ones or built them from scratch. He is one of those rare people who can fix or create almost anything. There were 3 of them, each styled like a vintage race car. The only place to ride them was around the back and sides of the house, where the paths were flat. I was riding beneath one of the bedroom windows when the curtain twitched. Both sets of parents were nearby, happily chatting. I didn't see anything beyond that brief movement. It could have been a cat or a dog. The pedal car I was in had a habit of jamming, so I was stuck there for a moment. I didn't mind. I was curious about the window. Nothing else happened. Years later, when I was about 8, I was standing on the croquet lawn out the back. The croquet lawn sits about 10 steps above the back of the house, aligned so that when you stand there, you're roughly level with the roof. Being an old Victorian design, the roof is elaborate, and from that lawn, more gargoyles are visible, though most of them face the front of the house, their backs turned toward you. Beside the lawn is an old sitting area beneath a large tree, possibly an oak. The man of the house practices cloud pruning, shaping branches into soft, rounded forms. The lower branches of this tree were trained downward, forming a canopy over the lawn. One of their peacocks landed on a branch behind me, the movement stirring the air against my back. When I turned around, I saw a man standing at the far end of the yard. He wore an orange shirt, a muted, dusty orange and beige trousers. He leaned casually on what looked like a shovel, smiling down at me. He appeared older, but strong and fit. He stood near the entrance to the peacock enclosure, as though he were tending to it. I felt confused more than afraid. This couple doesn't trust anyone to work on their property. They do everything themselves. The presence of a stranger there didn't make sense. I went inside and asked who he was. The husband and my mother laughed and suggested he was probably an old gardener. They went to check. No one was there. The house itself is large, single-story, with 4 bedrooms. Almost everything inside is original. The furniture is antique. Some pieces came with the house. Very little is modern. A television. A computer. That's about it. The rest feels frozen in another era. The owners are heritage enthusiasts and collectors. They actively preserve the house rather than update it. The man of the house restores gramophones, jukeboxes, pinball machines, record players, speakers, anything mechanical. He's an electrician by trade, and a genius at it. His wife is equally skilled in her own way, specializing in vintage-style clothing and lampshades. The house hasn't changed in any real way for over 100 years, and I believe that has something to do with what happens there. The first haunting I ever heard spoken about was the footsteps. The house has doors on both sides, left and right. Most people enter through the kitchen door on the left, as the kitchen is the heart of the house. The formal front door on the right has marble steps and columns. Marble absorbs sound in a strange way, and there is always an eerie quietness there. As a child, I heard adults talk about being followed down the hallway. It seemed to happen to everyone eventually. The hallway runs the length of the house in an L shape. On the right are bedroom doors. On the left, large French doors open into various rooms. The lighting is dim and old-fashioned. Dark wood paneling lines the walls. Trees outside block much of the daylight. It looks exactly like the hallway of a Gothic haunted house. When their daughter and I were about 6, something strange happened with one of her toys. There was a party on that night. Music, laughter, adults everywhere. Harder substances meant we kids were kept out of the kitchen and told to use the serving window if we needed anything. Her bedroom was opposite the ballroom. We were moving between her room and the jukebox in the ballroom. As I walked back down the hallway, a duck puppet suddenly popped out from her bedroom door and wiggled at me. I laughed, thinking it was her, and ran to grab it. The duck vanished back into the room before I could catch it. When I entered, she wasn't there. She was in the ballroom, choosing another song. Later, when we were leaving, the duck was found sitting on a chair in the nursery, a room neither of us had entered all night. My baby brother was sleeping in a cradle there, one that had been passed down through generations of that family. There are reflections in that house that don't behave like reflections should, especially when looking through multiple sets of French doors. Sometimes shapes move. Sometimes colors appear where they shouldn't. Twice, I clearly saw people. Once, a young woman in a white bonnet, bending over a table. Another time, a man with slicked back dark hair, laughing, holding a cigarette. Another time, I saw the same man from the garden standing at the fireplace, smiling down at something unseen. When I was 13, I saw a pink figure through frosted glass in the bathroom, arms raised as if fixing her hair. Years later, I realized it matched the hot pink wedding dress the woman of the house had designed and worn decades earlier. Lights turn themselves on and off. A train set mounted near the ceiling activates on its own. Dogs bark at nothing and rush in and out in confusion. And finally, after all those years of hearing about it, I experienced the footsteps myself. Slow, deliberate steps following me down the hall in broad daylight, stopping when I stopped, continuing when I moved, right up until I reached the kitchen. After everything I've seen there, I don't think that house is haunted in the way people usually imagine. I think it's layered. Like moments, emotions, routines, all stacked on top of one another, replaying quietly, endlessly. And the house remembers. Back in 2004, my older sister developed a strong curiosity about the supernatural. At first, it seemed harmless, just another phase. She watched shows, read stories online, and talked with her friends about ghosts and spirits. Eventually, that curiosity turned into something more serious. Without telling our parents, she began playing with a Ouija board inside our family home. She would do it late at night with her friends, quietly, always making sure no adults were around. My mother was very much against Ouija boards. She had her own experiences with them when she was younger, experiences that had frightened her deeply and stayed with her for years. Because of that, she had always warned us to stay away from anything like that. My sister knew this, which is why she kept it a secret. At the time, none of us really understood how dangerous it could be. We thought it was just a game, something spooky but fake. Looking back now, I wish we had taken it more seriously. Around April of 2005, things in the house began to feel off. At first, it was easy to explain things away. We would wake up in the morning and find plates or cups smashed in the lounge room, even though no one remembered being in there during the night. Objects would go missing, only to turn up later in places they absolutely did not belong. Doors would open and close on their own late at night, even when everyone was in bed and there was no possible way someone could have been near them. We heard tapping sounds, slow and deliberate, coming from walls and doors. Still, we tried to ignore it. We told ourselves it was just the house settling, or someone sleepwalking, or our imaginations getting the better of us. By October 2005, ignoring it was no longer possible. The activity increased dramatically, almost as if something had gained confidence. We started hearing our names being called by voices that did not belong to anyone in the house. Sometimes it sounded like a whisper, other times it was clear and close, as if someone were standing right behind us. Music would play late at night when nothing was turned on. Objects moved right in front of our eyes, not falling or sliding, but being pushed or lifted and placed elsewhere. Shadowy figures began appearing around the house, darting from room to room, always just out of clear view. At night, some of us felt hands touching us, grabbing at our arms or legs while we lay in bed, frozen with fear. My brother had his own experiences. One night, he walked into the bathroom and claimed he was slapped hard across the face by something he couldn't see. Another time, he said he saw a floating figure moving toward him in the dark. He was shaking when he told us, and I could tell he wasn't making it up. None of us were sleeping properly by this point. We were exhausted, frightened, and constantly on edge. Then November came, and that was when everything changed for me. By that stage, my 4 siblings and I were far too scared to sleep in our own beds. Our stepdad worked night shifts, so my mum decided it was safest if we all slept together in her room. The floor was covered in mattresses and blankets. I was sleeping on a blow-up mattress closest to the bedroom door. Even that small detail made me uneasy. I didn't want to be near the door, but there wasn't much choice. One night, I woke up to the sound of the bedroom door slowly opening behind me. The sound was soft, but deliberate. I knew instantly that something was wrong. I didn't want to move. I didn't want to turn around. I didn't even want to breathe too loudly. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure it would give me away. I closed my eyes tightly and pretended to be asleep. In my terrified mind, I hoped that whatever had come through that door would go to one of my siblings instead of me. I hate admitting that now, but fear makes you think selfishly. Whatever it was did not hesitate. It came straight toward me. I felt the mattress dip as it knelt down beside me. When it did, I heard a sound I will never forget. It sounded like bones cracking, slow and unnatural, as if whatever was kneeling did not move the way it was supposed to. I was completely frozen. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. I couldn't even open my eyes. Then I felt a hand on my head. The fingers were long, far longer than they should have been, and the nails were sharp. They scratched my scalp slowly, methodically, almost gently. It went on for what felt like forever, though it was probably less than a minute. My entire body was shaking, but I still couldn't bring myself to scream. I was too scared that if I made a sound, it would do something worse. Then it spoke. Its voice was low and close, right beside my head. It said very clearly, "Stay away from me." That was when I finally screamed. I screamed until my throat burned and my mum woke up. The moment she did, whatever was there was gone. I refused to sleep alone for the rest of the night. I don't think any of us really slept at all. 2 days later, my mum found the Ouija board. I don't know where my sister had been hiding it, but once my mum discovered it, she destroyed it immediately. She didn't hesitate. After that, the activity did calm down a lot. The house became quieter. The shadows appeared less often. The voices stopped calling our names. But it never fully went away. Strange things still happened from time to time, just not as intense or as terrifying as before. Even now, years later, I often think about that night. I think about what that thing said to me. I wonder if it was ever truly interested in me at all. Sometimes I feel like it was meant for my sister, that it was attached to her because she was the one who invited it in. She was the one who opened the door. Even today, she continues to have paranormal experiences in every house she lives in, no matter where she goes. All I know is that something followed her, and for a brief moment, it found me instead. And that thought still scares me. This happened only the other day, and even now I am still shaken by it. I am so scared because of what happened that I can't stand being alone anymore. I keep replaying everything in my head, every sound, every look, every moment, wondering what exactly we unleashed and whether it followed us out of that place. At our school, there are toilets next to the tuck shop, or canteen, that everyone avoids if they can. They are extremely old. They were built when the school was first opened, sometime in the 1950s. Everything about them feels outdated and wrong. The walls are stained from decades of use, the floors are cracked, the mirrors are dull and warped with age, and the doors creak loudly when you open or close them. Even during the day, they feel dark and uncomfortable. When you step inside, it feels like the air changes, heavier somehow, like the place is holding on to something it doesn't want to let go of. A few days ago, the power had been cut off to that area of the school. No one really explained why. Because of that, the toilets were almost completely dark. Only a little bit of light crept in from outside, just enough to see shadows moving across the walls. That should have been our first warning. We should have stayed away. But instead, we did what stupid teenagers do. My friend Amelia thought it would be funny to play Bloody Mary in there. I didn't really believe in that sort of thing. I still don't, at least not the way people talk about it online. I thought it was just a silly game, something people scared themselves with for fun. I even remember laughing a little and saying it was stupid. But looking back now, I can't help wondering if doing that, in that place, at that moment, triggered something that had been waiting there for a long time. We went inside, standing in front of the mirror together. The darkness made everything worse. Our reflections didn't look right, like the mirror was swallowing parts of us. We started saying the words, half laughing, half nervous. Nothing happened at first. The silence was thick, broken only by our voices echoing slightly off the walls. Then the lights started to flicker. At first, we brushed it off. The power was unstable, so flickering lights didn't seem that strange. We joked about it, and kept going, even though I felt a knot forming in my stomach. Something about the flickering felt different. It wasn't random. It was slow and uneven, like something was controlling it. That was when things turned truly terrifying. My other friend, Ashlyn, suddenly stopped talking. She didn't laugh. She didn't react to anything we were saying. She just stood there, completely still. At first, we thought she was messing with us, trying to scare us. But something about the way she was standing felt wrong. Her body was stiff, and she wasn't blinking. I stepped closer to her and looked at her reflection in the mirror. Her eyes were black. Not dark brown. Not shadowed. Completely black. The whites were gone. It looked like someone had poured ink into her eyes. My heart dropped into my stomach. I felt cold all over, like the warmth had been sucked out of my body. She started swaying side to side, slowly, rhythmically, still staring straight into the mirror. She didn't look at us. She didn't acknowledge us at all. It was like she wasn't there anymore. I panicked. I ran. I didn't think. I didn't shout. I just turned and ran as fast as I could. Amelia stayed behind because she is extremely skeptical and thought we were all overreacting. I made it only a short distance before I heard a scream. It wasn't a normal scream. It was full of pure terror. Amelia came running after me, faster than I had ever seen her move. Her face was white, her eyes wide. Behind her was Ashlyn. She was running. This alone made no sense. Ashlyn has a knee injury. She can barely run at all, especially not fast. But she was sprinting, faster than both of us, her movements jerky and unnatural. Her eyes were still black, and her face looked empty, like there was nothing inside her anymore. We didn't stop to think. We ran and hid in a tiny room nearby, barely big enough for all of us. We stayed there, silent, shaking, until the end of lunch. Every sound outside made us flinch. We were terrified that she would find us, that whatever was inside her would come for us next. Later, one of our other friends, Katie, told us that Ashlyn never showed up to class after lunch. That only made everything worse. She had disappeared. At that point, I was convinced something had possessed her. It was the only explanation that made sense to me. Even though we were terrified, we made another bad decision. Being stupid teenage girls, we decided to go back to the toilets and film the area, almost like we needed proof for ourselves that it had really happened. The moment we stepped inside, the atmosphere felt wrong. Heavier than before. While we were filming, doors that had been completely closed suddenly flung open violently, slamming against the walls. The sound echoed through the toilets, loud and aggressive. That was enough. We ran out immediately. When we later watched the footage, we saw something that made my blood run cold. There was a dark shadow figure hanging from the ceiling. It didn't look human, but it didn't look like just a shadow either. It looked like something suspended, unmoving, wrong. At first, we didn't know what to think. Then I remembered something. About 30 years ago, a girl had hung herself somewhere on the school grounds. No one ever talked about where it happened. No one knew the exact location. What if it was there? The next day, as we walked past the toilets, we noticed they had been closed off for renovations. That alone felt strange, like someone else knew something was wrong. For some reason, I thought it would be a good idea to knock on the door, just to see if anything would happen. I wish I hadn't. I knocked once. There was a knock back. It wasn't loud. It wasn't aggressive. It was slow, hollow, and wrong. It sounded like no one should have been on the other side, yet something clearly was. We ran. Since then, we have been avoiding those toilets completely. I refuse to go anywhere near them. I don't care how badly I need to go. I have learned my lesson. Never play Bloody Mary in an old, dark, haunted bathroom. Some doors should never be opened, even as a joke. I have lived in an old workers' semi-detached cottage in Newtown since 1993. The house is more than 100 years old and sits in a historic inner-city suburb where many of the buildings still carry the weight of their past. From the moment I first walked inside, the place felt right. It had a warm, calm feeling to it, something peaceful and grounding. That was the main reason I bought it. Despite its age, the house never felt unsettling or strange. There were no odd noises, no shadows, no unexplained events. For many years, it was simply a safe and happy home for my family. That sense of normality lasted for a long time. Nothing unusual ever happened inside the house itself, and I never had any reason to believe there was anything paranormal going on. That was why what happened later caught me so off guard. In late 2003, my eldest son was 16 years old. Like many teenagers, he had developed a habit of staying out later, usually coming home after dark. Around that time, he began ringing me before he arrived home. At first, I didn't think much of it. He would ask me to switch the front light on, open the front door, and leave the gate open for him. I assumed it was just teenage laziness, not wanting to fumble for keys in the dark. But the calls kept coming. Night after night, sometimes several times a week, my phone would ring with the same request. Turn on the light. Open the door. Open the gate. After a few months, it started to irritate me. He was old enough to manage these things himself, and it felt unnecessary. I asked him why he kept doing it, but he brushed it off with vague excuses. Eventually, after months of this routine, he finally told me the real reason. He said there was a ghost outside the front of our house. My first reaction was to laugh. My son had always been a bit of a smart arse and loved playing practical jokes. I honestly thought he was trying to wind me up. I teased him about it, made light of it, and told him not to be ridiculous. I didn't believe a word of it. But over time, I began to notice things that didn't fit with the idea that he was joking. When he came home, he was often visibly shaken. He would rush inside quickly, sometimes slamming the door behind him, his face pale and his body tense. He didn't laugh. He didn't smile. He looked genuinely frightened. His anxiety was real, and it became clear that whatever he was experiencing was deeply upsetting him. I told him firmly that if there was anything strange happening in or around the house, I would be the first person to know. After all, I had lived there for years without incident. Not long after that, I started noticing something myself. In the evenings, when I went out to water the front garden, I would sometimes get a strange sensation. The hairs on my arms would rise for no obvious reason. It wasn't fear exactly, more like discomfort, a feeling that I wasn't alone. It felt like being watched, even though I could never see anyone. At the time, I dismissed it as imagination or tiredness. Then one Friday night, something happened that shook my confidence. I was home alone that evening. The house was quiet, and I could clearly hear my neighbor through the shared wall. He was opening and closing his kitchen cupboards, moving about, making the normal sounds of someone preparing food or tidying up. It was comforting in a way, knowing someone else was nearby. Later that night, my son rang me as usual before coming home. This time, he told me the ghost was standing on the neighbor's property. I snapped at him. I told him to stop it, that I knew the neighbor was home because I had heard him in his kitchen not long before. I thought this was proof that my son was mistaken. But my son insisted. He made me go out the front of the house with him, and asked me to look closely at the neighbor's place. There were no lights on. The house was completely dark. Then he pulled me around to the back, almost dragging me, and showed me that there were no lights on there either. The place was silent. There was clearly no one home. I didn't know what to say. I couldn't explain what I had heard earlier, and for the first time, doubt crept in. Something didn't add up. A few weeks later, another experience finally convinced me that my son had been telling the truth all along. I was coming home one afternoon with my younger son, who was about 8 months old at the time. It was early May, late autumn. The sun was beginning to set, but there was still plenty of light around. I stood inside my front gate, juggling my baby and fumbling through my handbag, trying to find my keys. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed movement next door. I saw a male figure wearing a gray hat and a long gray coat glide into the neighboring property. I say glide because that is exactly what it looked like. There was no sound at all. The wrought iron gate, which was usually quite noisy, didn't make a single noise. The figure moved smoothly, unnaturally, as if not quite touching the ground. What struck me most was his skin. What little I could see of his face was extremely white, unnaturally pale. My neighbor was a friendly, talkative man who always said hello when he saw me. This figure did not acknowledge me at all. I stopped and waited, expecting to hear the sound of keys or a door opening. I heard nothing. Slowly, nervously, I leaned over the low wall to look into the yard. There was no one there. In that moment, my stomach dropped. I realized that my son had been telling the truth. Something was happening. Something was very wrong. I didn't tell him what I had seen because he was already terrified, and I didn't want to make things worse for him. About 2 weeks later, my eldest son and I went to see an early movie together. When it finished, we walked back toward our street. It was dark by then. We were on the opposite side of the road and just about to cross when we both saw it at the same time. It was standing outside my neighbor's house. This time, it looked different. It was dressed in what I can only describe as a Grim Reaper-like outfit. A dark, cape-like garment hung around it, and its white face seemed to glow against the darkness. The sight of it made my heart race. My son grabbed my arm tightly. He was shaking and almost hysterical. He kept asking me if I could see it, over and over again. I told him calmly that I could see it, but that it wasn't something to be afraid of. I told him to look straight ahead and ignore it, and that we were going home. With that, we crossed the street, walking right past it, and went inside our house. That was the last time my son ever reported seeing it. I never saw it again either, although for a while afterward, I still felt that uncomfortable sensation of being watched when I watered the front garden at night. Eventually, I spoke to it in my mind. I told it that it was dead and that it needed to move on into the light. Months later, I went for a tarot reading with a psychic reader I had been seeing for years. She had always been accurate in the past. At the end of my reading, I hesitated, then asked her about the presence we had encountered. She laughed. She said it was almost funny. She described him as being dressed like the Grim Reaper and said he enjoyed scaring my son. She told me he was young and had died suddenly and violently. He had been roaming the area and had attached himself to my son because my son could see him. She also reassured me that decorative quartz crystal sun catchers in my son's bedroom windows, along with a crystal and a wind chime, were preventing him from entering our property. That was why he always remained outside. Her description matched something I remembered from the news. Around the same time these events had occurred, there had been a highly publicized inquest. A young man, a key witness in a pedophile ring case, had been murdered. His body had been dumped under concrete near the Alexandra Canal in St. Peter's. He had no proper grave. The timing, the circumstances, and the description matched almost perfectly. Once I put it all together, the whole situation felt deeply sad rather than frightening. Whatever had been there wasn't evil. It was lost. And eventually it moved on. About 3 months ago, my partner, my 2 stepsons, and I moved into a new house. At first, it felt like any other move. Boxes everywhere, routines thrown off, the boys testing the new space, and all of us trying to make the place feel like home. For the first month, nothing stood out as strange. There were the usual little adjustments you expect when you relocate. Getting used to new sounds at night, learning which door sticks, figuring out where the light switches are, and remembering that your old habits don't fit perfectly in a new layout. It was annoying sometimes, but it was normal. Then, after that first month, my eldest stepson started having nightmares. He's 8 years old, and I honestly didn't pay much attention in the beginning. That sounds harsh when I write it down, but at the time it made sense. Children have vivid imaginations, and moving house can stir up all sorts of fears. New shadows, unfamiliar corners, different noises, the creak of a new floorboard, it all feels bigger to a child at night. On top of that, he spends time on his iPad like most kids do, and I know screens can mess with their sleep and make their brains feel overstimulated. So when he first started talking about scary dreams and strange things in his room, I assumed it was his mind running wild. The first things he said sounded like typical kid fear, just dressed up in his own language. He'd complain about seeing a figure in a dark corner of his room. He would mention it like it was there, like it had a place it belonged. He also started talking about a green light moving around his room at night. In my head, I tried to explain it away. Maybe it was streetlight reflection. Maybe it was a toy. Maybe it was something outside, like a car passing by or a neighbor's light. And the figure in the corner, well, every room has a corner that looks darker at night. Every child has that moment where their eyes play tricks and a pile of clothes becomes a person. So I responded the way most adults respond when a child is scared. I tried to reassure him. I explained things gently in simple terms. I reminded him that new houses feel unfamiliar at first, but they become normal once you've lived in them for a while. I checked his room, turned on the lights, looked under the bed, opened the closet, and showed him there was nothing hiding. I told him dreams can feel very real, but they're still dreams. I did what I thought was right, and I assumed the fears would fade once he settled. But instead of fading, things began to shift. Over the last month, the situation didn't just continue, it escalated. It started to move beyond. He's having nightmares. Into something that was affecting his behavior when he was fully awake. That was the part that began to worry me, because it wasn't only happening in the middle of the night anymore. It was changing how he acted in the daytime, how he reacted to us, and how he moved through the house. When he comes home from school now, he goes straight to his room. Not like a kid who wants to play or unwind, but like someone who is retreating. He closes the door and stays in there for hours if I let him. The way he does it feels protective and tense, like he's trying to keep something out or keep himself contained. He doesn't want people coming in. If his little brother tries to enter, he gets angry fast. He snaps. He shouts. He sometimes throws a tantrum, and it doesn't feel like ordinary sibling drama. It feels like his nerves are already stretched thin, and the smallest thing pushes him over the edge. He has also been complaining about sore legs constantly. At first I thought it was growing pains, or school activity, or just the child repeating a complaint because it gets attention. But he says it a lot. Enough that it caught my attention as part of the bigger pattern. And with the leg pain, his mood has changed too. He gets upset over the smallest things. Things that wouldn't normally bother him suddenly turn into full meltdowns. He cries, throws tantrums, becomes stubborn and agitated. This is unusual for him. He wasn't a perfectly calm child before, no kid is, but this shift felt like something new. Like something had moved in under his skin and was making him raw and reactive. Because I didn't want to jump to dramatic conclusions, I still tried to keep my mind grounded. I kept telling myself it could be stress. It could be a school issue. It could be anxiety from the move. It could be sleep deprivation from nightmares. When children don't sleep well, they become irritable and emotional, and everything feels like a big deal. That explanation made sense. And yet, it didn't fully sit right, because the things he described weren't fading, they were becoming more detailed. There are weekends where I work, and I work long hours. Late nights and early mornings. Because of that, the boys often sleep over at their grandma's place. It's the easiest option, and it keeps them looked after when I'm not around. They've always done that sometimes, and it's usually fine. In fact, he used to love going there, and he used to love coming home afterward. Home was home. Coming back was normal. He would return, drop his school bag, run around, tell us about his weekend. Nothing complicated. But lately, he hasn't been the same about coming back. He started saying that when he wakes up at night, there is a man on his floor spinning in circles. He says it as if it's just a fact. Like he opens his eyes and it's there, doing this strange repeating motion. He also says there is a little girl in his closet sometimes. Not always. Sometimes. That word, sometimes, makes it worse, because it suggests unpredictability, like it appears when it wants to. And then there's another thing he has said more than once, that there is a man in our house with an axe. I don't even like writing that sentence. When a child says something like that, your whole body reacts. Even if you're trying to stay rational, your stomach tightens and your mind starts racing. You want to dismiss it, but you also can't ignore it, because it's too specific and too frightening. So I asked questions carefully. I tried not to sound like I was feeding it or encouraging it. I tried not to put fear in his head by reacting too strongly. I asked him what he meant, when he sees it, what it looks like, where it is. Sometimes he'll talk, sometimes he'll shut down. Sometimes he'll go quiet and refuse to say more, like he's afraid that talking about it makes it worse. The man spinning on the floor detail stuck in my mind for another reason too. My stepson used to get out of bed and come to me when he was scared. He would creep down the hall, climb into my room, or call out for me. Even if he was frightened, he would still move. He would still seek comfort the way most children do. Now he doesn't. He stays in his bed. He doesn't come to wake me the way he used to. And when I think about that, I can't help connecting it to what he describes. In my head, it feels like he's too scared to move. Like he believes that if he gets out of bed, that's when something will happen. Whether that fear is based on a nightmare, a hallucination, or something else, the result is the same. He feels trapped in his own room at night. This last weekend was the moment I realized how serious the fear had become. He used to love coming home after being at Grandma's. It used to be easy. But this weekend, he was upset in a way that shocked me. He didn't want to come home. He resisted with his whole body. It wasn't mild reluctance. It wasn't a, "I don't want the weekend to end." It was genuine panic and refusal. I tried to coax him, reassure him, tell him we were going home and it would be okay. But he was so distressed that the only way I could get him home without him kicking and screaming was by promising him that he didn't have to sleep in his room again. That promise wasn't a small thing. It was me admitting, in my own way, that his fear was bigger than I had wanted to believe. It was me choosing to make changes to keep him calm, even if I didn't understand the root of what was happening. Since then, both boys have been sleeping in my room. It's not ideal. It disrupts sleep for everyone. It changes the household routine. But it felt necessary. I couldn't force him into that room and then expect him to sleep peacefully. I couldn't keep telling him, "There's nothing there," while watching him unravel more and more. Around the same time, my little sister came to stay with us for a few weeks. She's 21. She's not a child, and she isn't easily spooked in a childish way. She visited for what was meant to be a normal stay, just spending time with us. But while she was here, she started complaining about sleep paralysis. Not once. Not occasionally. Multiple times a week. She was afraid to sleep alone. That alone made me pause, because this wasn't my stepson describing something. This was my sister, an adult, experiencing something frightening enough that she didn't want to be alone at night. There were times she would only sleep during the day, when I was home, and she felt like someone could keep an eye on her. She wasn't dramatic about it. She was genuinely unsettled, and I could see it in her face and her behavior. She was tired. She was anxious. She dreaded bedtime. And then, just when I thought I was already carrying enough worry, something else happened that pushed the whole situation into an even stranger direction. Today I was at Grandma's. We used to live there before we moved into the new house, so it's familiar, safe, and it still carries that sense of family routine. I was there trying to convince my 8-year-old to come home again. He was resisting, tense, emotional, and I was doing my best to stay calm and gentle while still getting him back to our place. While we were there, our neighbor started a conversation with Grandma. It wasn't anything dramatic at first, just normal neighbor talk, the kind of conversation that begins casually and then turns into something else. Grandma, not trying to hide the situation, started talking about some of the things my stepson has been seeing. She explained that it was part of why he didn't want to come home. She described it in that practical way older women sometimes do, concerned but straightforward, as if naming it out loud might help. The neighbor listened quietly, and then she said something that made me go cold. She told us that her daughter used to experience very similar things. Not vague similarities. Not, "My kid had bad dreams too." She said her daughter had been seeing a man and a little girl in their house. She said her daughter would complain that something sat on her chest at night, and that something was biting and pinching her in bed. She said her daughter's legs would hurt. And when the mother slept with her daughter to comfort her, the mother would sometimes wake up with scratches on her face. As she spoke, I felt my own mind trying to catch up. Because suddenly the details I had been hearing from my stepson, man, little girl, sore legs, weren't isolated to him. They matched someone else's story in a way that felt too close for comfort. And what made it even worse was that the neighbor wasn't telling it like a ghost story for entertainment. She was telling it like something her family had actually gone through, something that had frightened them enough to seek help. According to the neighbor, she eventually got help and was told that the two entities were actually one. That the man could manifest as a little girl to seem less intimidating, to make it easier to get close, to make a child less likely to run or resist. The neighbor said they cleansed their house and cleared out the bad energy, and after that, things improved. When she said that, I felt my stomach twist. Because on one hand, you want to believe there is an explanation and a solution. You want to believe that if someone else dealt with something like this and found relief, maybe you can too. But on the other hand, it's terrifying to hear someone repeat details that match what your child is describing, especially when you've been trying to tell yourself it's just imagination or adjustment. I also can't ignore what I've seen in my stepson's behavior. The way he isolates in his room. The way his moods have changed. The way he seems exhausted and on edge. The way he refuses to sleep in his own room now. The way he clings to the idea of not being alone. Even if every single thing he describes has a non-paranormal explanation, the fear is still real to him. The stress is still real. And the impact on our home is real. Now, when I replay it all in my mind, it feels like a chain. A new house. A month of calm. Then nightmares. Then descriptions of figures and lights. Then the shift into daytime behavior changes. Anger, tantrums, isolation, sore legs. Then more specific nighttime claims. A man spinning on the floor. A little girl in the closet. A man with an axe. Then my sister experiencing sleep paralysis frequently in the same house. Then the neighbor casually mentioning her daughter saw a man and a little girl, had chest pressure, leg pain, biting, pinching, and scratches. It's too many overlaps to ignore completely. And that's where I'm stuck right now. In that place between wanting to stay logical and wanting to protect the kids from anything that might be happening, whether it's something spiritual, psychological, environmental, or just the way fear multiplies when it goes untreated. I'm trying to hold the home together. I'm trying to keep bedtime calm. I'm trying to reassure them without making them feel dismissed. I'm trying not to panic in front of them. But inside I'm unsettled in a way I can't easily shake. Because whether this is paranormal or not, something is happening that is clearly hurting my stepson's sense of safety, and that matters more than any label. All I know is that the house no longer feels like a simple fresh start the way it did in that first month. It feels like something changed after we settled in, like a switch flipped and the fear started living in the walls. And the hardest part is watching an 8-year-old carry fear that big, Fear that makes him dread his own bedroom, fear that makes him cling to promises just to make it through the night. When I think back to the house we lived in when I was a child, what I remember most isn't the furniture or the paint color or the normal family routines. What I remember is the feeling. That subtle, stubborn sense that something about the place wasn't quite right, even though everything looked ordinary on the surface. The house had originally been a 4-bedroom home with 1 living room. Before we moved in, the previous owners had built a sunroom onto the back of the house, attaching it to the end 2 bedrooms. It wasn't just a small add-on either. It felt like a whole extra section, bright during the day, strangely exposed at night. My bedroom window opened directly into that sunroom, and the 4th bedroom, which we used as a study, also opened into the sunroom, but with a step down. You walk through the study doorway and step down into the sunroom, like you were crossing into a slightly different part of the house. That step became the center of everything for me. There was something about the area near that threshold that always felt wrong. It wasn't one single moment where it started. It was there from the beginning, like an atmosphere that never fully lifted. Every time I stepped over that spot, from the sunroom into the study or back again, I would get chills, the kind that run over your arms and the back of your neck even when the temperature hasn't changed. It felt like passing through an invisible line, like the air had a boundary. And it wasn't just me. Even the cat reacted to it. Our cat would bolt over that exact spot every single time, without fail. Animals do what they do, and you can explain away plenty of behavior, but this was too consistent to ignore. It didn't matter how calm the cat was. It didn't matter what was happening in the house. Whenever it approached that threshold, it would speed up and leap over it like the floor was hot. I noticed it over and over until it became one of those things you couldn't unsee. The sunroom itself had windows running down one side, and on the opposite wall there was a sliding door. During the day it could feel cheerful, full of light, like the sort of space that was meant to be enjoyed. But at night those windows turned into something else. I hated them. I hated the feeling of darkness pressing against the glass and the sense that whatever was outside, or whatever could see through, had a clear view in. It wasn't a normal. Someone might be watching. Fear. It felt deeper and more personal, like the room was too exposed and I was too visible. That feeling didn't stay only in the sunroom either. Even in my own bedroom, I couldn't sleep at night unless my blinds were closed. I would lie there and feel watched. Not just observed, but unwelcome. Like the space didn't fully belong to me, like my presence was tolerated at best. It's hard to explain how a room can make you feel like that when nothing is physically happening. But the uneasiness was real, and it shaped how I lived in that house. And then things started happening that I couldn't explain. One night, I woke up and felt the mattress shift near my feet. The movement was slow and deliberate, not like the little bounce you feel when someone brushes past your bed. It felt like someone had sat down on the end of it. The pressure settled into the mattress and stayed there, as if a person was sitting quietly, not moving much, just present. I lay there in the dark, completely aware of what I was feeling, but strangely I wasn't scared. I felt alert, but not panicked. After a moment, I heard a woman's voice humming. It wasn't loud. It was soft and calm, like a tune without words, like something a mother might hum to a child. The sound didn't come from a direction the way normal sound does. It felt close, like it existed in the room rather than coming from a corner. Then the pressure on the end of the bed shifted. It still felt like someone sitting there, but now it also felt like a gentle rocking, as if whoever it was swaying slightly while humming. The combination of the humming and the rocking should have terrified me, but it didn't. If anything, it soothed me. It made the room feel less hostile, less cold. It felt calming, almost protective. After a while, it stopped. The pressure lifted. The humming faded. And the bed went still again. A few nights later, it happened again. I felt someone sit on the end of my bed, that same steady weight, that same calm presence. And then something else happened. My bed covers were pulled up to my chin and the sheets were tucked in along the side, neatly, the way a parent might do when they want you to feel safe and snug. Right after that, I felt a sudden tingly sensation on my forehead. It was brief and delicate, and the only way I can describe it is that it felt like a kiss. A soft touch that left warmth behind. Again, I wasn't scared. I remember lying there thinking, in a quiet way, that whatever this was, it didn't feel like it meant harm. It felt like comfort. Like someone trying to settle me. Like the room was being made safe, at least for a while. But the sunroom was a different story. I wasn't always frightened out there. Sometimes I'd feel nothing at all. Sometimes it would just be a room, a place where the kids watched TV, played, hung out away from our parents. In daylight it could feel normal enough that I wondered if I'd imagined the whole bad feeling thing. But at night, the sunroom changed. The air felt heavier. The windows felt like eyes. And that threshold near the study felt like a line you didn't want to stand on for too long. The worst incident happened when I was around 13. I remember it because it was one of those moments that splits your life in two, before and after. It was night. The house was quiet. I had been in the sunroom and got up to go to bed. I stepped over the threshold into the study, and as I turned my body to switch off the light, I saw him. I don't even like calling it a man, because it wasn't human in the way a normal person is. But it looked like a man at first glance. Tall. Solid in outline. Standing right there, near the place where the light fell, like he was waiting for that exact moment when I turned. His presence hit me like a wave. What I remember most is his eyes. They weren't just scary. They were full of hate. Pure dislike and malice poured off him, not in a metaphorical sense, but in a way I could actually feel on my skin. It was like the room itself recoiled. He stood there glaring at me, and I knew, without doubt, that he meant me harm. He was solid, but not completely solid. I could see the wall behind him, faintly, as if he was both there and not there, like his shape had substance but his body wasn't made of the same kind of matter as everything else in the room. He felt real enough to freeze me in place. He was holding an axe. Not raised. Not swinging. It was just hanging from his hands, as if it belonged there, as if it was part of him. That somehow made it worse, because it didn't feel like a threat he was making in the moment. It felt like a statement of what he was. Like violence wasn't something he was considering. It was something he carried naturally. I couldn't move. I wanted to run, but my body wouldn't obey. My feet felt glued to the floor. My throat felt tight. I was trapped in that split second between seeing and reacting, and in that space, panic didn't even have time to become a scream. It was just paralysis. Then I heard a woman's voice. It wasn't the gentle humming voice. This time it was loud and sharp, a scream that cut straight through the air. "Go! You don't belong here!" The effect was immediate. A sudden warmth flooded through me, and only then did I realize how freezing cold I had been standing in that spot, as if the fear and the presence had sucked the heat out of me. That warmth felt like a shield, like someone had stepped between me and him. As the voice rang out, I watched him disappear right in front of my eyes. Not like someone walking away, but like something dissolving. One moment he was there, the next moment the space was empty. I moved then, shakily, like my legs were trying to remember how to work. I walked into my bedroom and closed myself in. That night, the woman returned. I felt her sit on my bed again, that familiar weight near my feet, and she stayed as long as I was conscious of it. I lay there listening to the quiet, feeling the steady presence, and I began to understand over time that she came on the nights I felt spooked or watched. It was like she knew when the house felt wrong. I don't know if she was connected to him in life, if they had known each other somehow, or if she was simply a guardian, something that stayed near me to keep me safe. But the pattern became clear. When fear crept into my bedroom, she came, and the fear eased. For a while after that, things were quieter. Not perfect, but quieter. The sunroom still made me uneasy at night, but the worst of the activity seemed to settle. I started to believe that maybe it had been a one-off. Maybe whatever I had seen had passed through, shown itself once, and moved on. Then, one night when I was a little older, it happened again. My younger sister had gone to bed. My parents were out for the evening, and I was babysitting, sitting alone in the sunroom with the TV on. It was the kids' space, and I felt safe enough there during the day, but at night I always had one ear tuned to the silence, always aware of how exposed those windows felt. Without warning, the lights went off. The TV didn't turn off properly. It went blank. Not a shutdown, just a blank screen, like someone had wiped it clean. For a second, my brain tried to make sense of it. Power outage? Fault? A blown fuse? But before I could even fully stand up, I heard a voice right in my ear. "She is not here to protect you now, girlie. You're stuffed." The cold that went through me wasn't normal fear. It was shock and dread all at once, the realization that something was speaking to me, not in a dream, not in my imagination, but directly into the space beside my head. I jumped up and ran for the study, because for some reason my instincts told me I needed to get away from the sunroom. But before I could reach the step, he was there. Right in front of me, blocking me. In that second, something clicked in my mind. I realized that every time I had seen him, it was near that threshold. It was in that area. And I realized I had never seen him outside that part of the house. It felt like he was bound to that space, like he couldn't cross into the main part of the house for whatever reason. The study in the sunroom felt like his territory, and the rest of the house felt like it was protected by something else. I didn't stop to analyze it further. I ran. My bedroom window opened into the sunroom, and I threw myself toward it. By sheer luck, it wasn't fully locked. It was sitting a millimeter off being fully closed. If it had been properly locked, I don't know what I would have done. I wrenched it open with shaking hands and climbed through. I fell onto the floor of my bedroom, scrambling and gasping like I'd just escaped something physical. When I looked back, he was standing in front of the window. Hatred poured off him in waves. He opened his mouth like he was going to speak, like he was about to tell me something, or threaten me, or laugh. And something inside me snapped. I screamed at him. "You are not welcome here. Go back to where you came from." I don't know where that came from. I wasn't trained in anything spiritual. I wasn't someone who believed I had any special power. I was just a terrified young person who had reached the end of fear and landed on defiance. But the moment I said it, with everything in me, he faded. Not slowly. Not stubbornly. He faded like the words hit him where he was weakest. A moment later, warmth filled my room. And I heard her voice again, calm now, close in the air like a blanket being pulled up around me. "Hush now. He can't hurt you anymore." I sat there shaking, trying to understand what had just happened. My mind kept circling the same questions. Why did my words work? How could I possibly have banished something like that? Was it really me? Was it her? Was it something about that threshold and the boundaries in the house? Did he already have limits, and I simply spoke with enough conviction to force him back into them? For days afterward, those questions rolled around in my head. Even years later, I still thought about it sometimes, wondering if I had truly done anything at all, or if I had just stumbled into the right moment where whatever power was protecting me could finally push him out completely. What I know is this: after that night, there was never anything again. The sunroom felt fine. The study no longer gave me chills the same way. The windows at night stopped feeling like eyes. And even the cat changed. The cat, who had always bolted over that threshold, finally walked across it normally, calm and unbothered, as if whatever had been there was gone. And that's what stays with me. Not only the terror of seeing him, not only the strange comfort of the woman's presence, but the way the whole house seemed to exhale afterward, like something heavy had finally been removed. We'd been counting down to this move for weeks, but not in the excited, new beginning kind of way. More like the tense, exhausted kind of countdown where you're trying to keep life running while everything is half-packed and your brain is stuck in a constant loop of lists, deadlines, and worst-case scenarios. We are building our own home, and we're so close to finishing that it hurts. Weeks away. Close enough to picture the furniture in the rooms, close enough to imagine the first night there, close enough to feel that relief in your bones. But then we were told our lease wouldn't be continuing. No extensions. No grace period. We had to move out. In 20 days. 20 days is nothing when you've got a family, dogs, work, and a whole house that suddenly needs to be dismantled and put back together somewhere else. It's the kind of time frame that makes even simple tasks feel like emergencies. On top of that, my son was starting at a new school the following week. So it wasn't just about finding any roof over our heads. We needed a short-term rental that was close enough to the school to keep life manageable, and it had to have a secure yard because of the dogs. If you've ever tried to find a place last minute with specific requirements, you know how quickly hope turns into dread. We put up an ad on Facebook for a short-term rental, and somehow, pure luck, honestly, we found a house. It had a proper yard, enough space for us, and it was close to the school. I remember feeling this rush of gratitude and relief, like the universe had thrown us a rope just as we were slipping. We were still stressed, obviously, but we had a plan. We had somewhere to go. Then the reality of moving hit. First step, the skip bin. We had too much stuff. Not the cute kind of, "oh, we've collected memories" stuff. I mean the kind of excess that piles up quietly over years until you realize you could probably downsize by half and still not miss most of it. We decided to be ruthless. Anything worth selling or donating got sorted into piles. Everything else went into the bin. When the skip bin arrived, it was huge, sitting there like a challenge. It took up a big chunk of the driveway, the kind of sight that makes you feel both motivated and overwhelmed. Over the next 2 days we filled it to the brim. We worked like machines. Daytime was all action, dragging things out, breaking down old stuff, sorting, hauling, sweating, trying to make progress because time was against us. During the day, nothing felt strange. Or maybe we were too busy to notice. Stress has this way of narrowing your focus so much that you only see what's directly in front of you. You don't have mental space for anything else. The house was just a house, the bin was just a bin, and the days were just tasks stacked on top of tasks. But the nights were different. It started subtle. The kind of thing you can dismiss if you want to. A feeling more than an event. I remember telling my partner that I kept seeing movement out of the corner of my eye. Just quick flickers, like something shifted when it shouldn't have, like a shape past a doorway. Every time I turned my head properly, there was nothing. No one there. No obvious cause. I tried to rationalize it. We were exhausted. We were stressed. We were living in a half-packed house with unfamiliar shadows because furniture had been moved and piles were stacked in places they normally weren't. I told myself it was my eyes. Or my brain. Or both. Then my partner flew back to site. He works FIFO, 2 weeks away and 1 week home, so we're used to him being gone, but it always changes the feeling of the house. Even if you don't like admitting it, a house feels different when you're alone in it at night. It's quieter. It's wider. You hear every little sound and your brain can't help checking them. That night, I walked out the front door to put the bins out. I had a rubbish bag in my hand. It was dusk, sundown, but still a thin layer of light in the sky, that twilight gray-blue that makes shadows look thicker than they should. I opened the door and, in the briefest glance, I saw a dark shape crouched beside the skip bin. It wasn't a maybe. It was there long enough for my brain to register the posture. Low, compact, like someone squatting. For a split second my body did that automatic jolt of, "Someone is out there." Then I looked down to tie the rubbish bag, because my brain was trying to process what I'd just seen, trying to make sense of it. I lifted my eyes again. The shape stood up. It rose like a person would rise, not like a shadow shifting with light. It took 2 steps, and vanished. Just gone. I froze. The streetlight was on, sitting to the left of the skip bin, casting a steady glow. There wasn't a dark patch deep enough for something to disappear into. There weren't trees or bushes to hide behind. The skip bin was there, solid and stupid in the driveway, and what I had just seen made no sense at all. I didn't run. I didn't scream. I just stood still with my heart pounding and my skin prickling. Then I forced myself to keep moving. I put the bins out, like I was refusing to turn it into something bigger. And I went back inside. Later that night I was watching a movie, trying to calm down, trying to focus on something normal. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw something walk past the theater room window. Not a light change. Not a reflection. The motion was too clear, too shaped. I turned my head quickly. Nothing. I got up and looked properly. Nothing. That's when the dogs started acting strange. They were outside at first, and they began running up and down the yard, growling. That is not normal for them. One of our dogs rarely barks, and the other is a good guard dog but mostly a big goofy sweetheart. When they're both unsettled, it means something. Not necessarily something paranormal. Dogs react to animals, noises, strange scents. But what got to me was the intensity and the focus. They weren't just barking at a passing possum. They were fixated on the front of the house. They kept returning to the windows and staring out toward the skip bin area, pacing, growling low in their throats like they wanted whatever was out there to know they were watching back. The dogs unsettled me more than anything else. When my partner isn't home, the dogs are my safety net. They give me that sense that if something real is outside, an intruder, an animal, anything, they'll react and warn me. But that night their behavior didn't feel like a normal alert. It felt like fear mixed with aggression, like they didn't understand what they were reacting to but they didn't like it at all. I brought them inside. Even then, they wouldn't settle. They watched the front windows constantly. Their heads kept lifting as if they heard something I couldn't. They paced, then froze, then paced again. I barely slept. I lay there listening to their movement, and feeling that strange wrongness in the air, like the house was holding its breath. A few days went by after that. During the day, I was at work, then back home packing and sorting, and nothing obvious happened. The only consistent thing was the dogs at night. They kept getting agitated. Not every moment, but enough that I started dreading evenings. Daylight became relief. Night felt like a test. Then Saturday came. I was picking up the keys for the new place later, and I decided to take a trailer load of stuff over. I hitched the trailer to the SUV by myself. I'd driven with the trailer before, but I hadn't done the whole setup alone. Still, I got it done, and I backed it into the driveway on the first go. I was ridiculously proud of myself. Moving stress does that. You take your wins wherever you can find them. I remember smiling, thinking, okay, I can do this. I loaded the trailer, tied everything down, locked the cage, and got into the SUV ready to go. Flat battery. I stared at the dashboard like it was mocking me. The battery was 6 months old. It wasn't cold, it was the middle of summer. Nothing had been left on. No interior light, no doors open, no reason for it to be dead. We had a battery charger, thankfully. I hooked it up, waited, and after about 30 minutes I got it started and hit the road. When I came back, I parked the trailer and backed the SUV into the driveway so I could jump it with my car if it happened again. I didn't like the feeling of relying on luck. Sunday, my mom and sister came over to help me pack and clean. We spent the day working. It was ordinary, busy, exhausting. Then it was time for them to go home. My mom walked out to start her car in the driveway. Flat battery. Totally dead. Now I'm standing there, staring at her car, trying to connect the dots. I got my car out of the garage and jump-started hers. We were both confused, talking over each other, trying to work out what could possibly be draining batteries like this. It felt ridiculous. Then my sister got into her car. Flat battery. At that point, it stopped being a weird coincidence and started feeling like something was playing with us. I don't mean that in a dramatic way. I mean the pattern was too sharp. Too stacked. And it happened so quickly, one after the other, like dominoes. I walked over to the SUV, whose battery had been fine that morning when I started it. Flat battery again. 3 out of 4 cars at my home had dead batteries. All batteries less than a year old. I was completely lost trying to comprehend it. It didn't feel like bad luck. It felt targeted. And I know how that sounds, but that was the sensation in my body, like something was messing with the most inconvenient parts of our life at the worst possible moment. I jump-started my sister's car and she got going. My mum left too. I was still standing there in that post-chaos haze when my sister started reversing out. I was watching her. She was watching her mirrors. Everything looked normal. And then she smashed into the lamp-post. It was so sudden that my brain didn't even register it as impact at first. I just heard the sound, smash, crunch, and then what sounded like glass falling from the lamp onto the road. My sister's face was pure shock. The way she backed into the lamp post was like the lamp post wasn't even there. Like her eyes didn't register it. But I was watching her from the front, and I could see straight through her back window. In that angle, the lamp post couldn't be seen, even though it was directly behind her. It was like the perspective was wrong. We both jumped out of our cars and ran to the back of hers. No damage. Not even a scratch. It didn't make sense. It had sounded like a hard hit. That crunching sound people dread because it usually means a dent or a smashed bumper. But her car looked untouched. I turned to the lamp post, bracing myself for shattered glass or a broken cover. Nothing. No damage to the lamp post. No scratches. No glass on the road. No fragments. Nothing. The road was clean, as if the sound had been staged, as if it had happened only in our ears. We stood there staring at each other, both of us shaken, both of us trying to find an explanation that fit the facts. But nothing fit. We had both heard it. We had both reacted. The impact had felt real enough to send us running. And yet the evidence wasn't there. After that, everything felt heavier. My mum's battery died again after she got home. She ended up replacing it. The SUV battery had to be replaced too because it was like the life had been sucked out of it. The whole situation drained money and energy we didn't have spare. We were already stressed and exhausted, and now it felt like the house was fighting back. A few mornings later, I woke up with this indescribable feeling that I had been watched all night. Not the usual. I slept badly. Feeling, but that raw, uneasy sensation that something had been present while you were vulnerable. I got up and tried to shake it off, but it clung to me. So I went to a little shop in town and bought white sage. I went home and smudged the place, walking through rooms, trying to push the feeling out. I did feel better afterwards, but it didn't last. If anything, it felt like I had soothed the air temporarily without changing whatever was underneath. I even wondered if I'd done it wrong, because it was my first time doing it. Maybe I hadn't done it with enough intention. Maybe I was just desperate for a sense of control. Around the same time, the bedside lamp bulb started flickering. It was another small thing that became unsettling because of everything else. I replaced the bulbs and they seemed fine afterwards, but by then my nerves were already frayed. Every small malfunction felt like part of the same pattern. Then came the night with the dogs that truly scared me. Our dogs sleep in the bedroom with us. We have a border collie and a dingo ex-kelpie. Usually at night they're relaxed. If something sets them off, they tag team. The border collie has a big bark and he'll go off when he hears something outside. The dingo usually climbs onto the bed and sits near me like she's guarding me, while the border collie does his alert routine. But this night wasn't normal alert behavior. The border collie suddenly went completely wild, barking, whining, frantic. Then he started growling. Not playful growling. The kind that comes from deep in the chest. His hair stood up, and he began baring his teeth. I had never seen him go that far inside the bedroom. The dingo jumped up on the bed with me and began whining, but her hair was standing up too, and she was baring her teeth as well. Both dogs were focused on the same spot in the corner of the room. Not the door. Not the window. The corner. I felt my heart hammering, and my whole body went cold. Whatever they were seeing or sensing, it was in the room with us. I had bought white sage essential oil and made a spray bottle out of it, thinking it might help calm the atmosphere, even if only psychologically. In that moment, I didn't care if it was placebo or not. I grabbed the spray and went absolutely nuts around the room, spraying corners, walls, the air near the spot the dogs were focused on. I spoke out loud too, more for myself than anything, telling whatever it was to leave that it wasn't welcome. For a little while, it helped. The dogs calmed down enough that my breathing slowed. They still watched the corner, but they weren't baring teeth anymore. I thought, maybe that's it. Maybe it's past. Then later that evening, they went berserk again. That repeated pattern, calm, then sudden escalation, made me feel like I was dealing with something that wasn't just outside noises. It felt like there was a presence that moved around, that tested boundaries, that reacted to attention, and that the dogs could see it far more clearly than I could. The skip bin was picked up a few nights after that. I remember watching it being lifted and hauled away, hoping with everything in me that it would change the feeling. I had started believing, irrationally or not, that whatever had arrived had come with the bin. That it had attached to the process of clearing out the house, stripping it back, exposing corners of it that normally stayed quiet. But the bin going made no difference. The nights still felt wrong. The dogs still reacted. The air still felt tense. At that point I stopped trying to solve it and just focused on getting us out. My partner flew back from site soon after, and within a few days we moved. The chaos of moving was still exhausting, but it felt like we were escaping something. Like leaving the house wasn't just about ending the lease. It was about leaving that atmosphere behind. And the biggest relief of all was this: whatever was there did not come with us. The first nights in the new place were quiet. The dogs slept properly. They didn't fixate on corners. They didn't pace. I didn't wake up with that watched feeling. The air felt ordinary again, like a home should. Even with boxes everywhere and everything in disarray, I felt lighter. Like my body could finally unclench. I don't know what any of it was. I don't know why it seemed to start after the skip bin arrived, or why it escalated the way it did, or why it messed with batteries and scared the dogs and made the nights feel so wrong. I only know what I experienced, what I saw, what I heard, and how my home changed in a way that didn't match normal stress. And I'm grateful, deeply grateful, that whatever it was stayed behind when we left. I've been living in this house for 3 years, and until this year it felt mostly quiet. I'm not saying nothing ever happened at all, because there was one incident that still sits in the back of my mind and I may share it another time, but day to day this home has been calmer than most places I've lived in. That mattered to me more than I can explain, because I've been around strange experiences since I was very young. When you grow up with things that don't fit neatly into logic, you learn to crave normal, boring nights. You learn to appreciate ordinary mornings. You learn to hold on to peace with both hands when you finally get it. So for a long time, I tried to enjoy that calm. I tried not to go looking for trouble. I tried to keep my focus on practical life, on my family, on my home, on routines. I told myself that even if I had always been sensitive, even if odd things had happened to me in the past, it didn't mean they had to keep happening forever. I wanted to believe that whatever followed me when I was younger had finally lost interest, or that I had finally learned how to keep my space protected without turning my whole life into a constant watch. Then this year, something shifted. It didn't start like a dramatic scene from a movie. It started small, like the beginning of a cold you can't quite name yet. A few little signs. A few changes in mood. A few nights that didn't feel right. Nothing that screamed danger at first, but enough that my body began to hold tension without me meaning it to. You know that feeling when you're in your own house and everything looks the same, but your chest feels tight anyway? Like your body is listening for something your ears can't hear? That's what it was like. Quiet, but wrong. The first clear thing I noticed was what was happening to my partner. They began waking up with scratch marks on their body. At first, we reacted the way anyone would. We tried to explain it with normal reasons. We checked bedding. We checked nails. We checked whether the scratches could be from restless movement during sleep. We looked for sharp seams, rough fabric, anything that could drag across skin. We tried to be calm about it. But there was one detail that kept coming back, and it made it harder to shrug off. The marks were only ever in twos. Not random. Not a mess of lines. Pairs. I know some people might say that doesn't matter, that marks are marks, and you can accidentally scratch yourself in your sleep and not remember it. I'm not denying that. I wanted it to be that. I wanted it to be something simple we could fix with a different blanket or a nail file. But the pattern nagged at me. 2 marks. 2 marks again. 2 marks again. It started to feel like more than coincidence, not because of one night, but because it kept repeating. Around the same time, my partner's sleep became darker. They were having violent dreams, the kind that leave your body tense even when you wake up. They started forgetting things that they normally would never forget. Little things at first, then bigger things. It wasn't just, I forgot where I put my keys. It was more like their mind felt foggy in a way that wasn't normal for them. They seemed unsettled, even when they couldn't explain why. Because of the conditions that have been affecting the world, we were sleeping separately. We weren't living in the way we would choose in a perfect world. We were keeping distance, doing what we felt we had to do at the time. So my partner was sleeping alone, and I wasn't always there in the same room, seeing every moment, feeling every shift in the air. That made me uneasy. Not because I didn't trust my partner, but because when you are dealing with anything strange, isolation makes it worse. Being alone in the dark with fear can turn a small thing into a huge thing. And the more the marks appeared, the more their dreams grew violent, the more they forgot, the more I felt like the separation might have to change, even if it was only temporarily. I didn't want to make fear-based decisions, but I also didn't want to ignore something that could be escalating. I started researching. I know people will roll their eyes at that, but when something is happening to your family, you try to gather information any way you can. You read, you compare, you look for patterns, you try to work out whether something fits a known explanation or whether you're dealing with something outside your usual understanding. In my head, I formed an idea of what I thought was happening. I also believed I had a way to deal with it, or at least a way to defend against it. At the time, I thought that was the main problem. But over the next 2 weeks, things got bigger, and they didn't stay limited to my partner. That was what frightened me most. It's one thing to feel like there's an issue attached to a person. It's another thing to feel like something has widened its reach and started testing the whole house. One night, I began to project myself unintentionally. This isn't new for me. It's a strange thing to say out loud, and I know not everyone believes in it, but I've had experiences like that enough times that I recognize the feeling. Usually, when it happens, I'm more annoyed than scared because it can be exhausting. It feels like your body and your awareness aren't lined up properly. It's disorienting. But it's also something I've learned to manage, so I didn't panic immediately. While it was happening, my cat appeared out of nowhere beside my body. At first, that didn't faze me. Cats do strange things. They appear quietly. They jump up without warning. They move like shadows even in full light. But then something hit me like a cold wave, and it was so sharp that it snapped my focus. My cat wasn't supposed to be with me. My cat was in the room with my partner. That realization shouldn't have mattered if everything was normal, but it mattered because in that state I wasn't meant to be in my partner's space. I wasn't meant to be there. And yet I was aware of my cat being there, like I had drifted into the wrong room without choosing to. I dropped back down fast, like falling. I pulled myself back into my body the way you might yank your hand away from something hot. I called out to my partner right away, because I needed grounding. I needed to hear their real voice. I needed them to answer in the way they always answer. I needed confirmation that I was safe and awake and not sliding into something I couldn't control. Immediately, my partner appeared at my side. That should have comforted me. Instead, it terrified me, because the behavior was wrong. They climbed onto my left leg and began kissing my thigh again and again. It wasn't playful. It wasn't normal affection. It was repetitive and strange, like a performance. My partner would never do that as a response to me calling out. If I call them in real life, most of the time they just yell, "What?" from wherever they are, half asleep or half distracted. This wasn't them. The whole thing felt like an imitation, like something wearing their shape and trying to interact with me the way it thought a partner should. It felt like something pretending, and the pretending was the part that made my skin crawl. Fear hit me fully then. I've had sleep paralysis before, and even though it's terrifying in the moment, it usually passes quickly. This did not. This lasted so long it felt unreal. Time got messy. Minutes stretched. My body felt heavy, like gravity had doubled. I felt trapped in a half-awake state where I could think clearly but couldn't fully move the way I wanted. I forced myself to fight. I threw the being off me. I don't mean I gently pushed. I mean I used every bit of willpower I had to reject it, to shove it away, to break the contact. I began vibrating on a higher frequency the way I have done in the past when I've needed to protect myself. It's hard to explain in plain language, but it's like shifting your whole inner state from fear to something brighter and stronger, like pushing your energy outward instead of collapsing inward. When it works, it's like a barrier. When it doesn't fully work, it's still something that can weaken whatever is pressing in. It helped, but not as much as I wanted. The thing kept trying to come back, as if it was circling, as if it was testing whether I would tire. I felt insulted by that too, not just scared. Because the imitation felt personal. It felt like someone had walked into my home and tried to mimic someone I love, like it was playing with my trust. After a while, it backed off. It felt like it gave up, not because it disappeared completely, but because it realized I wasn't helpless and I wasn't new to defending myself. I managed to wake my partner properly, and confirm what happened was not them. That mattered. I needed to know I wasn't only in my own head, that the behavior didn't match reality, that something had been off. After that, the imitation attack didn't happen again, at least not in the same way. For a short time, I thought maybe that was the end of it. Maybe it had tried, failed, and moved on. I should have known better, because in my life things don't always end neatly. Sometimes they shift direction. The real problem started when my daughter became involved. My daughter is 6. She is still young enough that her imagination is big, and her words can be simple, but she is also old enough to know the difference between a normal fear and something that feels wrong to her. 8 days ago, according to her, she began seeing something outside her window. She didn't tell me right away. She kept it to herself for days, which annoyed me and scared me at the same time. I have told her repeatedly that if she sees or hears something frightening, she needs to tell me immediately. Not because I want to make a big dramatic scene, but because I don't want her carrying fear alone at night. I don't want her lying there staring at a window, thinking she has to deal with it by herself. On the 5th day she finally told me. She said there was something outside her window that had no face. She described it as resembling a shadow person, except that its face had a white outline. That detail stuck in my mind like a thorn. A shadow's shape is one thing. Shadows can be explained away too easily by people who weren't there. But the white outline around the face made it feel specific. And when I tried to search for descriptions like that, I didn't see it spoken about in the same way outside of Australia. I don't know if that means anything, but it added to the feeling that I didn't understand what I was dealing with. When she told me, I checked inside her room first. I looked carefully, not rushing, not wanting to frighten her further. I saw nothing, but I felt something. That might sound vague, but if you've ever had that sense that the air is occupied, that your skin reacts before your eyes find a reason, you understand. It was like a pressure of attention, like something watching from a place you couldn't point to. Then I checked outside. I walked around, looked at the ground, looked at the fence line, looked at the angle of the window. I searched for anything physical that might explain what she was seeing. A tree branch. A garden ornament. A reflective surface. A gap where streetlight could create a strange silhouette. I saw nothing that matched her description. So I questioned her, gently but clearly, because I needed details. And what made me take her even more seriously was how quickly she answered. There was no long thinking. No dramatic pause. No shifting story. Just instant replies like she was describing something she had already stared at far too many times. I asked how long it had been there. She said 5 days. I asked what its features were. She said it was see-through and the face had white around it. I asked if it was a boy or a girl or something else. She said it was a boy. I asked if it had hair or if it was hooded, if it wore a hat, if it was tall. She said it had no hair, and she didn't know. I asked if it talked to her, if she had spoken to it, if it had done anything. She said no, it just stared. I asked how it made her feel. She said it freaked her out. For a 6-year-old, that was a lot of consistent detail, delivered fast. It didn't feel like a story she was building for attention. It felt like she was reporting something she wished wasn't there. I told her something I was unsure about saying, but I was trying to understand what was happening in the house as a whole. I told her that I cannot see the one she sees, but I can see another presence without the white outline. I told her where I felt it, where I sensed it. I told her that it was standing straight and looking right at me. She got frightened, but she didn't argue. She didn't say, "No, you're wrong." She said the other one was still there, and it was looking in the same direction, but at her height, not mine. She said it was looking toward her bed, the exact place where she sleeps. Then she said something that made my stomach turn. She said she hasn't been dreaming since it arrived. I know some people will say children don't always remember dreams, or that stress can affect dreaming, or that it could be a coincidence. But hearing it from her in that moment felt like a warning. It felt like something had changed in her sleep, not just in her imagination. Whether that's spiritual or psychological, a child saying that their dreams have stopped after a frightening presence appeared is not something I can ignore. For the next 2 days, I tried to work out what to do. I stood outside where she said she sees it, and I positioned myself exactly as she instructed, because I wanted to test whether the height she described was real. That's when I realized the thing wasn't standing at her height. It was crouching. The idea of something crouching outside a child's window, close enough that it stays in the same place, and stares, made my blood run cold. Standing is one thing. Crouching feels deliberate. It feels like hiding. It feels like watching without wanting to be seen by adults. I also wasn't sure about the other presence I'd sensed. I didn't want to wait and watch until something got worse. So I did what I know how to do. I cleansed the house. I made salterns for everyone in the house. I drew protective sigils, one for my partner, one for my daughter, and one for the lounge room. I also made one for my partner to take to work, because I didn't want whatever was happening to follow them outside the home. Then I drew an anti-demon sigil in olive oil on the main windows and on the front and back door. I know how this sounds to people who don't live in this kind of reality, but for me this is a form of boundary setting. It's a way of saying this space is ours, this family is protected, you are not invited. Even with that, there were 3 moments when it felt like something tried to enter the house. 2 happened before I finished all the protections, which matters to me because it felt like they were testing the house when it was most open. The first was around 4:15 in the morning. I heard movement, and when I checked, my fly screen door had been opened. That might not sound like much, but it was enough to wake every instinct in me. You don't want to find an open barrier in the dark, when you know you locked up. You don't want to wonder whether you forgot, or whether something else moved it. It makes you doubt your own memory, and that alone is unsettling. The second incident was the one that truly shook me. It was around 4:45 in the morning. I heard a knock at the front door. I didn't rush to open it, because at that hour there's no good reason for anyone to be knocking, not in a way that would be safe. I went to inspect, to listen, to check the lock. And as I stood there, I heard the squeaking of the latch to the back door, like someone was trying it. I cannot explain the rage I felt in that moment alongside the fear. It felt insulting. It felt like mockery. Like something wanted me to run to the front while it tested the back. Like it was playing a game with my attention. After that second incident, I stopped trying to be calm about it. I went on the offensive with protections. I drew everything up. I set the boundaries clearly. I also spoke aloud, because I have learned that silence can sometimes feel like permission. I asked what they wanted. I told them to leave. I told them they were not welcome. I did not invite conversation. I did not ask them to show themselves. I simply made the boundary. Then came the third incident. I was making dinner, waiting for my partner to return from work. There was a knock at the door that I didn't hear properly because I'm a bit deaf, but my daughter heard it and called out immediately. I checked, and there was no one there. The timing was what rattled me. It was the exact time my partner would normally show up, if the bus schedule hadn't shifted. That felt too clever, too deliberate, like something was trying to get us to open the door with trust because we expected a familiar person. At this point I felt like I had done everything I could do until the next full moon, which is May 14th here in Western Australia. I don't like feeling like I'm waiting for a date on a calendar when my child is frightened now, but I also believe timing can matter for certain removals, and I didn't want to rush something and make it worse. In the middle of all this, I noticed something that made me feel even more uneasy. The shadow I sensed next to the one I couldn't see felt darker in nature, and I came to believe it was something more harmful, because it was positioned at the only window where I had not yet drawn a sigil. Out of all the windows, it chose the one place that was unmarked. That might be coincidence, but when you've experienced patterns before, coincidence stops feeling comforting. I also started believing that whatever is attached to my partner is connected to what's happening in the house. I didn't want to jump to that conclusion at first, because I know how easy it is to link everything together when you're frightened. But after I said out loud that I would deal with it, I was attacked myself, and that felt like a warning, like something saying, if you interfere, you become a target. That kind of reaction makes you believe there is a direct connection. And still, the biggest problem remains the crouching figure with the white outlined face outside my daughter's window. I cannot identify it. It doesn't move like a normal person. It doesn't act like an animal. It doesn't shift or fade the way some shadow presences do. It is like a statue. No matter what I do, it seems to remain. And that is what makes me feel stuck. I can manage a presence that comes and goes. I can manage noise or flickers or passing shapes. But something that stays, that watches, that crouches, that feels focused on a child's sleeping place, is different. Then my daughter told me something new, and it shook me deeply. She said she heard one speak. Until then, she had said it never spoke, it only stared. But now she said it spoke and said, "This is our house." I know those words sound cliché. I know that. If I heard someone else say it, I might even think they were influenced by movies. But she is 6, and she said it plainly, like reporting weather. And whether it was truly spoken by something external, or whether it was heard in that strange place between sleep and waking, it still matters because it frightened her and because it changes the situation in my mind from watching to claiming. I don't want to be stuck waiting until the full moon, hoping that removing the attachment from my partner will remove the others too. I keep turning over the same fears. What if it doesn't work? What if the ritual fails? What if the one at my daughter's window is separate? What if I remove one thing and another remains? I hate the feeling that I'm gambling with my family's safety. I'm trying to stay vigilant. I'm trying to keep protections up. I'm trying not to spiral into panic because I know fear can make everything feel bigger. But I'm also tired. I'm protective. I'm scared in a way that sits under the skin, because it involves my child. It's one thing to feel like something is bothering me or testing me. It's another thing to feel like something is watching my daughter and affecting her sleep and her dreams. I'm here because I need advice, and I need it without judgment. I know my writing can be messy because when I'm frightened my thoughts rush, and I forget details until later. I know some of this sounds far-fetched to people who have never lived through anything similar. But I'm not trying to write a story for attention. I'm trying to document what is happening in my home and ask for help because I don't want to make it worse by doing the wrong thing. I have never felt this stuck before. In the past, I have been able to defend myself and my space. I have been able to push things away, cleanse, reset, protect. But this time feels different because it feels organized, like it tests doors, mimics routines, imitates people, and stays positioned outside a child's window without moving. Right now we are safe, but I feel like safety depends on me staying constantly alert, constantly maintaining barriers, constantly watching for patterns. And that's not how a home should feel. A home should feel like a place where you sleep. A place where your child dreams. A place where your nervous system can rest. So I'm asking for guidance. I'm asking for practical steps that don't rely only on waiting for a date. I'm asking for help understanding what to do about a presence that does not move, that crouches, that stares, and that seems to be focused on my daughter's bed. And I'm asking because I don't want to find out the hard way what happens if I get it wrong. Growing up, I always had this quiet feeling that my house wasn't really just my house. It felt like something else shared the space with us. Most of the time it stayed in the background, like a whisper you can't quite make out, but every now and then it would move a little closer, and I would step over the line from uneasy into truly frightened. The first really strange thing that I can honestly remember happened when I was 4 or 5 years old. I can still picture my room back then, a small bed pushed up against one wall, a little dresser, and a few toys scattered in the corners that I never seemed to put away properly. At that age, everything looks bigger and more mysterious, even your own bedroom, especially when the lights are off and your imagination isn't tired yet. It was one of those nights where sleep just wouldn't come. I lay awake staring at the ceiling, my mind wandering around in that half-dreamy way kids' minds do. The house around me had settled into its quiet. Somewhere down the hall my parents were sleeping. The only sound was the soft ticking of a clock and the occasional tiny creak from the walls as they cooled. I wasn't scared. I was just restless and bored. Then, in the stillness, I heard a woman start to sing. It was a lullaby. The kind of song people hum when they're rocking a baby or smoothing a blanket over a child's shoulders. The voice was soft and gentle, not loud, but clear enough that I knew I wasn't imagining just some random noise. The melody sounded old, like something from a time before me, and there was a sadness in it that I didn't really understand back then. I sat up in bed and looked around my room. There was no one there. The door was closed. The shadows were just the same shadows I knew. I listened harder, my heart beating just a little faster. The singing continued for a short while, floating in the air like it had its own little place to sit, then faded away as if the singer had walked down a hallway I couldn't see. The only television in our house was on the opposite side, far from my room, and it was off. I knew that much. My parents weren't the type to leave it on late at night, especially not where I could hear it. And the sound hadn't been thin or distant like a TV in another room. It had been close and warm, almost as if someone had been sitting beside my bed. I wish I could remember exactly how I felt in that moment, terrified, comforted, shocked, but I was so young that all I have now are fragments. I know I was confused. I know I knew it was unusual. I know it stayed with me. Even though I can't say with complete certainty that it wasn't a dream, something inside me insists that it wasn't. The memory stands separate from my dreams. It feels like something that really happened. That wasn't the last odd thing that took place in my room. A year or two later, when I was a little older but still very much a child, something else happened that made bedtime difficult for a long time afterward. I had a habit when I was young. I always slept with a light on. Complete darkness made me uneasy, so my parents would leave a small light glowing somewhere near my room. Sometimes it was the hallway light, sometimes a lamp, sometimes just the bathroom light with the door left half open. The safety of that glow meant a lot to me. On top of that, I had started sleeping under my blanket on purpose, even when I wasn't cold. I liked the way the light shone through the fabric, turning the world under my blanket into this soft, filtered space. It was like my own private little cave, glowing gently with colors instead of being totally dark. I would lie there and watch the light shimmer through the threads, safe and hidden. One night, I was lying like that, under my blanket with the familiar glow above me, when a strange feeling crept over me. It started slowly. At first I just felt a little aware, the way you do when someone enters a room, even if you can't see them. Then it grew into this strong certainty that someone was sitting right beside my bed, staring at me. My first thought was that it might be one of my parents, maybe checking to see if I was asleep. That would have made sense, except for one thing. My door squeaked loudly whenever it opened. If anyone came in, I would hear it for sure. The house was quiet. No squeak. No footsteps. Just that heavy feeling of being observed. As I stayed frozen under the blanket, my mind began trying to give the unseen presence a shape. For some reason, I started thinking of a grandmother. It might have been because I'd recently had dreams about my dad's mother, the grandmother who had died before I was born. I had never known her in real life, but through stories and old photos she had become a sort of shadow in my head, someone connected to me, yet distant and mysterious. Maybe my mind reached for her image, because it needed something soft to wrap around the fear. Lying there, I decided that the person in my room was a grandmother. Not a monster, not some random stranger, but a grandmother. It made things slightly less frightening, but only slightly. The feeling of being watched was so intense. It was like a pressure on the air. I could almost imagine the exact spot where this invisible figure was sitting, right there by my bed. And then, after what felt like a long time, something touched my arm through the blanket. It wasn't a painful touch. It wasn't a grab or a shove. It was a gentle press, a small contact, light but clear enough that I knew I wasn't imagining it. The moment I felt that touch, the sense of being watched began to fade. The air seemed to loosen. The room felt more normal again. I did not throw the blanket off and check. I stayed under, clinging to the safety of that glowing fabric, and somewhere in the middle of my confusion and fear I must have fallen asleep. But that experience stayed in my body. After that, I gave my parents a lot of trouble at bedtime. I didn't want the lights off. I didn't want to be alone. I didn't want to walk down the hallway to my room if everyone else was already settled in theirs. As I grew older, it was as if the house itself carried a faint tilt, like everything in it was slightly off balance. Most of the time, life was completely ordinary. We ate meals, watched TV, did homework, argued about nothing, celebrated small things. But underneath that normal surface, usually in the quiet moments, there was this feeling that something else was there. Our house had a particular layout that became important in my mind. My bedroom was at one end of a hallway. At the other end was the living room. In between the two, more or less in the middle, was the bathroom. The hallway itself was long enough that walking from one end to the other gave you time to notice how you felt. Whenever I walked from the living room down to my bedroom, especially if it was later in the day, it always felt like someone was behind me, standing in the living room and watching me go. It was never a face I could see. It was just a presence, a weight at my back. During the day, when the sun was streaming in through the windows and all the lights were on, it didn't bother me too much. I'd feel it, then distract myself with whatever I was doing and move on. But at night, it was different. If I had to get up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, when everyone else was asleep and the house was dark, that walk down the hallway felt like crossing a river of fear. I would step out of my room into the dimness, knowing the living room was at the far end like a dark open mouth. As I moved toward the bathroom, I could feel that presence at the other end, watching. It was so strong that sometimes I had to force myself not to run, even though every part of me wanted to. For years, until I was about 10, I had a little ritual to cope. I would bring my doll with me when I had to go down the hallway at night. It sounds silly now, but back then it made a huge difference. Somehow, having that doll in my arms made me feel like I wasn't completely alone. Like if the thing watching me decided to come closer, I'd have something, with me, some tiny bit of comfort or courage. I would clutch it, hurry to the bathroom, and then hurry back, trying my best not to look toward the living room. Even when I got older, when I was a teenager and staying up later than my parents, the feeling didn't really go away. I'd be sitting in the living room watching TV or reading, the rest of the house quiet, and at some point I'd decide it was time to go to bed. I'd stand up, turn off the lights, and suddenly the same old feeling would be there again. The moment the room went dark behind me, I would feel that presence settle into place, watching me walk down the hallway, following just behind the edge of my awareness. Most of the strange things that happened when I was a child weren't things I could see. They were things I could hear or feel. I often heard footsteps in parts of the house where no one actually was. Not the stomping of someone trying to be heard, just normal walking sounds. The creak of the floorboards, the weight of a footstep, the familiar rhythm of a person moving through a room. I'd be in my bedroom and hear someone put something down on a table in the kitchen, a little clink or thunk, and then discover the kitchen was empty. Our kitchen had a screen door that led outside to a porch. That door was old and made an unmistakable, loud, squeak whenever it opened or closed. It was one of those sounds you'd get used to, so much that you hardly notice it when real people use the door. I can't count how many times, though, I heard that noise when no one was at the door at all. Sometimes it happened when I was in another room and could convince myself I just missed whoever it was going in or out. But once, it happened while I was standing right in front of the door. I was alone, just me in the quiet of the house, when suddenly the screen door made its long, familiar screech, just as clearly as if an invisible hand had pulled it open or pushed it closed. But the door didn't move. The latch didn't rattle. Nothing changed. It was as if I heard the sound of it without the action. Strangely, the door noises never frightened me as much as some of the other things did. I think it was because, in my mind, I decided they weren't about something here and now, but something like echoes. For some reason, I became certain that those sounds were like memories of that door from some summer in the past, me or my family going in and out when the weather was warm. Almost like the house itself was replaying bits of its own history. I don't know if that makes any sense at all, but that's how it felt to me back then. The door sounds didn't feel like a living presence the way the thing in the living room did. They felt like a recording. If those had been the only strange things that ever happened, I might look back now and write it all off as imagination. A sensitive kid in a creaky house, scaring herself with shadows and sounds. But the year I went into grade 8, things changed. It was like something stepped forward out of the corner and decided to be noticed. That year, my friend Annie and I developed a serious interest in ghosts. It started like a game. We read scary books, swapped ghost stories, watched horror movies we probably shouldn't have been watching at that age, and pored over every magazine article or website we could find about hauntings and supernatural stuff. We fed each other's curiosity, and it turned into this ongoing obsession. Part of the reason we got so into it was that we both started to feel like we weren't just reading about hauntings. We might actually be living through one. It started at school, which was weird enough on its own. We'd be sitting in class, the teacher droning on, the room full of bored students, and out of nowhere one of us would feel an icy cold breeze slide past. Sometimes it would just be a little patch of air going cold on one shoulder or the back of a neck. Other times, a small area around us would suddenly feel like someone had opened a freezer door. The rest of the classroom would be normal, and nobody else seemed to react. We'd shiver, glance at each other, and try to pretend nothing had happened. We didn't think too much of it at first. Schools have drafts, open windows, strange ventilation. But one day Annie came to school looking pale and serious. She pulled me aside and said, "I was researching those online last night, and they say cold spots are a sign of ghosts." That planted a seed of real fear. Suddenly, those little patches of freezing air didn't feel harmless anymore. They felt like something brushing past us on purpose. Around the same time, Annie had an experience at home that scared her badly. She told me about it the next day. One night she woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. At the foot of her bed, standing right by where her feet were, she saw a tall, white, glowing figure. It wasn't just a blurry light. It had shape and form, taller than the people she knew, bright enough to be undeniable. She said it didn't move, just stood there watching her. Her blankets had somehow slid down to the end of the bed. It was the middle of summer, so normally she would have been warm and maybe even kicked them off herself. But she reached down, grabbed the blankets, and pulled them back over her head. The fabric felt freezing cold against her skin, like it had been sitting in snow. She curled up under them, too scared to look again. While all of that was happening to her, I had my own moment that stuck with me. I was sitting in the living room one day, reading. It was one of my favorite things to do. I'd read for a few pages, then glance out the window, then go back to my book. The window looked out over our neighbor's yard. I liked watching the birds hop around, the way the leaves moved in the wind, the simple life outside the words on the page. One of the times I looked up, I saw someone walk behind a tree in my neighbor's yard. It happened just casually, the way people pass behind cars or around corners. The tree wasn't very big, certainly not wide enough for a person to fully disappear behind without reappearing shortly after. I caught just the side of the figure before it went behind the trunk. Thin, upright, the sort of shape that made me assume it was my neighbor, an elderly and quite slender person. I kept watching, waiting for them to come out on the other side of the tree. Seconds passed. The leaves rustled. The tree stood there. No one appeared. The space where they should have come out stayed empty. I watched for long enough that I knew there was no way they could still be behind it, no way they could have crouched or moved without me seeing something. And yet nothing came. The figure had just gone, as if the tree had swallowed them. I thought about that moment for a long time. I never found an explanation that made sense. Not too long after that, Annie came to sleep over at my place. My family was renovating our house at the time, and the usual furniture arrangements were all messed up. The old living room was in chaos, and there was a new living room that had just been finished, still mostly empty. That's where we ended up spending the night. The room was simple, a couch in the middle with its back facing the wide doorway that opened to the rest of the house, a small round table beside the couch, and a shelf along one wall. No TV, no clutter, just the bare basics. The doorway had no door yet, just an open frame. We set up our sleeping spots. Annie took the couch, and I made a bed for myself on the floor next to it. That night, as I lay there drifting toward sleep, something odd started to happen. Every time I glanced toward the open doorway, I caught this strange impression of someone just pulling away from it. It was like I saw a hint of movement, the last fraction of a second of a person stepping back or turning away. Not enough to see a face or form clearly, just enough for my brain to say, "There was someone there." And then, by the time I focused, there was nothing. I was exhausted that night, so I told myself it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. The doorway and the hallway behind it were full of shadows, and tired eyes will turn shadows into anything. I tried to ignore it, turning my attention to conversation with Annie and then to the quiet hum of the house. The next morning, though, Annie asked me a question that made my stomach twist. "Did your parents come to check on us during the night?" she asked. I thought about it and shook my head. "I didn't hear them," I said. "Why?" She told me that during the night she had heard footsteps coming up to the doorway. They had stopped right there, just at the threshold. She had waited for them to come into the room, for someone to say something, but no one ever did. She never heard the footsteps walk away again either. It was as if something came to the door and stayed there, silently watching. We were already unsettled by that when we noticed the table. The night before, Annie had put a nearly full cup of water on the little round table next to the couch. It was one of those small, forgettable details you don't pay much attention to at the time. But in the morning, when we looked around the room, the table was no longer where it had been. It was upside down on the other side of the room. The cup that had been on top of it was now on the floor, on the exact spot where the table had originally stood. The cup was right side up, empty, and there was no water anywhere on the floor, not under the cup, not around it, not near the couch. The carpet was completely dry. The cup had somehow moved from the table to the floor without spilling a drop, and then the table itself had ended up flipped over somewhere far away. This had all happened right next to where my head had been while I slept. Neither of us had heard a sound. No crash, no thump, no clatter of wood or glass. Nothing. We had gone to sleep with the table upright beside the couch, water in the cup, and woken up to this silent, impossible rearrangement. That was the moment where the little things, the footsteps, the presence in the hallway, the cold spots at school, the glowing figure at the foot of Annie's bed, the woman's lullaby, the touch on my arm, stopped feeling like scattered oddities and started feeling like pieces of a pattern. Whatever was moving around at the edges of my life had stepped over one more line. Back in 2011, I was living in a small 2-bedroom unit in Adelaide. It wasn't fancy, but it was mine, and it felt steady and safe. Around that time, a friend of mine was struggling and needed a place to stay. I had a spare room, so I told him he could move in. At first it felt like the right thing to do. We got along well enough, he had his own space, and for a while it was just normal housemate life. He stayed about 6 months. Then, near the end, things started to feel a bit off. For the last 3 weeks he didn't really come home at all, and he was behind in rent. I messaged him and asked what was happening. Was he going to pay what he owed, or was he moving on? I wasn't trying to be cruel, but I needed to know where I stood. Bills don't stop just because someone disappears. Not long after that, I came home and found his room cleared out. At first it was almost a relief, like, okay, he's made a decision and this is done. But then I started noticing other things. Random things of mine were missing too. And it wasn't even the kind of stuff you'd expect someone to take if they were stealing. He'd taken brand new bottles of shampoo and conditioner from the bathroom cupboard. He'd taken a packet of earbuds. I can't even remember now what else went missing, but those things stuck in my mind because they were so strange. It wasn't like he took the TV or something big that you'd sell. It was the little everyday things, like he'd grabbed whatever he could in a hurry, or whatever he felt he needed right then, without thinking how weird it looked. I was furious. Honestly, I was boiling. I felt used. I'd opened my home to him, given him a room, tried to be decent, and he repaid it by disappearing and stealing from me on the way out. I walked around the unit for ages, checking cupboards and drawers, trying to work out what else was missing, and the anger just sat in my chest like something hot and heavy. Then I noticed something else. On top of the TV cabinet in the lounge room, he'd left behind his epilepsy medication and his repeat script. That detail is burned into my mind. It was like he'd taken shampoo and earbuds, but left the one thing that actually mattered. I remember staring at it and thinking, what are you doing? How do you forget something like that? But at the time, I was too angry to think deeply about it. I just kept replaying the theft in my head. I stewed on it for days, like my brain couldn't let it go. I felt humiliated more than anything, like I'd been made a fool of. 2 weeks later, I woke up and opened Facebook like I always did. And the first thing I saw was RIP posts. Message after message. People saying they couldn't believe it. People sharing memories. People saying goodbye. They were talking about him. I remember just staring at the screen, trying to make it make sense. My mind couldn't hold the two versions of him at the same time. The guy who stole my shampoo and vanished, and the guy everyone was suddenly mourning. I scrolled more, and the details started to come through. He'd had an epileptic fit overnight, and died out the front of his mate's house. I can't even explain the feeling properly. It wasn't one emotion, it was like 5 emotions tangled together. Shock, confusion, anger, guilt, sadness, numbness. I didn't know what I was supposed to feel, and I didn't trust any of my feelings because only 2 weeks earlier I'd been so angry I could barely think straight. Looking back now, I can see how silly I was to stay stuck on the stolen stuff. Not silly like my feelings didn't matter, but silly in the sense that life had just done something huge and final, and I was still holding on to a petty rage because it was easier than facing grief. At the time though, I didn't grieve him properly. I couldn't. My brain was still stuck in that angry place. I kept thinking, why did you do that? Why did you steal? Why did you leave your medication? Why didn't you just talk to me? And that's when things in the unit started to change. At first it was small things. Noises that didn't fit. The kind of creaks you notice more when you're alone and already on edge. Banging sounds that made me sit up and listen. Then doors started opening and closing on their own. Not always fully slamming, but swinging, like someone had pushed them. Sometimes I'd be in one room and hear a door move in another. I'd go to check and everything would look normal, but the air would feel unsettled. Like the unit wasn't quiet anymore, even when it was quiet. One night I saw something that I still can't explain away. A white glowing light floated from the hallway, through the dining area, and into the kitchen. It didn't flash like a car light. It didn't move like a torch beam. It was more like a soft shape, almost drifting, and it moved with purpose, like it was going somewhere. I froze when I saw it. I remember my heart going cold, not in a horror movie way, but in a stunned, disbelieving way. Like my brain was saying, "You are not seeing this," and my eyes were saying, "Yes, you are." After that, I didn't feel comfortable sleeping in my room. I started sleeping in the lounge room instead, closer to the front door, closer to the open space, like somehow that made me feel less trapped. I'd lie there listening to the building settle, trying to convince myself it was just an old unit, just random noises, just stress. But the feeling of being watched wouldn't leave me. And the door swinging started happening more often, like the unit was trying to get my attention. Then one day, maybe about 2 months after he died, something happened that was so vivid and strange that I still get that tight feeling in my chest when I think about it. It was around lunchtime, from memory. The day was quiet. I was lying on the couch in the lounge room, exhausted, and I drifted off. Not a deep night's sleep, more like that light nap where you're half aware of your surroundings. I woke up to a knock at the front door. That part wasn't strange. People knock. Delivery drivers knock. Neighbors knock. But the moment I heard it, my whole body went alert, like some instinct inside me knew something before my mind caught up. I got up and opened the door. And it was him. My old housemate. Standing there like it was normal. Like he'd just come home after being away. He looked solid. Real. Not see-through, not glowing, not ghostly. Just him, right there at my door. I felt like the world tilted. I was shocked, but not in a screaming way. More like I couldn't process it fast enough. I said, "Come in." Like I was on autopilot. Like my mouth was following an old script. I told him, "Let's have a smoke together. I'll make you a cuppa." And then I started repeating myself, because I couldn't hold on to the moment without saying it out loud. "This is real. Oh my God, you're really here. This isn't a dream." I kept saying it over and over, almost like I was trying to anchor myself. Trying to make it stick. Trying to prove to myself I wasn't losing it. He didn't say much. He sat on the couch like he'd done 100 times before. He looked at me calmly. And I felt this strange mix of comfort and disbelief, like my body wanted to accept him, but my mind was screaming, "He's dead." Then something in me clicked. Like a switch flipped. All the anger I'd been carrying rushed up. The stolen stuff. The feeling of being used. The resentment I hadn't let go of. It all surged back, right there in that moment when I could have chosen something softer. And I heard myself say it. "Hang on, you stole from me." And then, without even thinking it through, I said, "You know what? I think you should leave." He looked at me and asked, very quietly, "Is that what you want?" And I said yes. He stood up from the couch and walked toward the front door. Then he paused, like he wanted to be sure, and he asked again, "Are you sure this is what you want?" And I said, "Yes." "Just go." He walked out the door and slammed it. And the slam wasn't a gentle dream slam. It was loud. It echoed through the unit like the walls were hollow. The glass pane next to the door rattled hard, like a real impact. The sound rolled through the house and seemed to vibrate in the air for a second too long. As the slam echoed, I snapped awake. I was sitting upright on the couch, staring straight at the front door, my heart pounding. The silence that followed was thick. I could still hear the echo in my ears, like it had happened in the room, not in my head. I sat there for a long time, breathing hard, trying to understand what had just happened. Because it didn't feel like a dream. It didn't have that fuzzy, sliding quality dreams usually have. It felt like an event. Like a visit. Like something had come into my space, and then left. After that day, everything stopped. The banging stopped. The random creaks felt normal again. The doors stopped swinging open and closed. The unit felt quiet in a way it hadn't felt since he died. It was like whatever was there had done what it came to do, and then it was gone. And that's the part that gets me. If it was just stress or imagination, why did it end so suddenly, so cleanly, right after that moment? Why did the activity fade like a switch had been turned off? For years I told myself I should have acted differently. That I should have been kinder. That I should have said I was sorry. That I should have told him I forgave him. That I should have let him sit there a little longer and just be. I carry regret about it, because if he truly came to say goodbye, then I sent him away with anger instead of peace. But I also know I was only human. I was still hurt. I was still young enough to think stolen shampoo mattered more than final goodbyes. Grief does strange things to people, and so does anger. Sometimes anger is the only emotion you can hold on to because the others are too painful. Over the 9 years since, I've never experienced anything like it again. Nothing that strong. Nothing that clear. And in a way, I'm grateful, because I don't know if I could handle it twice. I think I've made peace with him in other ways. Not by pretending it didn't happen, but by growing up. By learning to let things go faster. By understanding that people can be messy and broken and still deserve compassion. By remembering that life can end overnight, and then all the little grudges you were holding suddenly look small and pointless. Life really is too short to hold grudges. And if he did come to say goodbye, I hope, wherever he is, he knows that now. Growing up in Southeast Asia, the 7th month of the lunar calendar always carried a strange weight. Even if you weren't religious, you still felt it in the way people spoke, the way older relatives warned you not to do certain things, the way someone would lower their voice when the Hungry Ghost Festival came up. Buddhists and Taoists believed that during this period, the king of hell released spirits from his realm to wander among the living. They were said to roam in search of food, attention, and entertainment, and because they were restless, people were told to be careful. Don't stay out too late. Don't whistle at night. Don't invite trouble by being careless. The unseen, during that month, was treated like it could brush right up against the everyday world. I wasn't Buddhist or Taoist, so I never felt deeply tied to those beliefs. I grew up around them, respected them in a general way, and then kept living my life. Ghost Month came and went each year, and I didn't give it much thought beyond maybe noticing offerings placed near bins or seeing joss paper smoke drifting up the air. It was part of the cultural backdrop, like monsoon season or Chinese New Year crowds. I didn't dismiss it exactly, but it wasn't my framework for understanding the world. This year felt different. These have been sad and worrying times, the kind that make everything feel thinner around the edges. As the weeks moved closer to Ghost Month, I started noticing a strange shift in myself and in the way the days felt. Nothing dramatic, not at first. It was more like the world had a faint haze over it. Like things were slightly blurred around the borders. Just a fraction off. Not enough that you could point at it and say, "Here, this is wrong," but enough that your body could sense it. Off-kilter. Unsteady. As if the normal rules were still there, but not as firm as they usually were. Not long before Ghost Month started, I had a dream about my childhood home in Singapore. That alone was unusual. I haven't dreamed of that place in years. It's still part of my history, of course, but it doesn't usually show up in my sleep, and when it does, it's normally vague, more a feeling than a full scene. This time, it was sharp and specific, like I had been dropped back into a real room with real light. In the dream, I was in the back bedroom of our Queenstown flat, the one next to the kitchen. I could see the doorway on my right and the window on my left. The walls looked buttercup yellow, though I couldn't tell if they were really painted that color or if the early sun was doing something to the room. There was that particular soft brightness you get in the morning, gentle, almost dusty, the kind that makes familiar rooms look calmer than they feel at night. I was lying on my back on a narrow single bed. In the dream, it felt completely normal, like that was simply where my body belonged. In the other bed, positioned against the wall that adjoined the kitchen, someone was climbing in. My mind automatically assumed it was my elder sister. I didn't question it. In dreams, you don't always see a clear face, but you know who someone is. The person tugged at the sheets near my feet. At first I thought she was just straightening the bedding, the way people do without thinking. But the tugging became firmer, more deliberate. The sheets weren't being smoothed. They were being pulled off me. I remember feeling instantly irritated. Not frightened. Annoyed, like I was being bothered for no reason. I told her to cut it out. The person didn't answer. No voice, no explanation, no familiar sibling reaction. Just that quiet persistence. Then she grabbed my left foot. It wasn't a casual grip. It wasn't playful. It was hard, sudden, and painful, like fingers clamping down with intention. The pain wasn't dream pain, the kind that feels fuzzy and distant. It was sharp enough that it snapped me straight out of sleep. I woke up sitting upright in my real bed, heart thumping, my body disoriented for a second as my brain tried to bridge the gap between Singapore and the dream and my actual bedroom now. The room was dim. Rex was beside me, asleep. The air felt too still, as if it had paused to listen. That's when I saw it. To my right, in the darker part of the room, there was a small shadowy figure. Not a full clear shape like a person standing in bright light, but distinct enough that I knew it wasn't just a trick of my eyes. It was like darkness had gathered into a form. My first thought was immediate and strange. Did something follow me out of the dream, or was it the reason my foot hurt in the first place? My left foot was throbbing. I could still feel the memory of that grip. The pain made everything more real. It stopped me from simply rolling over and telling myself I'd imagined it. I didn't scream. I didn't call out. I didn't want to wake Rex yet, not until I understood what I was dealing with. Instead, I did something I didn't even know I was capable of doing so quickly. Silently, in my mind, I called on whatever powers that be might exist. The idea of a guardian presence, protection, a higher authority, anything that felt safe. It wasn't a formal prayer. It was an instinctive reaching outward, like putting up your hand when something comes too close. Then, still lying there, I told the shadow to go away. The words didn't come out of my mouth, but they were firm in my mind, like a command. Almost immediately, 2 loud cracks sounded from the glass door at the back, sharp and sudden, like someone had clapped hard right against it. Not a gentle creak from temperature change, not the settling noise of a house. These cracks sounded like a warning, like a dismissal. Like something had snapped its fingers and said enough. The shadow was gone when I turned on the bedside lamp. The light filled the room in a normal, domestic way, washing the corners clean. Rex was still asleep, unmoving, the same calm face as always. Nothing looked disturbed. No curtain moved. No door swung. No object had shifted. If you walked in at that moment, you'd see only a woman sitting up in bed, looking slightly shaken, in an ordinary bedroom. But my foot did not feel ordinary. The pain was intense enough that I rubbed it for several minutes, trying to soothe it the way you would after a cramp. It didn't ease properly. It felt tender, like something had been strained or bruised. Finally, I got up and went into the bathroom so I could see it in stronger light. I turned on the bathroom light and looked down. My left foot was visibly swollen. Not dramatically like a severe injury, but clearly bigger than the right. The skin looked puffy, tight in a way that made me frown. It wasn't something I could dismiss as, maybe I imagined it. It was there. Then I noticed something else. On my right foot, not the one that had been grabbed, I saw a small round bruise. About the size of an Australian 5-cent piece. Darker in the center, like a finger mark. The shape struck me more than the bruise itself. It didn't look like I'd bumped into furniture. It looked like pressure. I went back to bed feeling unsettled in a quiet, heavy way. Rex slept through the whole thing, though when I mentioned it later, he did recall being roused briefly by the sound of glass crackling. He hadn't woken enough to register anything else. Later that day, I messaged a friend about what had happened. I told him about the dream, the pain, the shadow, the cracks. He replied that it sounded like a guardian spirit might have responded when I called for protection and dealt with whatever was in the room. I didn't know whether to believe that, but the idea was comforting in a cautious way. Not comforting like a fairy tale, but comforting like the thought that if something unwanted can show up, maybe something stronger can show up too. And then, as if the conversation had been overheard, the same glass door went crack again, one sharp crack, right after I read his message. I froze. It could have been coincidence. Glass doors do crack sometimes. Temperature changes, pressure, the house shifting. I know that. But the timing was too perfect, too pointed, like the sound had punctuation. Some days passed. I tried to return to normal life, but I found myself listening more carefully, noticing more, wondering if the world really did feel thinner right now or if I was just primed to see signs. Then one morning, I was standing at the kitchen sink washing up. It was ordinary daylight, the sort that makes everything look clean even when you know there are dishes and chores. I was rinsing something, hands in warm water, mind half elsewhere, when I saw movement on the granite countertop to my right. A large blue flask was sliding to the right. On top of it was a glass, sitting neatly as if someone had placed it there. Both the flask and the glass shifted together. Not toppling. Not wobbling. Moving as one unit, like they were being nudged along. The movement was slow enough that I could track it clearly. It wasn't a flicker. It wasn't a vibration. It traveled about an inch, and I could tell because it had been positioned right in front of the knife block. Now it wasn't. The shift was just enough to be undeniable. I immediately did what any practical person would do. I picked up the flask and checked the base. Maybe there was water under it. Maybe it had been sitting on a slick patch. I ran my fingers across the granite where it had been. Both the flask and the countertop were dry. Completely dry. I put it back down, staring at the spot, trying to figure out what else could explain it. While I was still looking, an empty vanilla essence bottle moved too, along with two small plastic containers stacked on top of each other. They slid to the right about an inch, the same as the flask had. The stack tubs didn't topple. They stayed perfectly balanced, which, if anything, made the whole thing feel more deliberate. Like whoever, or whatever, was doing it was careful. Like the point wasn't to smash things or scare me with a crash. The point was to show me something, just enough for me to notice. I felt, very clearly, that I wasn't alone. Not in the dramatic sense of a horror film. More like the sense of someone standing just outside your peripheral vision, waiting to be acknowledged. It felt like attention. Like a presence saying, "Here, look." I didn't panic. I didn't run. I was startled, yes, but another part of me was impressed. That's the only word I can think of. It felt like a demonstration. So I said aloud, half under my breath, "Cool. Neat trick." And the moment I said it, everything stopped. No more movement. No further sliding. The countertop was still. The kitchen felt normal again, except for the fact that my heart was beating faster than usual. What struck me afterward was what didn't move. There was an empty IXL jam jar near the edge of the sink. It didn't budge at all. If something had been casually shaking the counter or pushing indiscriminately, you'd expect the jar to move too, maybe even tip. But it stayed put. That made it feel even more intentional, as if the presence was careful not to break anything. Not chaotic. Not reckless. Almost considerate. The next morning, my cousin in Singapore emailed me with news that hit like a sudden wave. My much-loved Auntie May had passed away in Hong Kong. I stared at the message for a long time before I could properly take it in. Auntie May was my mother's eldest sister, and in many ways she had been like a second mother to my mum when they were growing up in post-war Singapore. She had that strong, capable energy, someone who didn't crumble under pressure, someone who could take charge without making a show of it. She was vibrant, full of spirit, sometimes blunt, but always sincere. The kind of person whose advice didn't float in airy language. It was practical. Grounded. The sort of wisdom you remember because it works. When the sadness finally hit me, it hit hard. It wasn't just grief for the fact of death, but grief for the absence of her voice in the world. For the feeling that someone solid had left. I sat at my laptop thinking about her, and I kept going back to the timing. Allowing for the time difference, I realized her passing might have been close to the time I saw the items moving on the kitchen counter. I didn't want to leap to conclusions. I didn't want to make a neat supernatural story out of something as serious as death. But the connection pressed on my thoughts anyway, because the movement at the sink hadn't felt random. It had felt like an attempt to be noticed. Like a tap on the shoulder. I sat with that sadness, and then something else happened, something softer, but just as striking. I smelled sandalwood. It wasn't faint. It wasn't the kind of smell you catch for 1 second and then doubt. It was distinct, warm, woody, familiar in a way that made my throat tighten. Sandalwood always makes me think of temples, incense, prayer, meditation. It carries that calm seriousness, that feeling of ritual and respect for things beyond the visible world. And yet, as far as I know, none of my neighbors burn incense. Not regularly, and certainly not in a way that would drift into my home at that exact moment. I walked around checking, half expecting to find a candle or a stick of incense I'd forgotten about. But there was nothing. Just that scent hanging in the air, like someone had lit something sacred, quietly, for a reason. That was when Ghost Month stopped being a background cultural story for me. Because whether or not I understood the mechanics of it, whether or not I believed in the king of hell or wandering spirits in the traditional sense, I couldn't ignore how this period had started to feel like a doorway. Not a dramatic doorway you can point to, but a subtle thinning of the everyday world. Dreams becoming sharper. Sounds arriving at strange moments. Objects shifting with purpose. Scents appearing out of nowhere like messages you're meant to recognize. I don't know if what I experienced was a spirit passing through, a guardian presence stepping in, my mind under stress noticing patterns, or something I don't yet have language for. I only know what it felt like inside my body when it happened, the sudden fear in the bedroom, the sharp cracks like a warning, the tenderness in my foot that didn't make sense, the careful movement of items on the kitchen counter, the timing of the email, and the sandalwood scent that arrived like a quiet ritual. If nothing else, it has made me more respectful of that old Ghost Month caution. Not because I suddenly believe every story word for word, but because I'm beginning to understand why people once spoke about this time of year with lowered voices. Because sometimes, whether you ask for it or not, the boundary between worlds can feel thinner than you expect, and when it does, even the most ordinary moments can start to feel like they carry a message. I'd only just started the job, still in that phase where you're learning everyone's names, figuring out which machines make which noises, and trying not to look lost when you walk across the floor. It was a big automotive accessory factory on the outskirts of Brisbane, the kind of place that feels half like a warehouse and half like a working maze. Long rows of shelving, stacks of cartons on pallets, work tables set up in islands, and a constant background of hums, rattles, and the occasional metallic bang that makes you glance up even when you're trying not to. I was on the afternoon shift. I'd clock in at 2 p.m., take smoko later in the evening, and most nights I'd be walking out sometime around 11 or midnight depending on what the workload was like. At first, it was pretty normal. The usual new job nerves. The usual exhaustion from doing manual work in heat. A bit of friendly banter, a bit of that workplace sarcasm where people test you out to see how you'll take it. Nothing weird enough that I would have ever thought to connect it to ghosts or spirits, or anything like that. If you'd asked me then, I would have said the place was just a factory. Old, loud, and hot, but still just a factory. That changed after my first encounter with the one they all called Bobby. It was one of those sweltering summer nights where the heat doesn't really disappear after sundown. The air in the building had that sticky quality, like it's been sitting there all day soaking up warmth from the roof and the concrete. I was working in the rear section that night, more or less by myself, because there were only 5 or 6 of us on the whole shift, and we mostly stuck to the front half of the factory where the active lines were. The back was used for storage, overflow jobs, and whatever odd task needed doing without getting in anyone's way. I was standing at a table wrapping weather shields in plastic for shipping. It was repetitive work. Pull the plastic, fold it, tape it, make sure the edges are tight, stack it. I remember the table surface was slightly rough and the tape kept sticking to my fingers because of sweat. I was in that half-focused, half-daydreaming state you get into when your hands know what to do but your mind is somewhere else. Then, right behind me, clear as a bell, I heard someone say, "Hiya, John." It wasn't a whisper. It wasn't a vague noise that could have been anything. It sounded exactly like a person standing close behind my right shoulder, speaking in a cheerful, familiar tone. And what made it even stranger was the accent. It was distinctly American, and not just a faint hint of it. It had that southern twang, like something you'd hear in old war movies or from someone who grew up in the States and never lost the sound of home. For a split second, my brain went into automatic mode. I started to turn, already expecting to see someone behind me, already forming the response in my mouth. Then the second thought hit: nobody I worked with sounded like that. We didn't have Americans on the crew. I'd barely been there long, sure, but you notice accents fast. You know what voices belong to who, especially when you're new and you're trying to remember everyone. I turned fully, tape still in my hand, and there was no one there. The aisle behind me was empty. The shelving was still. The back of the factory was dimmer than the front, but not dark. There was enough light to see clearly. No footsteps, no rustling, no carton shifting, nothing that would suggest someone had ducked away. If a person had been standing behind me a second ago, there was nowhere they could have gone without me noticing. I stood there for a moment, feeling ridiculous and slightly unsettled. The sensible part of me started throwing out explanations. Maybe someone had called out from farther away and it echoed weirdly. Maybe I'd misheard. Maybe it was someone on a radio. Maybe I was just tired. But it didn't feel like an echo. It didn't feel like a distant call. It felt like a voice right there in my space. When Smoko came around, I mentioned it in that casual way you do when you don't want to look like you're making a big deal out of something. I said something like, "Hey, did anyone walk down the back earlier? I thought someone called out to me." One of the blokes barely looked up from his drink and went, "Oh, that's just Bobby. He's harmless." The way he said it was so casual, like he was telling me the vending machine sometimes eats your coins. I actually laughed, thinking he was taking the piss. But then another person nodded, totally serious, and someone else said, "Yeah, you'll get used to it." That was the first time I realized they weren't joking. After work that night, I went home and did what most people do when something doesn't make sense. I Googled the place. I looked up the industrial estate, the history of that part of Brisbane, anything I could find. It wasn't hard to stumble onto the World War II connection. During the war, that whole area had been busy with military logistics. And our factory building, specifically, wasn't always an automotive accessory factory. Back in 1943 to 1945, it had been a tank repair workshop for the Americans operating in the Pacific Theater. Once I read that, the accent didn't feel so random anymore. It still didn't explain why something would be speaking to me in a modern factory, decades later, but it gave the experience a shape. A context. A story that could exist behind the walls. After that first night, I started noticing things I probably would have ignored before. When you don't expect anything strange, you file out sounds under factory noise and keep moving. But once you've had a voice speak your name like it's standing right behind you, your attention changes. You listen differently. You look up more often. You feel the empty spaces behind you in a way you didn't before. Because we only had a handful of staff on the night shift, we mainly worked in the front half of the building. The back section stayed quiet, darkish, and mostly unused. And in a huge factory, quiet doesn't mean silent. Quiet means you can hear the building's own sounds more clearly, distant settling, the occasional ping of metal cooling, the soft creak of something under tension, the thud of a carton shifting slightly on a pallet. But some nights, the noises from the back weren't the usual random sounds. You'd hear a knock like knuckles on wood. Or a bang, like something had been bumped. Sometimes a shout, brief and sharp, like someone calling to a mate. Every time it happened, you'd pause and look, and then the floor would be empty again. A few times, I saw movement down the aisles between the shelving. Not a clear person, but a shadowy shift, like someone stepping from one gap to another. The kind of movement you'd normally blame on your eyes until you realize it happened at a height and pace that feels human. And then there was the smell. Factories have smells. Oil, cardboard, ink, rubber, dust, sweat, cleaning chemicals. You get used to them. But every so often, on certain nights, an awful smell would drift out from the screen printing section. It wasn't just ink or solvent. It was sour and rotten in a way that made your stomach clench. It reminded me of something left too long in the sun, or something organic that shouldn't be in a factory. At first, I assumed it was a drain issue or something in the waste bins. But the smell would come and go. Some nights, nothing. Other nights it would hit you hard for a few minutes, then vanish like someone had opened a door somewhere, and then shut it again. One night, a coworker and I were both up near the front, taping cartons and sorting paperwork, when we heard what sounded like a full conversation happening down the back. Not just one voice. More than one. And not Aussie voices. It was clearly American accents, distinct enough that we both looked at each other with the same expression, like, "Are you hearing this too?" We stood there, listening. The voices rose and fell like normal talking, like 2 or 3 people chatting while working. It wasn't loud enough to pick up words clearly, but the tone was unmistakable. It had that easy, casual rhythm of blokes talking while doing a job. Then it faded out, and the back section was just empty factory again. We didn't go charging down there. Not because we were terrified, exactly, but because there's something deeply unsettling about walking toward voices when you already know there shouldn't be anyone there. The clearest thing I ever saw happened late one January night. I was near the front half of the building, taping up boxes. My coworker was a few meters away, doing his own thing. The factory lighting at that hour has a strange feel to it, because the bright areas are bright, but everything beyond them falls off into shadow. Your eyes always keep trying to adjust, and the spaces between the racking can look like tunnels. I noticed movement at the far end of the factory. At first I thought it was one of the forklift drivers or someone walking through from the back. But it was too quiet. No engine noise. No footsteps that sounded right on the concrete. Just a figure moving steadily toward us. I pointed without really thinking, and my coworker turned to look. The person walking toward us looked like a young guy, probably around my age at the time. He was fairly skinny. He had ragged-looking coveralls on, like work gear that had been worn hard. And under his left arm, tucked close to his body, was what looked like a leather helmet. Not a modern hard hat. A leather helmet, the kind you picture from old military mechanics or tank crews, something meant to protect your head in tight metal spaces. He kept walking at a steady pace. Not rushing, not creeping, not dramatic. Just walking as if the factory was his workplace, and we were nothing unusual. When he got to about 40 or 50 meters away, he slowed slightly, turned his head, and looked toward us. Then he faded. There's no better word for it. He didn't duck behind anything. He didn't turn into a shadow. He didn't disappear like someone switching off a light. He just thinned out, like mist, like the air swallowed him. 1 second there was a young man in coveralls looking at us, and the next second there was only the aisle, the racking, and the normal empty distance of the factory. My coworker and I stood there in stunned silence. Not speaking. Not moving. Just looking at the spot where he'd been, as if we could force logic back into the scene by staring hard enough. Eventually my coworker let out a breath like he'd been holding it, and said something under his breath along the lines of, "Well, that's that." After that, I didn't even need anyone to tell me Bobby was real, at least in the sense that something was there. The factory had a history, and it felt like parts of that history hadn't left. Even then, it's important to say this, downstairs never felt evil. It never felt like something wanted to hurt us. It felt busy at times, strange and active, but not hateful. It was like there were echoes of workers who still moved through the spaces they once knew, occasionally letting themselves be noticed. The upstairs offices were different. The offices sat above the factory floor, and in the daytime they were just dusty old rooms used for storage, paperwork, and occasional meetings. But at night, they felt wrong in a way that was hard to explain. It wasn't about seeing things or hearing voices. We never did. It was the atmosphere. Like you weren't supposed to be there. like the air got heavier the closer you got to the top of the stairs. It wasn't dramatic fear. It was the kind of discomfort that makes you quicken your pace and avoid looking into corners. The kind that makes your shoulders tighten for no reason. A silent pressure that says, don't linger. Then there was the bunker. That was what everyone called it, because that's what it used to be, a World War II-era air raid shelter. By the time I worked there, it was basically a storage room for cleaning equipment and random supplies. Mops, buckets, chemicals, old rags, boxes of things nobody wanted to deal with. The bunker felt worse than the offices. The air inside seemed colder, even in summer. The sound changed when you stepped in, like the room swallowed noise. I didn't spend time there unless I absolutely had to. I personally never had a clear experience in the bunker. I never got grabbed. I never felt a hand on me. But several of the women I worked with told me they had. Not gently either. A touch that felt like someone trying to get their attention, or worse, like someone pulling at them. They refused to go near it after that. If something needed to be fetched from there, they'd ask someone else. They didn't laugh about it. They didn't tell the story like a fun ghost tale. They told it with that tight expression people get when they're still angry that something crossed the line. About a year or so later, I was chatting with a family friend, and the conversation drifted to World War II stories and Brisbane history. I mentioned the factory and its old role as a tank repair workshop. That's when he said something that made a lot of pieces click into place. He told me that during the war, his family had housed a few officers connected to the repair depot. And the screen printing section of the factory, where we'd sometimes get that awful rotting smell, had once been where they hosed out the tanks before repairs started. Out in the field, crews cleaned the tanks as best as they could, but you can only do so much under combat conditions. By the time damaged tanks reached proper repair shops back in Australia, whatever had been left inside them, old fuel, grime, blood, biological mess, things you don't want to picture, could become rancid. The smell that sometimes drifted through our modern factory might not have been a plumbing issue at all. It might have been an echo, triggered by certain humidity, certain heat, certain air conditions that made something old press up into the present. He also said something else, quietly, as if he wasn't sure how it would land. He'd heard that the dark atmosphere in the upstairs offices might be connected to an officer who had shot himself after finding out his son had been killed in Italy. I don't know if that story is fact, rumor, or something that grew with repetition, but I can say this. The offices did feel like grief, like shock, like a place where something ended badly. Whether it was psychological suggestion or something more, I can't prove. But it matched the feeling too well to ignore. As for the bunker, he said nobody really knows. It was an air raid shelter, a place built for fear. A place designed for people to hide while bombs could fall. I can imagine that kind of purpose leaving a mark all by itself. I eventually left that job, but the experiences stuck with me in a quiet way. Not because they terrified me, but because they felt oddly human. Like the past wasn't gone. Like sometimes it still walked the aisles in ragged coveralls, carrying a helmet under its arm, glancing toward you before fading out. Then, a while later came Waco. June 2020. One of my hobbies is metal detecting, especially on World War II sites. There's something about it that combines history and patience. You walk slowly, you listen for the tone changes, you dig carefully, and sometimes you pull up something that hasn't seen daylight in 70 or 80 years. A button. A shell casing. A bit of rusted gear that makes you wonder whose hands last held it. That weekend I set aside time to go out to an area of bushland that had once been part of Camp Cable. Back in the day it was one of the biggest U.S. camps in the country. Later, parts of it were used by Australians during Korea, and possibly into the early Vietnam era. Now, what's left is mostly bush reclaiming space, with bits and pieces of old layouts still visible if you know what you're looking for. I arrived around 9 a.m. on a crisp winter day. That winter crispness in Queensland isn't freezing, but it's enough to make the air feel clean. I picked the cooler season partly because I didn't want to deal with snakes. I've got respect for snakes. I'm not interested in stepping on one while I'm daydreaming through headphones. I wandered into the bush, put my headphones on, switched on the detector, and started sweeping. The bush was quiet except for birds and wind and the occasional dry crunch underfoot. After about 2 hours, I'd dug up around a dozen fired .30-06 shells. Not unusual for an area like that. Each find felt like a small handshake with the past, a reminder that what looks like harmless bush now had once been packed with men, tents, engines, training, and war. Around lunchtime, I decided to take a break by the creek. I picked a nice spot, sat down, and ate my sandwiches. While I was eating, I noticed movement on the far side of the creek. It was indistinct, more like shifting shapes between trees than clear people. But the movement had rhythm. Like figures moving from right to left, weaving through the bush. My first thought was practical. Other people could be out there. Maybe hikers off the trail. Maybe other detectorists. Maybe someone just exploring. So I didn't react much. I finished lunch, stood up, and went back to sweeping. A few hours later I was getting tired and decided I'd head out and come back the next day. As I was trekking back, I saw the same hazy figures again, moving between the trees in a similar direction. This time, I paused longer. Not because I was scared, but because something about it didn't match how people normally move through bush. They didn't seem to break branches or disturb grass in any visible way. It was like the movement belonged more to the space than to bodies passing through it. There was still plenty of daylight, so I decided to check it out properly. I crossed the creek and walked over to the area where I'd seen the movement. It took longer than it should have, because the terrain wasn't straightforward, but I made it to roughly the right spot. There was nothing there. No footprints. No crushed grass. No wrappers. No disturbed scrub. And it was a long way from the designated walking trail. If a group of people had been moving through that area, you'd expect some sign. What I did notice were rows of old logs marking boundaries, old camp edges, old road lines, the kind of layout markers that wouldn't mean much to someone unless they knew what they were. It was like the bush still remembered where the camp lines had been, even if the tents and people were long gone. That was when I got this strange, calm thought: maybe whatever I'd seen wasn't people, in the normal sense. Maybe it was something like the factory. Not scary. Not threatening. Just activity in a place that had once been full of life and motion. I called it a day and went home. The next day I went back and did another sweep. I saw the hazy movement again a few times, always at a distance, always between trees, never close enough to make out faces or clothing. And I found myself thinking, as long as I'm doing my thing and they're doing theirs, I'll leave them alone. It felt like a fair arrangement. Respectful. I wasn't there to stir anything up. I was there to find old bits of metal and walk through history. If the place still held some echo of old movement, I could accept that without trying to chase it down. Then, later in 2020, came Archerfield. October 2020. This is the part that pushed me to look up this site again after years, because it wasn't just one workplace. It was like I'd stepped into a pattern: World War II spaces, old buildings, and the feeling that some pieces of the past still lingered, not always visible, but present enough to interact with the living. My new workplace was another World War II-era warehouse. Big open space, high ceiling, racking stacked tall, long aisles, and that warehouse smell of cardboard and timber and dust. It didn't take long before I started noticing weird little things, but it happened gradually, the way it did at the factory. At first you blame yourself. You assume you're distracted. You assume you misremembered where you put something. I'd be assembling furniture, laying out tools in a sensible order. I'd set something down for 1 second, maybe a screwdriver or a tape measure, because I needed both hands to line up a piece. Then I'd reach back for the tool and it wouldn't be where I'd put it. I'd look around, annoyed, thinking I was losing my mind, and then I'd find it sitting on the desk behind me, as if someone had calmly picked it up and relocated it. The first few times, I assumed a coworker was messing with me. That's normal workplace stuff. But it happened when nobody was close enough to do it without me noticing. It happened on nights when the warehouse was quiet and everyone was spread out. And it happened in a way that didn't feel like a prank meant to embarrass me. It felt like mischief. Like someone enjoying the tiny confusion of it. On night shifts, it wasn't unusual to smell cigarette smoke. Not constantly, and not near the break area where you might expect someone to sneak one, but drifting through empty sections of the warehouse where smoking would be stupid because the place was full of flammable materials. Sometimes you'd even see a faint red glow way down the back, like the end of a cigarette burning in the dark. The first time it happened, we reacted exactly as you would in a warehouse full of cardboard and timber and flammable liquids. We sent someone down to give whoever it was an earful. But every time someone went down there was no one. No cigarette butt. No person. No sign anyone had been there. Sometimes people would get prodded or poked, like a light jab in the side when no one was close enough to do it. You'd turn around ready to tell someone off, and there would be nothing but racking and boxes. And there were shouts. Random, sharp calls from empty aisles. Not right next to you, but not so far away that you could dismiss it as someone outside. You look up, expecting to see a forklift driver or a bloke calling to a mate, and there'd be nothing but the long warehouse corridor and the hum of lights. The forklift drivers out the back started telling stories too. They said they'd seen someone standing out near the container section, wearing a singlet and khaki shorts, just watching them work. Then the figure would turn and walk off out the back. The container section is fenced. There's basically only one way in and out, and it's surrounded by a high barbed wire fence. If a real person walked out there, you'd notice. You'd see them leave. You'd hear the gate. You'd spot them crossing the lit areas. But according to the forklift drivers, this figure would simply walk off and be gone. One night, 3 of my coworkers and I all saw someone dressed in period clothing walk through the racking. It wasn't a shadow this time. It looked like a person moving normally, weaving through the gaps. We watched him wave to someone, casual as anything, like he was acknowledging a mate across the floor. Then he kept walking and disappeared behind the racks in a way that didn't make sense because there was no exit path that would explain it. And the strangest thing about all of this was that it never felt scary. It was weird, yes. It made you pause. It made you question yourself. It made you exchange looks with coworkers that said, "You saw that too, right?" But it didn't feel heavy or sad the way the upstairs offices at the old factory did. It didn't feel like grief. It didn't feel like rage. It felt cheeky. Busy. Almost friendly in a rough Aussie way, like the place had a personality, and it liked being used. Like whoever was there enjoyed the noise of work and the presence of people, and maybe got bored when the warehouse sat empty and silent. We actually started thinking that whoever was in Archerfield liked having us around. It wasn't a haunted house vibe. It was more like an old workplace that still had old workers in it, doing their thing, poking at the living now and then for amusement. And honestly, that was the part that made it easier to live with. If it had felt threatening, I don't think I would have lasted. But because it felt mischievous rather than cruel, it became another layer of the workplace. Something you talk about carefully, sometimes with humor, sometimes with that cautious respect people have when they don't fully understand what they're dealing with. Over time, I stopped trying to force a neat explanation for every single event. Sometimes tools go missing because you set them down without thinking. Sometimes smells drift in from odd places. Sometimes the mind fills in gaps in low light. But then there are the moments that don't fit into those boxes, like hearing a clear "Hiya, John," in a southern accent from empty air, or watching a young bloke in ragged coveralls fade out like mist, or seeing a figure wave in a warehouse aisle where nobody should be. What I can say, without dressing it up, is that these experiences have followed a pattern for me. Old World War II places, especially. Sites where a lot of men lived, worked, worried, sweated, swore, and sometimes died. Places that weren't just buildings, but part of a massive machine of war and survival. Whether it's history leaving an imprint, or my own awareness tuning into something, or something spiritual that doesn't care what I think, I don't know. But I do know this: in all of these places, I've never had the feeling of pure evil or danger the way some people describe. I've had unease in certain rooms, sure. I've had moments of shock and disbelief. I've had that prickly feeling that tells you you're not alone when you should be. But overall, what stands out most is that these presences feel like they belong to the places they're in. Like they're not hunting people. They're just there, still moving through familiar space, sometimes making themselves known in small ways, sometimes in ways you can't explain even when 4 people see it at once. And once you've seen something like that, you don't really go back to believing the world is only what you can measure and hold. You start leaving a little room in your mind for the idea that some places remember. Some places keep echoes. And sometimes those echoes say hello like they know you, even when you've only just started the job. The Hungry Ghost Festival falls on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month. Many people think of it as a frightening time, but at its heart it is also about devotion, duty, and compassion. There is an old legend that explains why. It says a Buddhist monk loved his mother so deeply and showed such strong devotion to her, that it moved even the king of hell. Because of the monk's devotion, his mother's suffering in purgatory was eased, and the souls in that domain were given a brief period of relief. In Buddhist and Taoist belief, the 7th lunar month is sometimes called Ghost Month. People believe that during this time, spirits may wander through the earthly world. Some say these are souls who did not receive proper rites when they passed away. Others believe they may be ancestors whose families have forgotten to honor them, or spirits who are restless because no one has prayed for them. In Singapore, it is common to see offerings placed outside, or by the roadside, and to see prayer money being burned. The idea is not only to appease wandering spirits, but also to give them comfort, respect, and peace. Whether a person fully believes it or not, the rituals carry a message: do not forget the dead, and do not abandon what came before. This year feels different for me. During and around Ghost Month, I have experienced a number of strange moments that I can't easily explain. They were not dramatic in a movie-like way, but they were strong enough to stay in my mind, and they felt oddly timed. I kept catching myself wondering whether it was all coincidence, or whether Ghost Month somehow made me more aware, more sensitive, or more open to noticing things. In mid-August, one of the first strange experiences happened in a very ordinary way. I was in bed, enjoying a late morning sleep-in. I wasn't fully asleep, but I wasn't fully awake either. I was half dozing, comfortable, warm, and peaceful. The TV was on in the background, and the sound was soft enough that it blended into the room rather than demanding attention. I could hear my husband, Rex, in the bathroom, brushing his teeth at the sink. It was the kind of moment that feels safe and familiar, nothing unusual, nothing threatening, just a slow start to the day. Then in the next moment, without warning, I was somewhere else. I found myself standing curbside on a footpath, as if I had stepped into a completely different place. I was looking at a spot between 2 residential properties, like a narrow strip of land that separated one home from another. There was tall, lush grass along the brown fence. I couldn't tell for sure whether the fence was timber or color bond, but it looked solid and weathered, the kind of fence you see in suburban areas. In that grass, I saw a cat moving slowly and carefully, creeping forward with its body low, like it was stalking something or trying not to be noticed. This was not an ordinary house cat. It looked wild, and it was larger than a normal cat. The markings reminded me of a snow leopard, and the body size made me think of a lynx cub. It had pointed ears, and at the tips of its ears was white wispy fur. Not thick tufts, not like big brushes, but fine pale strands that caught the light. What shocked me most was how real the whole scene felt. It didn't have that fuzzy dream quality. It didn't feel like a distant memory or a confused imagination. It felt like being awake. I could see the details clearly, as if it was daylight right in front of me. I could feel the firm footpath beneath my feet. I could smell the fresh green grass, and there was also a slight dampness from the soil, like the ground had been watered recently or there had been rain earlier. Even the air felt real, like the coolness you get in a quiet suburban street. And at the same time, I could still hear the TV in the background, like it was part of the moment. I could hear the murmur of the newsreader's voice, steady and distant, as if it was coming from somewhere behind me. That detail is what unsettles me the most when I think about it, because it felt like two realities were overlapping for a few seconds. It wasn't that I had fallen into a deep dream and left the room completely. It felt like I was still connected to my bedroom, and yet standing somewhere else. For a few moments, I stared at the cat, and I felt myself wanting to step toward it. Not to chase it, but to get a closer look, like curiosity pulling me forward. But before I could move, before I could even take one proper step, I was suddenly back in bed again. Just like that. One moment there was grass and a fence and a wild-looking cat, and the next moment there was my bedroom, the TV, and the familiar sound of Rex moving about in the bathroom. I lay there for a while after that, trying to understand what had just happened. It was too sharp to dismiss easily, but also too strange to explain. I told myself it must have been a dream, because what else could it be? But it didn't feel like any dream I'd had before. It had weight to it. It had texture and smell and solid ground under my feet. And it stayed clear in my mind long after I fully woke up. That same afternoon, I had another moment, different but just as unsettling. Rex and I were in the basement car park of our building. I was waiting near the lift while he was locking up the garage. The car park is familiar to me. Our apartment building is over 20 years old, and we have lived there for 19 years. I know the smell of the concrete, the way sound travels down there, the angle of every corner. It is not a place that usually surprises me. I was standing in front of the lift doors, and to my left was the emergency exit area that leads up the stairs to the street level. As I waited, I noticed a woman walking toward me from that left side, coming from the corner near the fire door. At first it felt completely normal. She looked like someone who belonged there, like a resident or maybe someone visiting. She looked to be in her late 20s or early 30s. She was medium height and slim, with straight dark hair cut in a short bob. She had a pale complexion. Her outfit caught my attention immediately because it looked like office wear or some kind of uniform. A white blouse with short sleeves and a small black and yellow print, and a straight black skirt that reached her knees. What struck me most was that it was the middle of winter in Australia, and her legs were bare. No stockings, no tights. Just bare legs as if it was summer. As she walked, I caught myself thinking how cold she must be, and at the same time, I also became aware of social distancing. I wanted to see where she was going and made sure we kept space between us, especially because the basement area can feel narrow when someone approaches. So I turned slightly to look more closely at her, and that was when everything went wrong in my mind. She was gone. It wasn't like she ducked behind a pillar. It wasn't like she turned a corner quickly. I did not see the heavy fire door open, and I did not hear it either. That door makes a sound when it moves. It is heavy and solid, and it doesn't open silently. But there was no sound. There was no movement. She was simply not there anymore, as if the car park had swallowed her. For a second, my stomach dropped with confusion. I looked at the gray wall where she had been walking. I looked around the corners. There was nowhere she could have gone in that short time without me noticing. And yet she had been there clearly, walking toward me, and then she wasn't. The image of her, even when she was there, had felt slightly unusual. I remember her head was turned at an angle away from me, not fully facing me. And there was something about the way I saw her that now feels distorted when I think back on it. It was almost like I had been looking at her through a pane of glass, or as if the air between us had been bending the view. Like a reflection, or like light refracted through water. When Rex came back, I didn't make a big scene about it. I didn't want to sound silly, especially because it could be so easy to blame it on tiredness or on catching only a glimpse. But inside, my mind kept circling it. Who was she? How did she vanish? Why did she not seem to notice me at all? Later, when we were home, I remembered something Rex had said before about our building. He said that an insurance building used to be on the same site years ago, before our apartment block was built. It is possible the builders used part of the same foundations. It is possible people worked here long before we lived here. When that thought came to me, I began to wonder if what I saw was not a living person at all, but something like an imprint. An echo from another time. A moment replaying itself in the space, without awareness of the present. And then another thought followed, even stranger. If she was an echo, was I also an echo to her? Was I the one who didn't belong in her moment? That idea made my skin prickle. It felt too large and too odd, but it also felt strangely possible in the way the experience had unfolded. That evening, when we came in through the door, I glanced at the calendar near the front entry. I saw the date clearly, and I realized we were still in Ghost Month. The timing made me pause. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but the thought was there. Is this connected, or am I only connecting it because of the season? Is Ghost Month doing something, or am I simply noticing more because I have that idea in my head? A week or so later, another strange thing happened in the kitchen, and this one felt different because it involved objects moving in a way I could not explain away as easily. I was preparing lunch, planning to make mee goreng, the Indonesian fried noodles. I put a small pot on the stove and placed a few eggs inside to boil. I turned to the bench near the sink where the knife block sits, looking for scissors to cut open the noodle packets. There were 2 pairs of kitchen scissors in the usual spot. One pair was partly blocked by some bottles sitting close by, so I chose the second pair, which was easier to reach. It was a simple decision, not something I had to think about. I picked up the scissors and turned back toward the stove to check the eggs. And that's when I noticed the pot was covered with a glass lid. For a moment I froze. My first thought was that I must have done it without thinking. That I had placed the lid there automatically. But the more I tried to accept that explanation, the less it fit. I am not in the habit of covering the pot when boiling eggs. It isn't part of my routine. If I was running on autopilot, I would usually follow my normal habits, not suddenly change them. Still, I didn't want to overreact. I told myself maybe I had absent-mindedly covered it to speed up boiling, even though I don't normally do that. I lifted the lid and turned slightly toward the sink, thinking I would rinse the lid and set it aside. And then I saw something that made me certain I wasn't imagining things. The first pair of scissors, the one that had been blocked by bottles, was now sitting on the kitchen counter to the left of the sink. Not in its usual place. Not behind the bottles. It was sitting there like someone had thoughtfully placed it for me, almost as if the message was, "Here, use this one." And I knew, without any doubt, that I did not put it there. I had already chosen the second pair. I had no reason to move the first pair, and I certainly would not have reached around the bottles to pull it out just to place it on the bench when I wasn't going to use it. Also, the bottles were still in the same position, meaning I hadn't moved them to get access. The scissors had changed places without any step from me that could explain it. The feeling that came over me wasn't terror. It wasn't dread. It was more like surprise mixed with a strange calm. If anything, it felt as though someone was trying to be helpful rather than harmful. So I simply said, "Thank you," quietly out loud, as if speaking to an unseen helper, and then I replaced the scissors and continued making lunch. I didn't feel the need to panic. It felt like a small moment, a gentle nudge, the kind of thing that is odd but not frightening. Still, it stayed in my mind, and it added to the growing sense that something unusual was happening around that time. Around the end of August, Rex and I started watching the SBS drama series Hungry Ghosts. It was centered around an Australian Vietnamese community during Ghost Month, and the story included traditional practices, family grief, and spiritual beliefs. As we watched, I found myself thinking more about the season, more about spirits and memory, and more about how culture shapes what we notice and how we interpret it. During the second episode, there was a scene where the main character burned joss sticks at a family altar for her recently deceased grandmother. And then, out of nowhere, I smelled sandalwood. It was immediate and unmistakable. That warm, deep, spiritual scent that makes me think of temples and incense smoke and quiet prayer. The first time I smelled it earlier in the year, it had made me think of Auntie May, because the timing had seemed connected to her passing. This time, it felt like the scent came right into the room and wrapped around me. I jumped up, suddenly alert, and tried to find the source. We were upstairs in the bedroom. I checked near the window, thinking perhaps someone outside had lit incense. I moved toward the stairs, wondering if the smell could have drifted up from the corridor. But it didn't feel like it was coming from outside at all. It felt very local, very close, like it was only near my side of the bed. And then it dissipated. It lasted maybe a minute, maybe slightly less, and then it was gone, leaving only my confusion and that lingering sense of being reminded of something important. Again, my thoughts went to Auntie May. Her funeral service had taken place recently, and our family had been scattered across countries, unable to gather properly because of the pandemic and travel restrictions. So many of us had wanted to pay respects in person. Instead, we had to settle for a Zoom service streamed from Hong Kong to relatives around the world. What hurt me most, if I'm honest, is that I didn't make it in time. I received the Zoom details late, and by the time I tried to join, the service was already ending. I missed the part where people spoke about her. I missed the prayers. I missed that feeling of closure that comes from witnessing the goodbye, even if it is through a screen. When I smelled sandalwood during that episode, it felt like a reminder of her, and also of that regret. It made me think about how the dead are remembered, how they are honored, and how sometimes, even when we are far away, the feeling of them can still reach us. I don't know what any of it means in a strict, logical sense. I can't prove that the scene with the wild cat was anything more than a strange dream state. I can't prove that the woman in the basement was a spirit rather than a trick of perception. I can't prove that the scissors moved by themselves or that the scent of sandalwood had any connection to Auntie May. But I also can't ignore how these moments felt. They were clear. They were timed. They carried a weight that ordinary coincidence doesn't always carry. And the fact that they clustered during Ghost Month, a time that is already filled with stories and rituals about spirits wandering close to the living, makes it even harder to dismiss. Maybe Ghost Month doesn't cause anything. Maybe it simply reminds people to look more closely at what they normally ignore. Maybe grief makes the mind more sensitive to memory, scent, and symbolism. Or maybe there really are moments when the world grows thinner at the edges, and we briefly glimpse something we can't properly name. All I know is that this year, Ghost Month hasn't felt like a distant cultural story. It has felt personal. And whether it was spirits, echoes, or simply my own mind picking up on details in a different way, it has left me thinking about family, respect, and how the living and the dead might still touch each other in small, quiet ways. Baguio City, the mountain city of the Philippines, has always carried a strange reputation, one that quietly follows you whether you believe in it or not, because for many people it is known as the ghost capital of the country, a place where stories of spirits, headless figures, shadowy beings, and creatures that do not belong to ordinary life are passed around so often that they become part of the city's identity. Spoken about casually in conversations, whispered during late nights, or joked about during the day but never fully dismissed, and growing up there, you learn early that Baguio is not just cold in temperature, but heavy with history, because so many lives were lost in its past, from war to disasters, leaving behind memories that feel like they never completely faded. And back in 2001, when I was younger and far more curious than cautious, my friends and I were deeply fascinated by ghost hunting. Not in a professional or serious way, but in the reckless way young people are drawn to things they do not fully understand, especially when fear feels exciting rather than dangerous. And almost every week we would plan our small adventures, agreeing to meet late at night, usually between 10 in the evening and 2 in the morning, when the city became quieter, colder, and easier to imagine as something other than what it was during the day, and we would drive around in my car, slowly passing through places that were rumored to be haunted, places we had heard about from older relatives, neighbors, or stories shared at school, each location carrying its own legend, its own tragedy, its own sense of unease, and among all these places, South Drive stood out as one of the most talked about areas, a long stretch of road surrounded by trees and darkness, a place that seemed calm on the surface but held a deep and painful past, because during World War II, many people were killed there during the Japanese invasion, and decades later, in 1990, the killer earthquake struck Baguio, collapsing buildings and taking countless lives, including the tragedy of the Baguio Hyatt Hotel. And knowing all this history, even before stepping onto South Drive at night, You could already feel that the place carried something heavy, something unresolved, and one Monday night, after exchanging messages and agreeing that it was time for another ghost hunting drive, we all gathered and climbed into my car, laughing, joking, and pretending to be fearless, even though each of us felt that familiar mix of excitement and nervous tension, and as we drove slowly along South Drive, we kept the windows closed, the engine quiet, and our senses alert, scanning the road ahead, the trees on either side, and the empty spaces where shadows seemed to stretch longer than they should, and for a while nothing happened, just the sound of tires on asphalt and the quiet hum of the car. Until we passed a guardhouse along the road, and from a distance, we noticed what appeared to be a guard walking nearby. But something about the way he moved immediately caught our attention, because from far away, his walking looked strange, almost like he was swaying left and right, as if he were dancing slightly while moving forward, and at first we joked about it, thinking maybe he was tired, maybe drunk, or maybe just walking oddly, but as we slowly drove closer, the view became clearer. And that was the moment when the atmosphere inside the car completely changed, because we could see that the guard himself was actually walking normally, his steps steady and ordinary, but directly behind him, following him at a distance of about half a foot, was something that made no sense, something that did not belong to any explanation we could think of, because what followed him was not a person, not a shadow, not an animal, but a floating cape, dark brown in color, with a hood, moving smoothly through the air, waving gently as if caught in a light breeze, and the most disturbing part was that there was no body inside it, no face, no hands, no legs, just the cape itself, floating and trailing behind the man as if it were alive, and the design of it immediately reminded us of old Spanish priest clothing, the kind you would see in history books or old photographs, worn centuries ago. And as we passed by the guard, every single one of us saw the same thing, and inside the car, no one spoke for a few seconds, as if our minds were trying to catch up with what our eyes had just witnessed, and then suddenly we all started talking at once, voices overlapping, describing the same image in different words, confirming to each other that we had all seen it, and the excitement mixed with fear was intense, because it is one thing to imagine something strange, but it is another to experience it together, knowing it was not just in your head, and after that, we continued driving, still talking about the hooded cape, replaying the image over and over, trying to understand how something like that could exist. But as the night went on, something else began to feel off, something quieter but equally unsettling, because my car started to feel heavier, as if it were carrying extra weight, not in a mechanical sense, but in a way that was hard to explain, like the air inside had thickened, or like the vehicle was dragging something unseen along with it. And although we noticed the odd feeling, we brushed it aside, telling ourselves we were just tired, that it was late, that our minds were still racing from what we had seen, and by the time we finished our drive and headed home, it was already around 2 in the morning, and I dropped my friends off, drove to my house, parked the car, and went straight to bed, exhausted. And for the next few days, life continued normally, work, routines, conversations, and even though the image of the floating hooded cape stayed with me, it slowly faded into the background of daily life, becoming more like a strange memory than an active fear, until exactly 1 week later, at exactly 2 in the morning, I woke up suddenly, fully aware, lying on my bed, and immediately realized that something was wrong, because even though my eyes were open and I could see my room clearly, the familiar shapes of furniture, the dim light from outside, and the quiet stillness of the night, my body would not move, no matter how hard I tried. And panic started to creep in as I tested my arms, my legs, my voice. Realizing that I was completely paralyzed, unable to move or speak, trapped inside my own body, and as I looked around the room, my heart began to race, because slowly, moving through the space, was the same hooded cape we had seen a week earlier on South Drive, the same dark brown color, the same empty hood, drifting silently through my room as if it belonged there, as if it had always known the way. And in that moment, fear was not what I felt first, but shock and disbelief, because I knew I was awake. I knew this was not a dream, and I fought against the paralysis with everything I had, forcing my body to respond, focusing all my strength into breaking free, and after what felt like a long struggle but may have only been seconds, I finally managed to move, and the instant I did, the hooded cape moved swiftly toward the window, passed straight through it as if the glass did not exist, and disappeared into the darkness outside, leaving my room completely silent, and I sat there, breathing heavily, my body shaking, trying to understand what had just happened, and strangely enough, fear was still not the strongest emotion, because instead of terror,
I felt a deep curiosity, a lingering question that refused to leave my mind, wondering why it had come to me, why it had followed us from South Drive, why it had chosen my room, and what it wanted. And after that night, I never saw the hooded cape again, not on the road, not in my dreams, not in my waking life, but the experience stayed with me, shaping the way I looked at the world, because it was no longer just a story, no longer just something I had heard from others, but something I had lived through, something that made the paranormal feel less like fiction and more like a hidden layer of reality, quietly existing alongside our own, waiting for moments when the barrier thins. And even now, years later, when I think about Baguio City, about South Drive, about that quiet guard walking with something impossible trailing behind him, and about waking up unable to move while that same presence drifted through my room, I realize that the experience did not frighten me away from the paranormal, but instead pulled me closer to it, leaving me with a lasting curiosity and a deep respect for the things we do not fully understand, especially in places where history, tragedy, and silence have had so much time to settle into the land.
Back when I was in college, there was a time that stayed with me for reasons that were not only about what I experienced, but also because of the person connected to it. And even though I cannot remember the exact year anymore, whether it was December of 2001 or December of 2002, I know it was around that time, and I know it was during the Christmas season. And I know that it was the same period when a buddy of ours passed away, which is why the memory has never really faded, and whenever I think back to that night, it is never just about something strange happening in the house, it is also about him, my friend Edward, and the way we all said goodbye to him. Edward was our batch mate from high school, someone we all knew, someone who was always kind and easy to be around, the kind of guy who did not cause trouble and did not make enemies, an all-around good guy. And even though we were not the closest of friends who shared every secret, he was still part of my everyday world back then, part of our circle, part of our stories. And in our high school, which was an all-boys school, the people you studied with were not just classmates, they felt like brothers, because we went through the same teachers, the same rules, the same punishments, the same jokes, and the same battles together, and our batch was like a big fraternity on its own, with its own pride and its own history. It was only when he died that I learned he had been dealing with cancer for years, something he was diagnosed with when he was still young, and it shocked me that he had carried that weight in silence, going to school, laughing with us, getting into the same teenage nonsense, while hiding something so serious, and none of us really knew, or at least I did not know, until we were standing in front of his casket at the funeral and people started talking about his illness, and that information made his death feel even heavier, because it meant he had been fighting something we could not see, while we were all busy worrying about exams, crushes, and who was fighting who outside the school gates. Our high school had a reputation for getting into fights with students from other schools and with different groups that called themselves fraternities or gangs. And that whole world of rivalry and pride and trouble is a long story in itself, full of old grudges and traditions that did not really make sense anymore but were still passed down year after year. And because of that kind of environment, we grew up always thinking of each other as comrades, as people who would stand beside you if anything happened. And so when Edward died, there was never any question about whether we would go to his funeral. It was automatic, it was understood, it was what you did for one of your own. So on that day, a lot of us showed up, batchmates from different sections, people who had not seen each other in a while, gathering under the same roof again. But this time it was not for a reunion or a celebration, it was to pay our respects to his family and to pray for him. And the atmosphere was heavy and quiet, softer than the noise we were used to in high school. And as I looked at his parents and relatives, I felt a kind of sadness that was different from anything we had felt back when We fought with other schools or worried about teenage problems, because this was final. This was something we could not help him with, and all we could do was stand there, bow our heads, and offer prayers. After the funeral, people started leaving in groups, the way we always did, because that instinct for moving together had never really left us, and also because our school's reputation meant we had gotten used to watching each other's backs, even when the reason for gathering was no longer a fight or a game or a school event, but something like this. I ended up leaving with my friend Arvin, and as we walked away from the funeral place, he suggested that we grab something to eat before heading home, and since he offered to treat me, I agreed without thinking too much about it at first, because food after something heavy like a funeral almost felt like a relief, a way to ground ourselves again, to do something normal after spending hours in an atmosphere filled with grief. It was only when we were sitting and talking over the meal that Arvin explained the real reason why he did not want us to go straight home, and he told me about a belief from his side of the family, because he is Chinese, and they have customs and traditions passed down from their elders that they follow, especially when dealing with things connected to the dead and the spirit world. He said that in their belief, after you visit the dead, especially if you attend a wake or a funeral, you should not go home directly, and instead you should go to different places first, make a few stops, or take different routes, so that if any spirits happen to follow you on the way out, they will get confused about where you live and will not be able to follow you all the way home. When he first said that, I remember feeling a mix of curiosity and skepticism, because it was the first time I had ever heard such a thing, and part of me wanted to treat it as just another superstition, one of those things older people say to scare younger ones, but at the same time, there was a part of me that did not want to disrespect something that his family treated seriously. And since it did not really cost us anything to follow it, I went along with it, and we stayed out a bit, ate, talked, and only then did we separate and go our own ways. When the meal was done, Arvin went off in his own direction, and I headed back to my place, and by the time I got home, it was already night. The whole city had that December feeling, the air a little cooler, the streets quieter, and there was something about the sky that reminded you that Christmas was near, and normally, at that time of the year, the house would be full of life, because my family loved spending the holidays together, but that particular year, they had gone to the province to spend Christmas with my grandmother. And I had stayed behind because I had to guard the house, which meant I was the only one living there for the moment. The house felt bigger and more hollow without the usual noise of people, and because I did not want to feel too lonely, I decided to sleep in the living room on the couch instead of going to my bedroom, because from the couch I could watch TV until I felt sleepy, and somehow having the television on made the emptiness of the house feel less obvious, and I told myself that I could stay up late, maybe even until dawn, because there was no one there to tell me to turn it off or go to bed. It was sometime past midnight when things started to feel different, and this is the part that has stayed so clearly in my memory, even though the exact date has faded. I was lying on the couch, slowly drifting off, that state where you are not fully asleep but no longer completely alert, when suddenly I felt a change in the air, a tension, like a faint static that settled over my skin, and I began to feel strangely on edge, aware in a way that did not feel natural, as if something inside me had suddenly switched on and was warning me softly that I was not alone. It felt like someone was staring at me, not just a random feeling, but a strong awareness, the kind you get when someone is actually in the same room and watching you. But no matter how much I tried to sense where that presence was coming from, I could not pinpoint its location, and in that moment, my sleepiness vanished and my body went into a sort of quiet alert mode. I sat up on the couch, my heart beating a little faster, and told myself that maybe it was just my imagination, that maybe the silence of the empty house was getting to me. But the feeling of being watched would not fade, and eventually I could not ignore it anymore, so I stood up and decided to turn on all the lights in the house and check every room, every corner, every possible place where someone could hide, just to make sure that there was no intruder, and that I was not in real danger. I went from room to room, flipping on switches, opening doors, checking windows, and looking behind things, and everything was exactly as it should be, nothing out of place, nothing disturbed, and no sign of anyone being there except me. When I had finally made sure that the house was secure, I went back to the living room, And it was at that point that a sudden chill ran up my spine, the kind of cold sensation that starts at the base of your back and climbs slowly up to your neck. And the feeling was so sharp and unsettling that it instantly made me remember what Arvin had told me earlier that night, about spirits following people home after funerals, and about how you were not supposed to go straight back to your house. That memory did not come to me gently. It hit me hard, and for a moment I stood there in the living room, with all the lights on, wondering if maybe something really had followed us, wondering if maybe that uneasy, watched feeling was not just my imagination after all. I stood there and thought about Edward, about the funeral, about how recent it was, and then a strange kind of calm came over me, because instead of panicking, a thought formed in my mind that if it was really my friend, if it was Edward who had come by, then maybe he was only passing through, maybe he was just visiting one last time. And that idea felt more comforting than terrifying, and I told myself that if it was him, I did not want to be rude or scared of him. So I walked over to the kitchen to get a drink of water, both to calm myself down and to do something normal, something physical, and I poured myself a cup of water, drank it slowly, and then placed the cup down on the dining room table in the kitchen, leaving it there as it was, and after that I turned off all the lights again, one by one, until the house returned to that quiet, dark state, and then I went back to the couch and lay down, trying to relax, telling myself that everything was fine, and that I had nothing to worry about. I was just about to drift off again when a sound cut through the silence of the house, a very clear, very distinct sound coming from the direction of the kitchen, and it was the sound of dishes clattering, the noise of something lightly knocking against other things, like plates or cups being moved, and the moment I heard it, the warmth left my body and I felt a coldness spread through me. A deep chill that started inside my chest and expanded outward, because I knew I had turned everything off. I knew I had left the kitchen empty, and there was no one else in the house who could be making that sound. The clattering continued for a brief moment, and then I heard another sound, one that made me picture the scene in my mind without even seeing it, because it was so familiar, and it was the sound of a cup hitting a wooden surface with enough force to be unmistakable, not the light tap of someone gently setting it down, but the more solid sound of something being placed firmly, almost aggressively, onto a table. The moment I heard it, I knew exactly what it was and where it was coming from. It was the same cup I had left on the dining room table, the same cup I had just used, and the knowledge that something unseen was touching it, moving it, slamming it down, made me shiver, my whole body reacting with fear even though I was still lying there on the couch. My heart was racing now, and my imagination was filling the darkness with possibilities, and for a second I felt like a child again, wanting to hide under a blanket, but at the same time, there was still that part of me that remembered Edward, remembered the funeral, remembered how much we had all cared about him, and somehow that thought pushed through the fear and made it easier to speak. I was shivering, my voice probably unsteady, but I managed to say out loud, into the quiet house, "Dude, don't be like that," talking as if I was speaking directly to my friend, as if he were there in the room with me, and the moment those words left my mouth, everything stopped. The sounds from the kitchen ceased completely, the coldness that had wrapped around me began to fade, and little by little, warmth returned to my body, not just physical warmth, but a sense of calm, as if whatever had been there had heard me, had understood, and had decided to stop. The fear that had held my chest slowly loosened its grip, and instead of lying there awake all night, shaken and unable to close my eyes, I felt my body relax, and without even fully realizing how quickly it happened, I fell asleep. After that night, nothing like that ever happened again, nothing involving Edward, nothing involving that same kind of presence, and I never again felt that mixture of being watched and being recognized in the same way. In my heart, I know it was him. I know that somehow my friend had passed by, maybe to check on us, maybe just to say a quiet goodbye, and even though he scared me in the process, I cannot bring myself to be angry about it, and I sometimes joke to myself that when I die and wherever I end up, if I find him there, I am going to smack him lightly on the head for choosing such a dramatic way to let me feel he was around. For knocking dishes in the middle of the night, and slamming a cup on the table. When I was alone in the house, because as much as it frightened me, it also left me with a strange comfort, The feeling that the connections we have with people do not always end the moment their bodies are gone, and that sometimes, in quiet houses and dark rooms, those connections reach across for just one last moment, enough to give you a chill, enough to make you remember, and enough to never let you forget. This happened when I was still working at my previous company, the same one where I had other strange experiences, including what I now think of as the haunted building period of my life. And looking back, I sometimes feel like that job was less of a career step and more of a long, drawn-out invitation into places and moments where the normal rules of the world seemed just a little thinner. One of the privileges of that company, at least on paper, was that we got to travel around the country, moving from client to client, project to project, with all expenses covered, and for someone like me, who enjoyed seeing new places but did not always have the money to do so on my own, it felt like a blessing at the time. We were not tourists in the usual sense, because we still had work to do and deadlines to meet, but there was something satisfying about landing in a new city or town, checking into a staff house or a company dormitory, and getting a quick glimpse of a different part of the country, new faces, new accents, new landscapes, and then packing up and leaving again, carrying only a memory of it all. On one of those trips, on one business travel that seemed normal at first, there were 3 of us assigned to a particular client: Nina, who was a system analyst, Randy, who worked as a programmer, and me, handling technical support. By then we were already comfortable with each other, used to long days of work, shared jokes, and tired evenings, and when the office told us that our next project would be at a cement manufacturing company, we did not think about anything except the tasks on our assignment list and the chance to be away from the main office for 2 weeks. The company we were sent to operated on a very large area, almost like a small industrial town of its own, stretching from the seaside, where they had their own port to receive shipments, all the way up to the mountainous areas, where raw materials were stored, dumped, and processed, and the first time we were driven through the grounds, I remember feeling a little overwhelmed by the sheer size of it. There were multiple buildings, warehouses, dusty roads, huge machines, and the constant low rumble in the background that seemed to come from somewhere just beyond your field of vision, as if the land itself was humming. Our tasks were clearly defined. As a team, we were to set up and establish a distribution and inventory application system that would help them manage their stock, their deliveries, and their paperwork more efficiently. It sounded like standard work: databases, reports, user training, fine-tuning code, but the size and complexity of their operations meant we knew we would be there for at least 2 weeks, maybe more if problems came up. Since we would be staying for an extended period, the company provided accommodations for us at their staff house, and I remember feeling pleasantly surprised when we first arrived there. The staff house was not luxurious in the way of high-end hotels, but for a company-owned building inside an industrial compound, it felt almost like a 2-star hotel, and we were more than satisfied. The rooms were fully air-conditioned, which was a big comfort after hours spent walking under the sun or inside warm offices. There was hot and cold shower available, good food was served at regular times, and to make things even better, there was cable TV and Wi-Fi, which made it easy to unwind after work by watching shows, scrolling online, or just chatting with people back home. Yes, the building itself was a bit old, with that slightly faded look that older structures get when they have been used for years, maybe decades. But overall the place was clean, functional, and quiet, and we joked among ourselves that we were practically on a paid vacation, getting to stay somewhere comfortable while being away from office politics and daily routine, with just enough work to justify the trip, and enough free time in the evenings to relax. The first few nights passed by without anything too unusual happening. We focused mostly on our tasks, visiting the different departments, sitting down with staff who needed the system, checking network connections, setting up machines, testing features and reports. At night, when everything was calmer, we would return to the staff house, shower, eat, and then either gather in one room to talk or go back to our individual spaces to rest. And we did hear some faint sounds during the late hours sometimes, small noises echoing through the hallways or drifting from somewhere nearby, the kind of eerie sounds that old buildings make when the wind passes or when pipes expand and contract. And although occasionally one of us would raise an eyebrow or make a remark about it, We did not really think of those sounds as anything spooky. When you work in big industrial areas, you assume there will always be some kind of noise in the background, whether from machines, workers, or the structure itself, so those first few nights we simply accepted it and carried on. It was only during our second week there that things started to shift, moving gradually from slightly strange to genuinely unsettling. One night, Randy decided he would not go back to the staff house yet, because he wanted to stay at the IT room with their internal staff to finish some code. The company operated 24 hours a day, so even at night there were employees moving around, shifts of workers still handling operations, and the IT room remained active, which meant Randy had company and access to everything he needed, and there was nothing odd about his decision. Nina and I, however, decided to call it a day, and we headed back to the staff house together. That afternoon, it had rained, one of those steady rains that soak everything and leave the ground damp for hours, and by the time we were walking across the front yard of the building, the rain had stopped. But the air was still heavy with moisture, the grass and pavement glistening with leftover water, the atmosphere cold and foggy, so that the edges of things seemed a little blurred, and you could see your breath if you exhaled deeply. The staff house, with its old structure and simple lines, looked a little more serious under that kind of weather, but we were mostly focused on getting inside, drying off, and resting. As we were making our way toward the entrance, we both happened to look up at the second floor, at the row of windows just beside the rooms where we were staying, and at one of those windows, we saw the figure of a woman. From that distance, and with the lights creating shadows behind the glass, we could not make out her full features, but the outline of her body, the way she stood, made it very clear that we were looking at a woman and not a man, and the way she seemed to be there just by the window, watching quietly, caught our attention. We could not see her face clearly, or what she was wearing in detail, but we saw enough to know there was someone there, and at first we did not think too much of it. We assumed she was another guest staying at the staff house, maybe an employee from another department, maybe someone else on business travel like us. We exchanged a quick look, mentioned it casually, and continued walking inside, not wanting to jump to any strange conclusions. When we reached the second floor hallway, however, the atmosphere changed. The corridor was empty, silent in a way that made our footsteps sound louder than they should, and there was no sign of anyone else being there. No open doors, no movement, no voices. We walked past the room where we thought the woman's window was and found nothing, and for a brief moment, something inside me tightened, as if a small piece of discomfort had just settled into place. Still, we did not want to make a big deal out of it, and we tried to brush it off, telling ourselves that whoever we saw must have gone back inside her room quickly, or that maybe we had misjudged the exact window we saw her in. I could sense that Nina was a bit uneasy, though, even if she was trying not to show it, and that small doubt about what we had seen remained in the back of my mind as we went inside our room. Nina's room was actually connected to ours, divided only by a partition, so it felt like we were sharing a larger unit that had been split into two spaces, and that closeness usually made things feel safer. But that night the feeling of being side by side did not completely erase the image of the woman at the window. We turned on the television and tried to relax, letting some random show fill the room with light and sound, and at first everything seemed normal. Then, while we were watching, we suddenly heard a voice coming from inside Nina's room. It did not sound like casual talking or someone on a phone. It was more like a steady murmur, soft but clear enough that we both stopped what we were doing to listen more carefully. The tone of it was strange, like a prayer or a chant, repetitive in rhythm, but we could not make out the exact words, and the language itself was not immediately recognizable. We glanced at each other, both now fully alert, and the sound continued for a few moments, rising and falling in that same low, steady way. I felt my heartbeat quicken, but at the same time I did not want to jump to conclusions, so I decided to get closer. Instead of standing up straight and walking boldly to the door of her room, I found myself moving carefully, almost instinctively, as if I did not want whatever was on the other side to notice me. I started to crawl across the floor to get nearer to the partition door, trying not to make any loud sounds, and when I reached it, I slowly placed my hand on the door and began to open it, expecting to see someone inside, maybe a staff member who had entered by mistake, or maybe a hidden radio or TV left playing, anything that would make sense. But when the door opened enough for me to look inside, there was nothing, no person, no source of the voice, no movement at all. The room was perfectly still, the bed in place, the things Nina had left there undisturbed, and the sound had stopped as abruptly as if someone had pressed mute. I felt a wave of confusion and a little fear, but I tried to laugh it off, saying to Nina that maybe it was just our imagination, maybe it was the television echoing strangely, or maybe the sound came from outside and bounced oddly into the room. She forced a laugh as well, and we both decided not to think too much about it. Eventually, tired from the day's work and from our restless curiosity, we went to sleep. The next morning, however, whatever calm we had managed to force on ourselves was shaken. I woke up to the sound of Nina's screaming, not a loud, panic scream that echoed through the whole building, but a sharp cry of shock and fear that made me sit up quickly. She was looking down at her legs, her face pale, and when I rushed over to see what was wrong, I saw that she had scratches on her skin. They were not deep enough to bleed heavily, but they were clear, visible, and looked like they had been made by something with nails or claws, thin red lines that should not have been there. She was terrified, and I could see tears welling up in her eyes as she kept asking how, where, who. Randy came in too when he heard her, and he tried to calm her down, speaking in a soothing tone, saying that maybe it was just some kind of allergy or rash, reminding us that we had eaten seafood the previous day, and that perhaps her body had reacted in a strange way during the night. His explanation was practical, and for someone listening from the outside, it might have sounded reasonable, but I could tell from the way Nina looked at him, and then at her own legs again, that she did not really believe it deep inside. She was troubled the entire day, quieter than usual, her mind clearly replaying the events of the night, the voice we had heard, the empty room, and now the scratches, and I could not blame her for being upset. I decided to check her room myself, examining the bed, the floor, the corners, and then checking our room as well, looking for any sign of insects, sharp objects, or animals that could have caused those marks, but I found nothing. No signs of rats or cats, no broken wood, no exposed nails, nothing that could be used as an easy answer. That afternoon, after some time at the office, I returned to the staff house to get some documents for Nina. I walked up the now familiar hallway, inserted the key, and opened the door to our room, and as soon as the door swung inward, right there in front of me, something passed by. It happened so quickly that if I had blinked at that exact moment, I might have missed it, but my eyes were open, and I caught it, just a quick movement, like a figure or a shadow moving across my field of vision, close enough that I could tell it was not a trick of light or my own reflection, and yet too fast for me to see clearly what it was. It was like a presence crossing the space between 1 second and the next, and then it was gone. For a moment I could not speak or react. My body simply froze in place, my mind struggling to understand what I had just seen, all the earlier incidents suddenly rearranging themselves into a pattern that was getting harder and harder to ignore. After a few seconds, my instinct to get away kicked in, and I quickly turned, stepped out of the room, and went straight back to the office, my heart still beating faster than normal. I did not mention what I had seen to Nina because I knew it would only add to her fear and anxiety, and she already had enough on her mind with the scratches and the voice from the previous night. Instead, I shared it only with Randy, quietly, when we had a moment alone, and his face grew serious as he listened, the way someone looks when the situation they were hoping to dismiss as coincidence starts to feel more real. That night, things seemed calmer on the surface, and Nina, perhaps tired from worrying, actually looked more at ease and was able to sleep soundly, which was a relief for both of us. But the following day, it was Randy's turn to experience something he could not explain away. He told us later that while he was in the bathroom, standing in front of the mirror, washing his hands or perhaps brushing his teeth, he suddenly felt someone touch his head. It was not a hard blow or a painful hit, but more like a soft push or a firm, deliberate pat, the kind of touch you feel when someone presses their palm briefly against you, and it came from behind him. He looked up, startled, expecting to see someone there, maybe one of us playing a prank, but when he turned around, the bathroom was empty. He then noticed, in the hours that followed, that he was seeing shadows along the hallway and near Nina's room, shapes that flickered at the edge of his vision, as if someone was moving just out of sight. He told me about these things, but again, we both agreed not to share the details with Nina, wanting to protect her from more fear. Instead, we quietly decided to be more watchful and alert, keeping an eye on each other, and trying to make sense of what was happening in that old staff house. On our last day there, we stayed late in one of the offices to finish the turnover documents, the formal paperwork that needed to be completed and signed before we could officially say that the system was implemented and that our part of the work was done. It was around midnight, and because it was a weekend, only a few workers were outside, the compound much quieter than usual. Inside the office, it was just the three of us, our table covered in papers, computers still on, eyes tired but minds pushing to finish so we could rest. While we were working, we heard the office door open and close a couple of times. The sound was clear, the distinct clink and shift as the knob turned, followed by the familiar click of the door and the slight frame vibration that comes with it. At first, we assumed it was just other employees coming in to check something or passing through, and because we were busy, we did not immediately look up. But after a while, when the sound repeated and no one seemed to be entering or greeting us, curiosity and unease began to creep in, and we finally decided to check. We looked toward the door, opened it, and saw that the hallway was empty. Nobody had gone in or out except for us. That was when the strangeness took a step closer. Soon after, we heard the sound of a steel cabinet opening, and not just a faint sound, but the loud, scraping metal noise of a cabinet door being pulled open across the tiles, coming from just across our table. The three of us stopped what we were doing, our eyes meeting in a mix of fear and disbelief, because we knew no one else was in the room, and we could see the cabinet with our own eyes, its door now ajar without any of us having touched it. That was enough to shake whatever composure we had left. Panicking, we gathered our things, switched off what we could, and hurried out of the office, walking as quickly as we could without breaking into a full run, moving through the quiet compound back toward the staff house. Once inside, we decided we did not want to be separated that night. Instead of each of us sleeping in our own spaces, we chose to stay together in one room, keeping close as if that closeness itself would be a barrier against whatever was moving around in that building. Nina's room was the one we chose, and we locked the door, made sure the lights were on, and agreed on where each of us would sleep. I chose to sleep on the floor, close to the bed, where I could still see the door. Randy took the couch, and Nina stayed on the bed. Before trying to sleep, we said a prayer, each of us silently hoping for protection, for calm, for the night to pass without any more disturbances, and eventually, exhaustion began to pull us toward sleep. Around 4 in the morning, however, I was awakened by a smell. At first, it seemed like the smell of something cooking, like food being prepared somewhere nearby, and it slowly pulled me out of sleep. When I opened my eyes, I saw that Randy and Nina were already awake too, both lying still but with their eyes wide open, staring into the room as if they, like me, were trying to understand what was happening. We did not say anything immediately. We just stayed there for a moment, listening, breathing, and noticing how the room felt. The silence was heavy, so complete that even the smallest sound seemed like it would echo, and yet this strong smell was there, filling the air, reaching us without any visible source. At first, we tried to make sense of it by telling ourselves it might be someone in the kitchen outside or maybe a nearby house cooking early in the morning. But as we lay there, the scent shifted in our minds, and we slowly realized that it was not the smell of food being prepared. It was closer to the scent of something else, something more familiar in a different context, a smell like burning wax, like a candle that has been lit for some time. That realization crept into our thoughts almost at the same time, and before we could fully react or speak our suspicions out loud, a knock came at the door of Nina's inner room, the same room that we had locked from the inside. The knock was not loud enough to break down any door, but it was firm and clear, the kind of knock that tells you someone is definitely there on the other side, waiting to be acknowledged. The combination of the smell, the silence, and the knock was more than any of us were prepared to handle at that hour, especially after everything we had already gone through in the previous days. Without needing a long discussion or argument, the three of us reached the same decision almost instantly. We quickly packed our things, grabbing our bags, clothes, anything we could gather swiftly, and hurried out of the staff house, not looking back more than necessary. It was still very early, around 4 in the morning, and the air outside was cold against our skin, but despite the chill, we were sweating, our hearts racing, our breathing heavy from a mix of fear and adrenaline. We walked to the cafeteria, which was thankfully open, and decided to stay there, inside a more public space with lights and at least the idea of other people possibly being around, even if they were not yet awake. We waited there until sunrise, watching the darkness slowly lighten through the windows, feeling a bit safer with each passing minute. By around 5:30 in the morning, we had already made up our minds. We were going to leave. We went to the office and told them that something urgent had come up back at our main office, and that we needed to leave immediately, especially since we still had to travel a considerable distance. The reason we gave them was not entirely true, but it was easier to say that than to admit we were leaving because of things we could not see or explain. Fortunately, they accepted our explanation without pressing too hard, perhaps assuming it was normal company business. We handed over the documents, had them signed, collected our gate passes, and left the compound as soon as we could, relief washing over us as the staff house and its old walls fell farther behind. We never told anyone at that company about what we had experienced there, and even when we returned to our own office, we kept the story between the three of us, as if speaking it out loud to others would somehow bring it back to life. We did not ask for more information about the staff house, did not investigate its history, did not try to confirm whether others had encountered anything similar. In a way, not knowing felt safer. Eventually, all three of us resigned from that company at different times, moved on to other jobs and other lives. But whenever I think back to that cement plant, its vast grounds, and that old staff house that looked so welcoming at first, I cannot help but remember the woman in the window, the voice in the empty room, Nina's scratches, the shadow that passed in front of me, the unseen hand on Randy's head, the cabinet door. The smell of burning candle at 4 in the morning, and that final knock from behind a locked door, and I still feel a quiet shiver, the kind that reminds you that some places keep their own stories, whether anyone is willing to listen or not.